Step 3, turn or stir your compost when you water every 7 to 10 days.
If the compost feels damp like a wet sponge, you'll know that you're mixing and managing it properly.
Step 4, before turning, make sure your compost remains hot. Normally, the temperature in the center of the compost bin should be between 120 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why is heat so important?
Because it kills weed seeds and keeps potentially harmful pests out of your compost bin.
Right. Weeds and pests are definite no-nos.
Absolutely. Remember to keep feeding your compost bin new materials.
And this is important because...
Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. The October 28th, 24 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Present.
Councilmember Urine.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins.
Here.
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any remote speakers on the closed session?
No, we don't have any in-person speakers or any remote speakers or participants on Zoom.
All right.
Okay.
Very good. All right, we'll now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene at 5:30 to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. said 6:30 right here. Okay, we're about to start.
Everybody take your seats, please.
Take your seats, please. Take your seats. All right, parents, please remember, this is like a courtroom, so we'd like for you to make sure that the kids are in some sort of order here. We are conducting official business, so if you want to be rowdy or anything, please go outside, all right? So with that, we'll get started. All right, the October 28, 2024 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Present.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins.
Here.
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, Dane, would you lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, may we please have a closed session report?
Yes, at 4:30 p.m. the City Council met in open session and recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. All right, may we have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on October 18th, 2024.
All right, thank you. We've got some reordering that we'd like to do. Alicia, can you tell me, is everybody here for the ceremonial presentation or for the city parks?
I believe most people are here for the city parks.
Okay. All right, with that, let's move item 5A, which is that's not 5A, it's 6A, the item up to, let's do it before the oral communications, if that's acceptable to the council members.
Great.
So after 3?
After 3, we'll move 5A, probably 6A to after the commission items.
Right, but no earlier than 6:30.
But no earlier than 6:30. Yeah, we'll be fine with that. All right, be the first thing before the public comments. All right. Anybody else?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Go ahead.
In honor of Robert Hart, local resident since the 50s here in Malibu, passed away last week. Best wishes to his family. And also Felicia Hudson, who was killed in Santa Monica. She was a SMC staff member that was involved in domestic violence on the campus.
All right, thank you very much. We'll adjourn in honor of those 2 people. All right, may I have a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment 6A moving to after item 3?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion is approved. With that, let's now move to ceremonial presentations.
Mayor, the next item on the agenda would be the consent calendar, if you are ready for it.
I'll make a motion to approve, but I'd like to get...
Mayor, before a motion is called, we do have public comment on the consent calendar. I believe we have 1 in-person speaker, and I'll check if we have any speakers on Zoom.
All right, very good. I'm stalled here for just a moment. All right, so we're going to do the consent calendar. You say we do have a speaker's slips?
Yes, you should have a speaker slip from Andy Lyon.
All right. Let's do that. Let's do the motion to on the consent calendar.
Well, I wanted to pull item 1B5.
Okay. All right, 1B.
I'd like to pull 1B6.
And I want to pull 1B6 as well. So 1B6 and 1B5 are being pulled, correct?
I'll make into motion to...
Mayor, before the council can vote on any items on the consent calendar, public comment does have to be taken.
All right. 1B5 and 1B6. All right, public comment, please.
Andy?
Oh, do we have a... Yeah. This is public comment.
Then we're going to talk about it.
Oh,
Before we
okay.
do, can I ask, Kelsey, is this a new process? I thought we do the consent, the unobjected to consent items, and then we take public comment on the ones that are being discussed.
Anyway, so if you want me to talk, I'll be really fast about the skate park. It's been way too
Andy,
long.
Just wait.
The new process and the format approved by the City Council was to hear consent calendar as the first item, and instead of having members of the public pull items from the consent calendar, the public would speak first, and based on those comments and your own questions you may have, the council members may pull items and ask follow-up questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Well, then it's perfect. I'm here to first of all say congratulations to Tom Shar. And, you know, I've been trying to get this skate park going for a long time. Glider was 1.5 when we started this process, and we're nowhere closer to this, it seems. He just turned 7, and we're still years away, it seems to be. And if any back padding is going to come out tonight because you've moved forward with some design, just remember that Paul, Doug, and Marianne decided to settle with Scott Gillen and in their lawsuit and avoided us getting to hear any appeal. You went ahead and just settled with them. And that lot that a lot of people here tonight are for the public lands thing, that lot, you guys let Scott Gillen park all his cars on there every single day. We didn't get to put a bike track there. That was our lot. You guys, you 3 settled with a developer over my kid here. And I really take offense, Doug, when you said I don't have a dog in the fight, because this kid is like a dog and he wants his skate park. So let's get on it. I don't want to hear anything else about that. Let's give Tom Shar his due, you know, but he had to leave Malibu too. You know, he had to leave Malibu because there was no skate park. I don't want to leave. I want a skate park for him. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. We have a decorum we're trying to follow here. Applause, if we're celebrating something, that's great, but speakers, we'd like to not have applause or shouts. If you want to do hand waves, that's great, but we have a decorum rule for that, and you'll understand if we have adverse opinions. We don't want to intimidate anybody's free speech. All right, with that, it's time for the consent calendar.
Mayor, and I do just want to confirm, we've heard the in-person public comments, and we don't have any raised hands on Zoom for the consent calendar.
Kelsey, thank you for keeping me honest. We've got a new format here for everybody, and we're still trying to work our way through it.
Kelsey may make a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendars except for 1B5 and 1B6.
All right, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Let's move. There being any opposed? Being none, the motion passes. Let's move on to item number 1B5. That's amendment for skate parks. That would be Kristen. You going to present that?
Sure. So the item before you is an amendment to the agreement with California Skate Parks. Part of this amendment includes the case settlement and the fees associated with making the design changes. There is another fee involved in some city funding that needs to be allocated for the project, resulting in the restrooms, added EV stations, excuse me, and that is the item before you.
Okay. And who pulled this? Do they have any questions or comments? Marianne.
I was just wondering, do we have a timeline for when building plan check will be anticipated, completed, and when we'll be going out for RFP for construction?
So we are currently in the building and safety plan check phase. There are a number of items that need to be corrected, and staff met with the design team to address those items. And this is why the amendment is before you. They've kind of put a hold on releasing the documents to the city until this amendment is passed, which hopefully will be tonight. So we hope to get those designs returned to us once the amendment is approved, and then we will get the scope for the construction documents, final approval by building and safety, and then we will pass it along to the Public Works Department to release the construction documents.
Could you enlighten us on the process for releasing the construction documents for proposals?
That's right. Excuse me. Good evening, council members. Yes. Right now, we're on target to send that project out for construction bids in January. We have some holidays coming up, and previously, kind of my experience on construction bids between Thanksgiving and the holiday at the end of December, it makes it very difficult for contractors to actually submit qualified bids or have enough bidders, and you tend to have higher prices if you tend to bid out a project in that time. So we're looking at the beginning of January to have those project out to bid.
And then how long does the bid timeframe usually work, and when can we anticipate that we'll actually begin construction?
So a good estimate on when that project will come back to council for an award is you add about 3.5 months from the day that you actually start bidding. So we were looking at March or early April to when we can kind of come back to have a project to award a construction contractor.
And how long is it going to take us to build it?
Well, we have to ask the designers and what they anticipate. So I would expect for a project like this, we're looking probably 4 to 6 months.
Okay, so I'm trying to do the math on this. You're thinking August of next year at the earliest?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any way to expedite it?
No.
Paul?
What are the corrections that we're asking Building and Safety wants to see, please?
I don't have the list in front of me, but there are certain things related to EV charging stations are now a requirement in new parking lots. So there had to be some redesign regarding that.
Can't that be an add-on permit?
So the plan check correction was to have the project plans ready for EV ready. So all the contract plans need to show is conduit like in the ground that needs to be, no EV charging stations are going to be needed and required for the project, but just a conduit ready to install if in time that EV chargers are to be installed within this parking lot, then that information or that conduit and electrical work would have to be ready to go. That's according to the building code. That's a new requirement that projects need to have.
So we're waiting for a sheet of plans that shows electrical conduit.
I believe that's what else? That's the main comment we had.
What else is a barrier to us getting this out before January?
We need the contract specifications from the designer. They're the documents that we need to kind of actually physically bid the project. We need to have those, put it together in a package so we can get it out to bid.
What do they have to add to their plans that they've already drawn other than the conduits for the electrical future possible charging stations?
From my understanding, that's what they need to do. We're also needing, like I said, the contract specifications, which need to be included in the construction documents.
There are also a few items related to landscaping that were in the specs for building and safety that they needed to adjust.
So we need to alter the landscaping plan.
To follow the case settlement agreement.
Right.
Those items are also being held.
And is that going to be the designers of the park who have to do that?
Correct.
Do they have a landscape architect who's ready to do that for us?
Yes, sir.
How long is it going to take them?
They have the design, so it's a matter of approving the amendment, and then they'll release it to us.
So the design's already ready, it just needs to be paid for?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So basically, it sounds like you're going to hand them a check, they hand us all these awaiting documents, so can we not move quickly? Is there any way to expedite this with that? Rob, we're trying to find a way.
Yeah, we're going as fast as we can. Until we get those documents and look at it, that's our best bet is probably in the beginning of January, having it out to bid. There's a small window where we have some holidays coming up.
Tell them you promised us the beginning of November, okay? Please.
We have a small window where we can have this bid. We have holidays coming up, and we have a legal requirement to have this project out to bid for over 4 weeks. That's the issue we have coming in here. We have a small window, and based on this information we're getting, we may not hit it. So January 1st is probably the most realistic time that we can actually send this project out to bid.
Mary Ann?
So if we were to send it out in advance during this holiday period, you're suggesting that we wouldn't get qualified bids, or the cost would be excessive because people are putting a premium for working during the holidays? I guess I'm a little in.
So my experience, when you try to bid something between Thanksgiving and right before the Christmas break, you have a tendency to have contractors out of town. They don't work. They don't put bids together. And if they actually put time in it, they'll put a very large number and just seeing if they can get it. So for one, you get a lower number of bids, which means your price and your competitive bidding go way down. You're going to get higher prices if you do that. So what you want to do is you want to put the project into the best position so you can get very good competitive bidding. And in my opinion, that's in January.
Any other discussion, Bruce?
So putting all those pieces together, what is the target that you're shooting for to have the first person being able to skate?
So
Labor Day.
So project goes out to bid.
Just tell me the date that you're shooting for that it opens. Right. That's all.
So project goes out to bid in January, 3 months, or you're talking April, 6 months for there. Then you've got like August, September.
So we can measure success based on whether this is open by the end of September at this point in time. Is that right?
Yes, and it depends on the success of the contractor and how well they perform too.
Okay, that's our goal, and we're going to be looking hopefully to open by the end of September, and if we don't, we'll have to explain to the public why we didn't get there, right? Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. All right. Isn't this great, kids? Lots of fun.
We're trying to get you a park.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, do I have a
1B5.
second?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, it's approved. All right, let's go to 1B6. And staff report, please. Go ahead, Joe. Or do we have any speaker?
Mayor, do you have any questions of the item?
Let's see, who pulled it? I pulled it and you pulled it, right? Yeah. Okay, we got 2 polls. Go ahead. Yeah, questions.
Question. And somebody produced a document in terms of the changes to the planning department, what we're going to do for staff reports, and I got that. I'll respond to that. But let me ask you a question. These consultants, do they go out and visit the sites for the projects? Are they required to do that?
Typically, yes, they are.
So I can just tell everybody that if they got a project, one of these consultants will show up to take a look at it before they do the staff report.
That's part of the due diligence of doing the project, yes.
Okay, I understand are they doing that? That's the question. We're going to make them do that, yes?
Yes, they are.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay. My questions really were about the status of the department. We're hiring contract employees, temps, to fill in because we've got openings. Can you give us an update on where we are as far as staffing goes, vacancies, people in the pipeline to fill the vacancies? Just give us an update so we know when this temporary situation is going to end, or at least an idea.
Yes, Mayor, and the contractors were part of the budget, and we'll always probably have some level of contract planners to support staff, especially on some of the larger initiatives. But technically, we have 9 vacancies, but 2 of those, the director and the assistant director, those are temporarily filled as we're looking to the reorg of the community development department, which will be returning to this body hopefully at a near date. So of the remaining true 7 vacancies, we have 5 of those that have actually been in an active recruitment status. We're in the interview process, and one of them is actually tentative to start in November. So we actually have a hire coming on, and hopefully closing out the interviews on the other 4 positions. And then 2 of those vacancies that are remaining, one full FTE are actually planning interns. So those will sort of always be a continuous shuffle. So I am hopeful that we are just about near, fingers crossed if all things go as planned, that we are near fully staffed at the start of the year, assuming all the interviews and hires go as planned. But as you know, with recruitments, you're always throwing curveballs as things go along.
Mayor, your microphone.
I was very impressed by your comments in here about the number of open cases per planner. I think you've gone from 57 down to 35. I thought that was a nice improvement. And you had some other metrics in there that were positive as well. 35% of the applications received within 30 days before, and now you're at 75%. So it's you're making progress, and the staff completion should be helpful. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention as well, just very briefly, one of the other changes that we brought on the last year is we went to a new recruiting software, NeoGov, and we've seen a great increase in the number of applications that we're receiving. Not only the number of applications, but also the quality of the applicants is going up. So that appears to be paying off for us.
All right, very good. All right, thank you very much. Okay, any other questions or comments about this? I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any other comments? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion passes. Okay. Since we're way out of order here. And let's see, next item up, we have a ceremonial presentation. And this is one of the highlights of being on the City Council. I'm going to ask Mary Ann and Paul to do the presentation to Mr. Tom Shire. Please come forward. Guys, go to the microphones.
Tom is going to take a moment here and show everybody what happens when you're really good at something.
Go, guys. Right, so Tom, so we have a nice commendation. I'm going to read it. Whereas accomplished skateboarder Tom Shar considers Malibu his hometown and where his early passion began at the age of 3 on the small backyard ramp his parents built. And whereas after much dedication and practice, he became the first skater to successfully execute a 1080 maneuver consisting of 3 mid-air rotations at the astoundingly early age of 12. And whereas since that achievement, he has been a competitor and medalist in multiple X Games events and a competitor earning the respect of his peers, skateboarding community, and sports enthusiasts. And whereas Mr. Shar's hard work and training recently culminated in his impressive performance and achievement of earning a silver medal at the 2024 Summer Olympic Games, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Malibu City Council commends Mr. Tom Shar in recognition of his silver medal in men's park skateboarding at the 2024 Summer Olympics, presented on this day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Why not? Thank you, City Council members. This is an incredible honor. I always came to these meetings with my mom, but I never thought I'd actually be a part of one, so this is cool. And I'm very excited that Malibu's getting a skate park, and every kid here, I'm sure, is very happy about that too, so it'll be very exciting. Thank you. Oh, look at that. I think it's upside down. Thank you.
It is indeed an honor to have a local be in the Olympics, and it's even more of an honor for them to come back with a medal. We couldn't be prouder of you. And one of these days, one of you is going to be on this stage as well, hopefully. All right. We have commission and committee and city manager updates next on the agenda. First commission report we have is from Barry Haldeman. Barry?
Is he just going to speak in the minutes, or is he...
There he is.
I actually wanted to defer to Fireball and give him some additional time if he needs it. Are you going to speak? I just wanted to speak to the commission about what we're going to do with various properties, and I just wanted to, you've all heard this, but I just wanted to underscore the fact that I'm also on the Malibu Film Commission, on the Malibu Film Society, and we've been looking for a place to show films for a while, and it really is something that should be in Malibu. It brought people together, and a lot of people don't want to have to go over the hill to watch a movie. So I would urge that in your consideration of what to do with various properties, you definitely consider an art center and a movie theater. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fireball, this is when we don't have applause, okay? Fireball, are you speaking as well, or? Okay, so that's the end of the commission reports? All right, next to the city manager then, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. A few things to share this evening. One, last week I attended the latest round from Caltrans on the PCH Master Plan Feasibility Study. They presented a number of additional scenarios for public input at the meeting last week. And then they also, so they're taking that feedback and they're continuing to work with city staff on that. They have tentatively set a meeting to come back and present those concepts again for December 11th. So watch for that. We'll send confirmation once we get that date. I don't have the time yet, but that would be here at City Hall. Not this weekend, the weekend before, of course, we were greeted with our first public safety power shutoff of the year. It did shut down power in Malibu for a good chunk of time. As part of that, I did provide to the City Council a memo outlining the staff's response procedures when we have the power outage, including under what conditions we will be putting out generators for the traffic signals. That memo is available to the public and the media, and we'll make sure that we put the highlights of that on our city website as well. And I believe we did invite a representative of Southern California Edison to come and speak tonight, so hopefully they will be here to address the council under oral communications. Moving on, we do have a couple of hearings that are coming up for the school separation. As you know, this has been an item that the city's been working on very diligently for many years now. And last week, as I know the council is aware, we did make an announcement that the city will be moving forward with its school separation petition unilaterally, following a unanimous vote of the city council to do so. This decision comes after the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board failed to approve the separation agreements recommended by their school separation subcommittee within the deadlines established by the district. The city remains committed to forming an independent Malibu Unified School District. And as part of our petition process, the county committee will consider the city's petition at 2 upcoming public hearings. One of those will be Friday, November 8th in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District office boardroom at 1717 4th Street in Santa Monica. And then there will be a subsequent hearing here in Malibu on Wednesday, November 13th at 6 p.m. at Malibu High School, 30215 Morning View Drive. So residents are able to attend either of those hearings to speak. Also want to report, and probably many of you saw coming in to the chambers today, that the Vote Center has opened here at Malibu City Hall. It opened on October 26th. The hours of the Vote Center are 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Vote Center will be open through Election Day with extended hours on that day only, Election Day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Just want to note that City Hall will be closed on Monday, November 11th in observance of Veterans Day. As a result, the regular City Council will be held the following day on Tuesday, November 12th at the regular time. Also wanted to report that, as I noted at the last council meeting, we're moving forward full speed on the implementation of the speed camera systems on PCH. And the first step for that was that the city issued a request for proposals to develop a speed safety system use policy and impact report. The deadline to submit bids for that is this Friday. We'll report on to council once we get the results on that, but we are moving forward as fast as we can. Also wanted to note that there are, in addition to the 11-day vote center here at Malibu City Hall, there are 4-day vote centers open in Malibu at the Christian Science Church, Malibu High School, and also just outside Malibu at the Topanga Library. Also want to remind everybody that we have a deadline coming up for the Woolsey Fire non-conforming structures. That deadline is November 8th. That is the deadline to submit a planning verification application to rebuild a non-conforming structure that was destroyed or damaged in the Woolsey Fire without having to bring the structure into compliance with the current ordinance. So again, that deadline is November 8th. Please contact the planning department if you have any questions. Beyond that, attended a few things. Attended the monthly meeting of the Malibu Las Virgenes Council of Governments meeting. We heard an update on fire season safety and preparedness, among other presentations. The board also approved its support for Measure G, the county reorganization measure that will appear on the November ballot. The board also agreed to hold its November meeting in person. I also attended the League of California Cities annual conference, which was held in Long Beach this year. I was joined by several members of the staff, including I think all of our department heads were able to attend, so that was great to see everybody there. And I also attended the press conference event for the PCH at the Ghost Tower Memorial on October 18th. That is it for my report. Be happy to answer any questions, and I know we have Sergeant Soderlin from the Sheriff's Department here to give a report as well.
Okay. Any questions to the city manager? If not, Sergeant, showcasing your newly issued uniform hat.
No scores. Don't say it.
Don't say it. No scores.
Good evening, City Council. A couple notable items to report on. The first one was from the 17th at approximately 3:45 in the afternoon. The deputies responded to the 23,000 block of Malibu Colony Road for a burglary that had just occurred. In this incident, one of the witness who was working at the residence observed a male walk up from the Malibu Lagoon State Beach area and onto the rear exterior porch of the home, jumped over a fence onto the property and opened the rear sliding door of the residence. The witness/victim yelled, and the suspect took off running down the beach. The deputies responded immediately and were able to locate the suspect approximately a quarter mile down the beach, and he was arrested for burglary. In another incident, backstory on this one, so the city has been getting a lot of inquiries from retailers and property managers about theft and vandalism, particularly with transients. And so as part of our response, the city's response, the Sheriff's Department's response, we shifted the overnight crime impact deputies to business hours to kind of combat that problem that we're facing. So on their very first shift last week, that was last Friday, they were already able to make an impact. So I'll read you the actual call from the incident. So this was at Pavilions on Heather Cliff. The informant, who was the manager, said the suspect, who comes in daily and steals from the location, just stole and left the location 5 minutes ago on his bike, eastbound on PCH. So the overnight deputies who got shifted to business hours were able to locate that suspect on his bicycle. He had already changed clothing, tried to elude the deputies on the bicycle, and they were able to catch up with him and arrest him. And upon booking him, it was discovered he was wanted out of Butte County in Northern California for contempt of court. And Butte County said, do not release him, do not cite him out, we will come get him. So an instant success story on day one. So we're going to hope that they keep on making a good progress out there. Finally, another incident. Parker, if you can show the one link. There you go. So on the 8th, an off-duty Malibu VOP received information from a community member about a vehicle associated with a string of residential burglaries on Point Doom. And because he's trained through the VOP program, he saw that vehicle in the Point Doom community and immediately called the Sheriff's Department. And we responded, and we were able to locate a serial burglar that has been plaguing Point Doom area for the past 2 months, and they were able to arrest him, and he is facing 2 counts of burglary, and he's being investigated in 4 other counts of burglary just in the Point Doom area over the past 2 months. So kudos to the VOPs, because they are our eyes and ears out there when we're not around. And another success story, if you can scroll through the pictures there on the other one. So that's the vehicle he was in, so that's the deputies searching it, and then kudos to the VOPs. And if you want to go to the next tab. So we just had the 1-year anniversary of Pepperdine students killed. So I'll read this. This is actually in the Malibu Times, but I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. So in honor of the students, Streets Are Forever, or for everyone, along with the Emily Shane Foundation and members of Fix PCH team have worked with the California State Parks District Superintendent's Office to design a memorial program honoring these 4 students. The space will feature 4 wooden picnic tables or benches, one for each of the young women, as places where others can come and enjoy Point Doom. A permanent tribute offering breathtaking panoramic views of the blessed beaches and ocean they all loved. Each bench will have a small plaque with a QR code linking a digital memorial of all 4 women, a poem written by Asha, and a reminder to people to drive safely, especially on PCH. So there's actually a GoFundMe that they created for this memorial project, and the link is in the Malibu Times most recent edition. And if you Google GoFundMe Pepperdine students, you'll also be able to find it. Thanks, Parker. You can take it down. Yesterday, the Malibu Half Marathon went off without a hitch. There was no incidents. I was out there as the incident commander, so it was good. We had no problems. It was perfect running weather for everybody. And finally, the question everybody's probably been wondering, our sheriff has allowed the department's Dodger faithful to wear our hat during the World Series, so I am faithfully wearing mine. So go Dodgers.
Chris, Sergeant.
Not so fast.
Yes.
Mary Ann.
You don't get the walk-off home.
Oh, no, I don't get to pull a Freddie Freeman.
No, since you have so many residents here, I thought maybe you could highlight a couple of things in the department with the cameras. If they wanted to register either their home camera, if they have a local business, if they want to register their camera.
Sure. So we have a real-time watch center that our station is the first station that is pilot programming it for the entire county, for the entire sheriff's department. If you go to connectlacounty.org, it's all one word. That's where you can register your camera. So basically what we have is they're all public-facing cameras. The camera system connects into our real-time watch center where the deputies monitor in real time. So when a call happens, we can pull up in real time based on you allowing us access. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you can allow us access to your cameras and we can see in real time what's going on. And it gives deputies responding better communication, a more efficient response, and better just flow of information. Secondly, if you register your camera, I was talking about integrating, but if you register your camera and you don't want to allow us access, what it tells us is if there is a crime that is reported in or around where you live or your address, business or whatever, we can send you a message, say, hey, can you check your cameras at this point in time and look and see if you see like a red Mustang or anybody matching the description. We'll tell you the description. If you do, we'll give you a link where you can upload that footage or pictures that you may have from your cameras to us to help us solve those crimes. So it's connectlacounty.org.
And just a reminder also, if you're at one of the beaches and you choose to leave your keys by your car, don't do that. Find another way when you're going surfing or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, that's just like you see on TV at the crime center. Bruce, go ahead.
Are there any plans or precautions that you're capable of talking about for post-election day in this area in case there's disturbances?
Yeah, we have our Emergency Operations Bureau. They're going to be monitoring any social media events, any gatherings, anything like that. And we'll probably be on tactical alert. So,
having increased patrols, or
yeah, tactical alert. You have every station is going to be able to respond with 50% of their field force. So,
okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Sergeant.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Let's now move on to the item we moved out of sequence. That'll be item number 6A, Community Lands. First thing we have on this is a staff report.
Mayor, the items following the city manager's report were noticed to begin at 6:30 p.m., so we do have about 3 minutes before this item can be taken up.
Okay.
Let's do one communication from the public.
All items after the city manager report were noticed to begin after 6:30 p.m.
Okay, so
we
we
can
have
take a brief recess if you'd like.
All right, we have a 3-minute window here. You want to take a brief recess? All right, we'll commence back at 6:30, just a couple minutes from now. Not time enough to go away, just time enough to get to talk. Okay, let's take our seats, please. Okay. Order in the court. All right, everybody, please take a seat. All right. Okay, we're back in session. And just so the parents, everybody knows, this is only our second meeting in this new format, so we're still learning the ins and outs of it. But the whole idea is to move things along quicker and to be able to have people attend just like this so that it's within reasonable hours for the public to be at our meetings. So thank you for coming. With that, it's time for item number 6A. Time for a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And at risk of sounding too much like Leslie Knope for anyone that's a Parks and Recreation fan, I'm very excited to see the outpouring of the community on this item. An engaged community it actually makes our job easier, believe it or not. So excited, no matter how you feel about this project or what your comments are, just thank you for being here tonight, both in person and on Zoom. So last week, in regards to our Malibu Community Lands and Engagement Report, that's what we're here to talk about tonight, we did have a special work session of the City Council to review the final report last Thursday at 1 o'clock here in Chambers. My presentation tonight will be a Cliff Notes version of the one you received on Thursday, and really want to focus on addressing your comments and answering questions to the extent we were able to gather some information and explain potential next steps of the process. Also, our project partners, Sydney Overly with Trepepi Smith and Kevin Lyons of Flash Vote, they're available via Zoom. If there's any questions, follow up to the report that was published on the 18th, or if there's anything on the survey, we can get into that further if needed. So again, our goal of this council meeting, it's to review the final report, which we did, but also to, the objective is to ensure that the City Council has a clear understanding of the report and enabling you to make an informed decision about the prioritization of projects for each parcel of land. We posed this question at the last meeting, which is, what does Malibu's future look like? There was a lot of information. There was a data dump, if you will. There's a lot of public comment as to, and feelings, diverse opinions, which is great to see as to what does Malibu's future look like. So we'll get into answering that question a little bit later. So a brief recap, just for those joining, the city owns 5 parcels of land totaling just over 61 acres. We call that the Malibu Community Lands Project. The 5 parcels are, identified if we're moving from west to east: Trancas, Heather Cliff, Triangle, Ioki, and La Paz. In February, the City Council awarded the outreach and engagement contract to Trepepi Smith. In March, as pictured on this timeline, we did put together and complete the outreach and engagement plan. April through June, we launched phase 1 of the initial outreach and engagement. July and August, during kind of that summer breakdown period, we did do the reconciling of phase 1, a preliminary review of environmental constraints, and took that information and then went out for phase 2. So we did have a very strict timeline and milestones. We're happy to say that we adhered to that. It was a total of 6 months for the outreach and engagement, and that's why we're before you tonight as our 6-month milestone delivering this report. Across all 5 lands, open space and grass sports fields were consistently the popular suggestions through all the feedback channels. There were multiple mediums of outreach: traditional, social. We also had in-person meetings and gatherings, pop-up events. Through all of that, those were the top or the popular suggestions. The other frequent suggestions, so right up there for specific lands, include the community pool, splash pad, sports courts, and an outdoor amphitheater. In the report, we did not combine the data to maintain the integrity of each data set. So we just wanted to make that clear as to why it looks a little bit different. And to give an example, email and web form feedback, we wanted to make sure that that was consistent in the report. Again, meeting and pop-up event feedback, we didn't intermingle those so we could maintain that integrity. So before we get too far into this, the recommendations from the commission. So following the publication of the report, we did hold a special joint meeting of the Parks and Recreation and Malibu Arts Commission last Tuesday, October 22nd. Both commissions took the following actions. We did want to summarize those here for you of what they felt the prioritized use or uses should be for the City Council's consideration. And so they did take this, moved by the Parks and Recreation Commission. So both commissions voted on this as one actionable item. That recommendation for a multi-generational use community center with a gymnasium, sports court. So I just kind of want to qualify that answer, but a gym, pool, field space, and potentially library annex services to be preferably located on the Heathercliff property. You'll see there the recorded action of that recommendation. Further, the Malibu Arts Commission then moved for the recommendation of Arts Center with art galleries, 500-seat auditorium with first-class projection and sound, with possible library annex services, preferably on the east side of Malibu, with a sculpture garden on the Triangle property. That specific recommendation did carry unanimously. I do want to give the opportunity to the, further they did appoint 2 members. You did see them last Thursday that are attending tonight's meeting. I understand there might be some additional comments as well. So I would like to turn this presentation over to Chair Skolphammer and Commissioner Gildeman, or Chair Lawrence and Commissioner Haldeman, whoever would like to go first if they would like to make additional comments.
Thank you, City Council members and audience. To reiterate loosely what we spoke of at the last meeting, I think the opportunity for this town to be a spearhead for the sense of creative expression, and I believe that having an art center and art galleries, ways that can inspire children, can inspire creative people, which this town is incredibly creative, but also lends itself to the sports areas, which is also creative expression. I don't think I really have to convince you of this notion. I think this is something that we all accept. It's really a matter of where that specifically would go, but I hope you'll seriously consider an incredible opportunity we have here to become a leader in the pact in that respect, in those areas. So I appreciate your serious consideration, and I hope that we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Council, Mayor Stewart, Mr. City Manager. My name is Dane Skolphammer. I'm the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Suzanne Gildeman and I have been selected to deliver the recommendation from our commission regarding the survey done by Trebepi Smith about the city's vacant lots. The councilmen who purchased the land on the residents' behalf did so with a purpose. Their purpose was not to let the land sit fallow, racking up disking and weed abatement fees. Their purpose was to allow the city to build necessary community fostering facilities that could be enjoyed by residents of our city. 2 years ago, our commission unanimously passed a resolution asking council to consider a pool, field space, and multi-generational recreation facility at the Heathercliff lot. We did so because of our awareness of the glaring lack of field space, the near complete lack of access to a pool, and because of requests for athletic facilities we received as commissioners. We had selected the lot at Heathercliff because of its proximity to the largest population density area in Malibu, the fact that it boasts the largest acreage with the flattest land, and because the other sports facilities in Malibu are near the Civic Center. After reviewing the data from Trepepe Smith, consulting with the other commissions, talking with my friends, family, and neighbors, I'm proud to state that the Parks and Recreation Commission is still recommending that the city build a multi-generational community center with pool, field space, gymnasium, and potentially library annex services, preferably on the Heathercliff lot. The pool and field space at Heathercliff is the only location-specific development to overcome the request for open space. In other words, the people surveyed want to see a recreational facility on that property more than they want to see anything else, including open space. I will add that it is extremely important that the city do its utmost to ensure that the park is safe, that it takes into account that it will border a residential neighborhood, and take the concerns of those neighbors seriously, and that everything possible is done to feature native landscaping with low-impact architecture. This park needs to be beautiful, conscientious, community-serving, and it needs to start tonight. We urge the council to vote to direct staff to begin the process of building a sports facility on the Heathercliff lot with the above-mentioned facilities. Thank you guys very much.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Gouldiman. For the past 8 years, I've served on the Parks and Rec Commission. I hope the kids in the audience here are not going to have to wait 7 years or 8 years to use facilities. I'd like to urge you to put the need for grass fields at the top of the list. It's one of the less expensive ticket items, and it's something that this community has asked for years and deserves to have. I think there's plenty of room on this land to accommodate the most important things. There's room for open space too. We can make this work, and I think we could make everyone happy. Obviously, it's not going to be a quick process. Building some of these things will require a great deal of capital. So if we can do this in a phased way, that would be really helpful. But let's start with the things that are within our reach, and we can build towards that Performing Arts Center, which is going to be our biggest ticket item. I felt like we didn't necessarily have all the details on the constraints of the land when we had our workshop. I hope that you'll take a good, long, hard look at what we can build where. We aren't married to our proposal. We just want to make sure that the community gets those top things that were desired: the grass fields, the swimming pool, some open space, and a community center. Our seniors are important too, and they need room and a place where multi-generational use takes place, where kids and older people can come together, would be a real asset for this community. Thank you.
Okay. I love the jazz hands. Thank you very much for
Thank you so much, Commissioners. So from this point, I don't have necessarily a presentation, but I do want to get into answering some of the questions and addressing some of the comments following the presentation from last Thursday. First, I'm going to start with environmental constraints. I do want to stress that all 5 parcels are buildable. So I just state that as to, obviously there's certain zoning, there are environmental constraints that we will need to consider depending on what that prioritized use is for the land, but just want to emphasize that they are all buildable for whatever the council should give direction. So one of the questions that we had was when Heathercliff and La Paz parcels were purchased, studies had shown, ESHA and other biological constraints, and those seem to no longer be an issue. Just to kind of address that, the environmental conditions can change over time. So we would need to go out and assess and confirm as to if that is still the case on those lots, on any of the lots, depending on what the prioritized use are. Any update to current biological assessment will be required for a submittal of the project scope, depending on what is prioritized moving forward. Also, what are the acres boundary of buildable areas? To some of the points that were raised by the commissioners and members of the community at the previous meetings. And do the lots have space for sports courts and fields? The short answer, as I mentioned, is all parcels are buildable. And the design team, which we'll get into what the next steps would be should we be directed to move forward with this, would need to evaluate the parcel to determine the buildable areas. So what that looks like is if council were to prioritize a certain use on a certain lot, the design firm that would be contracted to go out and assess what that would look like, the master planning, if you will, they would determine what that buildable area is and how the amenities fit into that. And so there's more to come in terms of biological assessments, environmental studies that would need to be done to determine the location of, say, a blue line stream. We have where that is on the map. Obviously, we would still need to do studies to go out and confirm all of that, or ESHA. And then depending again on the use, the city required setbacks will need to be maintained as well. Part of the question on the triangle lot. So just as a FYI for everybody, that 3 of the 5 parcels of land used about 6.6 million in Measure R and Measure M monies. Those come from Metro. There is a public parking requirement on the 3 of those lots. It was asked if 100 spaces on the triangle is even feasible. The short answer is yes. The entire lot could be used as parking. Also, the parking could be concentrated in one of those other 3 parcels, meaning you could take the required parking amount and concentrate that all on Heathercliff or a part on, so it can be divided up or concentrated on any of those 3 lots. So that's just as an FYI. We understand some of the comments as far as council members wanting to explore paying that money back and what that looks like. That's certainly a possibility. We would say the council could direct the A&F committee, our administrative and finance committee, to explore that even further. And we can definitely bring forward those options if that's also a council direction. That would, if that money is paid back, remove the parking requirement from those 3 lots. So just wanted to clarify that. And then what can we put on the La Paz or Triangle? That is dependent on what council prioritizes as the use. Obviously, we've talked about the environmental constraints a bit. So it's going to depend on what that looks like. And again, the design firm, if contracted, if that is the direction, will need to do the environmental studies specific to that use to be able to determine how that fits into that parcel. That is the feedback in terms of the environmental constraints. I want to talk a little bit about prioritizing existing facilities. That was talked about, the courthouse, library, so wanted to get into some of that. I know that some of you are aware of the multiple jurisdictions involved. I believe Councilmember Euring, you had mentioned that you had taken a tour of that several months back of the courthouse. So just for everyone's edification, the LA County Superior Court, which is the West District Courthouse located adjacent to the LA County Library, the building is on county land, that entire area there, but the building itself is owned by the Judicial Council of the state of California. Now, it has been compared, or the possibilities, to the courthouse in West LA that was purchased by the County of Los Angeles. The project itself is referred to as the West LA Commons. Anyone that's interested in looking up what that looks like. It is a P3, which is a public-private partnership development. That includes mixed-use development, which is arts pavilion, municipal office, multipurpose center, mixed use of affordable and market rate housing, and nearly 200,000 square feet of open space and circulation. That's not saying this would work where we're talking about, but that's because that's been compared. Wanted to kind of give you some background as to what that project looks like for that courthouse. It is a beautiful project. As for the courthouse here in Malibu, the Judicial Council at this time doesn't have any interest in surplusing their buildings. or what's left. They do want to keep that as an asset. If they did, however, want to explore the possibility of the city taking that over, the city would be asked to pay market rate for that property, as did the county for the West LA courthouse. The county did purchase that courthouse, which ended up taking it down for $33 million. That was the market rate of that courthouse. So just wanted to give some background as to that project. To keep the existing building, if we were to overcome whatever financial constraints or considerations would be, there would be significant asbestos and lead remediation that we would have to address. So just wanted to, again, put some of that in perspective. Further, if we were to purchase the building and say demo it, you are then looking again at a vacant land situation. But the county owning the land may require a mixed use project, which would include affordable housing to be a part of whatever is then developed there. So that's a may, but that is part of the preliminary conversations that we had. That is what that potential could look like. Pepperdine facilities. It was brought up in terms of the current facilities that the University of Pepperdine, our neighbors, have and access to that. Wanted to clarify, access to certain athletic facilities, like their pool, for example, and some of their courts, is granted to donors of Waves Associates. That's the program. Waves Associates was formerly known as Crest Associates, and prior to that, it was called the Crest Club. The minimum donation required to have access to certain facilities at certain times is a minimum of $5,000. I hear per year coming from, but that's the minimum for that. Yes, they are building new facilities, but even with the current and potential new, their priority is their students and student use of those facilities. Following that, it is their faculty, staff, alumni, and then falling into the donor bracket there as to have access to certain facilities. So, and there is no guarantee that even donors of the Wave Associates will have access to the new facilities once constructed and complete. Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District, we do have a shared facility agreement with them, a joint use facility agreement. I do want to correct a statement I made last Thursday, just to talking about the cost with renting their or using their facility. I previously mentioned that we pay $38,000 annually. That is for an athletic attendant to unlock and lock the buildings on weekends. As of the 23-24 fiscal year, we actually paid $236,226 to use the facilities we do. It's not the complete roster of facilities that they have, but what we do access. We are also, within the new negotiated agreement, looking at 100% increase to what that amount is in the next budget cycle. So wanted to put some of that in perspective as well. I recognize that's a lot of information. As far as next steps, the City Council did allocate in this fiscal year budget $200,000 for the next phase of whatever this project may look like. To the extent we have any recommendation, because this really is for the council to review, consider, give us direction, feedback, if there's any action to be taken, or whatever that looks like, it would be to phase the projects, which would look like choosing 2 to 3 parcels, prioritizing those uses that were provided in the outcomes report of what you feel the community is looking to see there. If that were to be the action, the next steps of that would be for us as staff to put together a request for proposal, an RFP, for the design and master planning of the project of that lot specific to the use. And that firm would be responsible for doing an in-depth technical assessment of the lot according to that use. So For example, there's been studies done on the Ioki property and the triangle. Should council direct us to look at a certain use there, we would still need to confirm or update those reports. For example, there's a full phase 1 and phase 2 on those properties of environmental considerations. But because of the time lapse and the iterations of code updates, we would still want to go out and make sure that we're working within those environmental constraints. And then we would narrow down that buildable area. From there, that will also determine the financial feasibility of the project, which is going to be the next big thing. And pending what that were to look like, if direction was given to move forward, pending what that financial feasibility would be or what that plan would be, we would bring the project, the firm that we would contract to do the design and master planning, when they're about at 50 to 60% completion of the design documents, we would then run a coastal development permit process concurrent with the required environmental studies that were identified in that preliminary design report. And so we would be moving forward on that path at that time. I do want to emphasize that regardless of how this were to move forward, each project on any of these parcels will require Coastal Commission approval, just to put that in perspective of a timeline. That is my report. I realize it's a lot of information, and I know we've got some public comments to get to, but I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for Alexis at this point? Mary Ann, please go ahead.
Can I just get a clarification on that last item? You said they'll definitely need a coastal development permit, but it'll also need full Coastal Commission approval in addition to a coastal development permit? Okay, thank you.
The short answer, I believe, is yes, but I'm going to ask Tyler to shed some light on that a little bit.
Good evening, council member. So it depends on what it is. If there's a zone, if there's zone map amendments and it changes things in our LCP, then yes, it would require Coastal Commission.
But that would go through an LCP amendment process.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? I've got a quick question for you on the design plan. Is it feasible to have the designers not be locked into a particular lot, but to give an overall view? And you and I have somewhat talked about this. We don't know how to lay these out on the properties. Would it be better for them to come back with their recommendations on how the properties are laid out and then do the detail work after they've shown to council?
So the short answer of what you're talking about is yes, but what we would still need is for that prioritized use, for example, and just because it is part of the recommendation from our commissioners, if the council were to say, please examine building the multi-generational community center on Heather Cliff. So it does need to at least outline to that extent. So depending on that use, the design team that would then be contracted would be doing the preliminary design report based off of that specific use. We would then get into the very specific design of amenities of exactly what major, I call them major amenities, meaning the pool, the gymnasium, some of the recommendations, and how that were to lay out on the buildable area. So that would be with the design team, but we would still need that direction to explore that use on that parcel.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no other questions, Bruce, do you have a question? No. All right, we've got speaker slips, public comments. We've got 19 comments at 3 minutes apiece. It's almost an hour. If possible, we'd like for you, if you agree with somebody that's spoken before, to say, I agree. We also have public comments on the Zoom. Any indication how many people we have on Zoom?
There's six raised hands right now.
Okay, and that will probably grow. So if you could move ahead quickly, we'll try and give everybody a chance for their 3 minutes. It's almost at that point where we'd go to 2 minutes, but I think we'd like to have 3 minutes if possible. Everybody concur? All right. First up will be Wade Major, followed by Denise Peak.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to outline how the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation brings together our aspiration for our own school district, which thanks to you is finally in sight, with our vision and mission statements, because we too often traffic in the poetry of those statements without translating them into the prose on which we can all agree. Here then is my prose. Malibu isn't Malibu without people. To preserve Malibu as a place, we have to preserve the people who make it a living, breathing community. We have a lot of multi-generational families here, an increasingly rare thing on the California coast. My father first lived here in the 1920s. My daughter is attending the schools I went to. Every cave, rock, trail, and beach that was precious to my father and to me is precious to her. She fell in love with soccer and softball on the same fields as every other kid in this room, many of whom are her teammates and classmates, and I see a fair number of coaches too. She's learned to love her hometown just as I did. But will she be able to pass all of that on to her children and grandchildren? That's what's at issue. Everyone in this room will one day be gone, and who will live here then? And why should they care about vision and mission statements written by long-dead forebears to whom they have no attachment? If we want this community to be a community in the future, we should want it to be a haven for families who will pass it on to their children and from them to their children, so the generational values of caring for this community will outlive all of us. We should want this to remain a true community and not a fake community of second homes, short-term rentals, and weekend residents. Schools furnish a reason for families to move here and stay here. Parks and community resources give those families and their neighbors a further reason to leave their homes and gather in public spaces where they can build strong community bonds that enable us to fulfill the spirit of our vision and mission statements. A local friend once observed to me that Malibu is where people go to hide, and I think we all know that's true. So let's give those people a reason to stop hiding, to come out and find the community that is waiting to embrace them. For all of us and our posterity, please expedite the Commission's recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, Denise Peak and then David Shoshon.
I just had knee surgery. Won't start till you do. Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Denise Peak. My kids are basically, my grandkids are a fourth generation as well. I grew up here, taught at the schools here. I had the best job in the world. I was the PE coach for 10 years and had 11 classes a day. And believe me, they use those soccer fields and the baseball. And I think it's a huge necessity that we build these on Heathercliff. I don't know why it's taking us so long to do that, and I think a pool would be great. I'm also a senior citizen now. I do come and use the senior center all the time. The one area that I don't ever see being used is the equestrian center, and I grew up here riding horses on the beach, and every time I've gone there and driven to it, there's nobody ever riding a horse there. I mean, there's a part of me that thinks, I don't know really why that is. Why don't you put an art center there? That would be a great idea to me. I hate to see just this empty land not being used, especially when all these places are buildable. I did a lot of what people said, but I just really want the people on the council particularly to understand that these people all, and even for every kid that's here, there's probably another dozen that are home watching the Dodger game. And, you know, they all want this to go through, and it's something that will be used. When my husband played Little League, they played where Taverna Tony's is, and we never had the Bluffs Park to use for fields. So, I mean, I think it's a huge area that would be the best location. It's between the other two parks, the Bluffs and Trancas. Thank you so much. I can't speak. But I really feel that I don't understand, honestly, the council people that are on here already, why it hasn't moved forward. I mean, it's such a slow process. And I would hope and pray that you would see how much the people that are here really want this to happen. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, David Shoshan. Yes. And then after that, total of 5 minutes for Heather Gardner.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is David Shashan. I'm a board member of the Malibu Marlin Swim Club, and I'm here just to urge how bad we need this community pool. We are to the mercy of the high school, which they're being very generous with us, but still, the hours we have there, the polo team, we have the high school swimmers, and we're just juggling between the hours to give our members enough time to swim. So having the pool, that will be a great thing for the community. So I urge to do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Heather Gardner, and then Jake Lingo. You have 5 minutes, according to...
Hopefully I won't take that all up for you. Good evening, City Council and Malibu community. Over the years, my family members and I have been actively engaged with various city councils in our efforts to realize the long-promised skate park, particularly following the closure of Papa Jack's in 2011. We started when my son Dakota was in kindergarten. He's now a sophomore at Malibu High School. This evening, the City Council honored Tom Shar for his remarkable achievements. Tom grew up in Malibu for a time, where he honed his skills at a home ramp that he was forced to build because there wasn't a skate park. I vividly recall a conversation I had with him when he was about 9 years old. He shared his passions for skateboarding and his aspiration to become a professional skateboard. He not only achieved that goal, but also made history in the Olympic world. As a member of this community, I find Tom's journey bittersweet. We should be celebrating a young man who thrived in Malibu, nurtured by our community's support. Unfortunately, Tom and his family were compelled to relocate to Carlsbad to access the facilities necessary to cultivate his talent. This transition meant that he was no longer considered a Malibu kid, but rather a representative of another city. While we honor Tom tonight for his achievements, it is crucial to reflect on what this signifies for our community. His story serves as a poignant reminder of our shortcomings in providing adequate support and resources for our youth, and in a timely manner. We have regrettably failed to nurture the talents and ambitions of our own children. Tom's experience is not unique. Many young athletes are now leaving Malibu to pursue training and opportunities elsewhere. They seek facilities that can help them excel in their respective sports, and as a result, they are transferring to schools outside of our community. While Malibu offers commendable programs and facilities, the lack of adequate sports infrastructures for our growing athletic programs remains a significant concern. That is why we are gathered here tonight to advocate for the necessary changes that can be done, again, in a timely manner. Thank you for all of your grassroots efforts to research about the lands, et cetera. And also for the finances to fund Coach Darrell, who is the Malibu Middle School Athletic Coordinator. I'm the head of the committee with that, and I'm happy to say that Coach Derek from the high school girls and boys volleyball teams has already said that the freshman girls team this year, they normally don't win any games, and they come in without any skills, and they already won half of their games already, and he noticed a significant difference just because last spring we had co-ed volleyball. So imagine what is going to be happening in the future with all of the middle school sports that will be happening. However, there's a 45-minute difference between middle school and high school times where they get out. If we didn't have that, they wouldn't be able to use the facilities. And so we have a growing need. And there's great programs that are here, Views, club football. There's so many things that are growing. Middle school teams, we need to support them. And we need to support our children. Okay, so where am I at? 1:34. I'm taking a lot of time. So not only would this benefit our children, but making this decision tonight would also benefit many adults and seniors with all of these facilities. So let us avoid the protracted timelines we experienced with the skateboard project. It looks like we're still a year out on having an actual permanent park. Unfortunately, I was here years ago before COVID, when there were a bunch of skate kids here that were coming to all the meetings, and we couldn't make the meetings earlier. They would sit until 10 o'clock on a school night, waiting and talking, and still we do not have a permanent park for them, and we're still a year out. This is really sad. So my hope is that this does not happen for all of the plans that you guys are hoping to make tonight. So let's do this in a timely manner, please. Act swiftly, purposefully. It is imperative that we do not let any more promising athletes like Tom Shar slip away from Malibu due to inadequate support. And you guys are here for this time. We are asking that you do this, that you make a strong decision, follow up with serious dedication to the members of the community that needs you most now. And also, I just want to give a quick shout out for the Malibu Triathlon, because it's an amazing tradition in Malibu and we need to keep it going strong. So wherever you try people are out there, shout out for them. But again, thank you guys. Please support our kids.
Thank you. All right, Jake Lingo is up next, and Heather Alfano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Jake Lingo, and I'm here speaking tonight as a resident and Vice President of Malibu Little League. I just want to start out and commend the City Council and staff and Trepepi Smith on all the outreach efforts that you guys have been undertaking. Really appreciate it. I'll get to the point. I do fully support the Parks and Recs Commission's recommendation to develop the Heather Cliff lot into a park facility. What I would like to add is these lands are zoned for development. One of the blessings of living in Malibu is the thousands upon thousands of passive open space we have both within our city and surrounding. These public lands being discussed tonight should be active open space. A community needs a place to play games, to gather, and to exercise. An idea that I have been vocal about is exploring a partnership with the YMCA and developing a facility much like the Yarrow Family YMCA in Westlake Village. It's a beautiful facility located on approximately 16 acres. It offers fitness center, indoor pool, indoor basketball courts, cafe, pickleball courts, turf fields for baseball, softball, soccer, football, and more. And it also has over 200 parking stalls located at that location. The YMCA offers classes to all age cohorts and has special programs for youth and seniors, which would be a great benefit to all. If you have time and you haven't been there, I suggest you take a quick trip over the hill. Look, you're all shaking your head, look like you've been there. One other suggestion that I have, it has to do with the actual process of developing these lands. It's what's known as a design build process. That means that the RFP would seek a capable group that could both design and build the facility. This cuts down on time and cost. When you have a different firm design the facility, then you put out another RFP for someone to come and build it. It adds a lot of time to the process, and it also cuts down on the ability for the person doing the construction to value engineer the building, since they're dealing with something that someone else has come up with. When a design builder is in charge of the entire project, I find you have a more successful project delivered on time and on budget. So with that, I urge the City Council to take action on this item as soon as possible. The community has been patient. I think that it is clear from the outreach results that they support this facility. The kids, the adults, the seniors in the community deserve a world-class facility, and I hope the council is here to deliver on that promise. I just want to say a quick thank you and good job to all the parents and the kids that came out tonight and getting involved. They're our future. Let's do right by them. I'm really proud of you guys. Let's get this done. Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate it.
All right, Heather Alfano, and then Dane Skopeimer.
Good evening, Heather Alfano, mother of 3, 10-year resident of the city of Malibu, and lucky to be the First Lady of Malibu Little League. I stand before the council tonight to show my support for the Parks and Rec Commission in recommending that we move forward with developing more sports facilities and field space. The community outreach process reaffirmed that the citizens of Malibu are aligned with the original intentions for this land, more park space. Malibu Little League has created great momentum within the Malibu baseball and softball community in recent years. At our last Little League board meeting, we realized that we may have to cap registration due to limited field space for practices and games. It would be devastating to have to turn away any of our youth from participating in their local Little League program just because we don't have field space. The heart of a community begins with its children. My kids have found some of their best friends, created core memories, and learned grit on our current fields. When we run out of field space to practice or host games, it robs them of these valuable experiences. As a parent, being involved with youth sports through Little League, AYSO, Snack Shack duty, etc., is what has connected me to this community in such an intimate way. It's amazing how much a maintained plot of grass can provide for all. A multi-generational community center with a gym, pool, and field space would bring the entire community together. A beautiful culture of family already exists in Malibu. It would be wonderful to have a place for all to come and enjoy, from our tiny tots to our silver sneakers. I hope you will vote in favor of pushing this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dane, you're next, and Halen Conrad.
Hi, thanks again for having me back. Let's see, I wanted to speak a little less as a commissioner and a little bit more as a parent. I've got 2 little girls and a young son on the way, and we recognize the need now to help build facilities for them in the future. I would also like to add that the only negative feedback that I got from a field and pool being put at the Heathercliff lot would have been the potential both lack of security and the potential problem with homelessness. I suggest that we address those problems tonight. We say that, you know, that we're going to buy back the property that the bond allowed us to buy. We're going to pay back that bond so we can control our own destiny with the parking lot and not allow people to park there after a certain hour or whatever that might cost, whatever that might take. Because I think that will be part of what the residents around that area demand, that we keep that area safe. And then I would also suggest a pass. Something for residents is $10 a year, something like that, something that you've got a card and you can show that you live here, so that if you don't have that, you can be removed. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that the people that are here supporting this group are the leaders of the AYSO, the leaders of the Little League, the leaders of the PTA, the elementary school, and all of the major youth organizations that we can put together. This is a fraction of the people that they represent. Please do your best to move this thing forward. We are all watching how you vote, and it is important to us that this thing move quickly and move now forward towards field space for young children and for adults. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Dane. All right, Halen Conrad, and then John Afano.
Hello, Mayor, and thank you to all the staff for all the work that you do to make these presentations and meetings possible. This is a lot of work, and I'm grateful to experience this while I'm running for Malibu City Council. Thank you to all of the parents who are my friends and also brought their kids in, because I know how hard it is to do on a school night, as I've done it too. I'm here today to speak about concerns over the long-term vision and future planning of the 5 community spaces in Malibu. I've been to all of the land meetings, I've been to all the Caltrans meetings, and I worry there's lack of communication between all of these ideas, traffic flow, for instance, where to put a gateway and to use local artists to do it. We can pay respect to the people who have come before us with the arts and culture. Last night I watched a past 6-hour City Hall meeting from February discussing the skate park, and we're still waiting to break ground. It's almost November. As you've heard in the last 20 minutes, we're still finding replacements for the 10 vacancies in the planning department, which inherently just means more slow progress. Slow progress is nice when it's about malls, but not when it's about our kids and residents. I used to take my 15-year-old son to Papa Jack's. So, like the skate park project, for example, I do not want to see other public lands face similar frustrations and delays and lack of progress. Waiting 10 years for what the residents like myself is unacceptable. My children are teenagers now, and I worry that this will be built for my grandkids. That's why I'm running for Malibu City Council. The residents have spoken. We have been patient now, and let's listen to it. The decision paralysis in this city is inexcusable. putting kids' facilities in areas where they may be able to safely get on their bikes and skateboards and off PCH, like Heathercliff, makes sense to me. I spent hours waiting on my kids to finish their soccer because there's just no other way to get to the bluffs. This is frustrating to see our local outdoor accesses limited. Similarly, in my 7 years on current AYSO board, I've watched frustrated parents leave Malibu season after season for lack of fields. It's clear why many kids leave Malibu and families in pursuit of better recreational opportunities in schools because we lack the adequate facilities. I would like to commend the parents who's worked hard to bring the athletics program to the middle and high school, which is long overdue. It takes a village, and I know how true this is because I'm raising 2 teenagers here. Let's keep the kids here and not have to drive over the hill to schools there. Thank you for your time and consideration. I've made my time, but I have a lot more to say.
Thank you. All right, John Alfano, and now Josh Spiegel.
John Alfano, Malibu Little League. I've asked the kids who've played softball or baseball with me to come up, Little Leaguers. Urgency. Urgency is the word here. I don't have to beat a dead bush. You guys are going to do the right thing. We're going to develop these lands so kids can use them. But the reality is, how long does it take to do something? All these kids you see before you right now are not going to be able to use the facilities that we're talking about. It's for the next generation. It's already past them. I just heard a Coastal Commission, 3 to 5 years. We have to look at the things that we can do now because it's already past these kids. We're now talking about doing stuff like the pool and all that stuff is great. That is 7 years away, right? In a reality. So what can we do now? Me and my buddy over here from soccer, we're texting each other at 10 o'clock at night. Can I trade space with you because we have limited field space? A soccer field is flat grass. We could take this land right out in front of here of the city. I think it's La Paz. Maybe I'm saying it's wrong, but it's the flat one across from the Chili Cook-Off. We could put 4 soccer fields over there in like a year. I mean, we're leveling dirt, make it flat, whatever it is. If we could get some soccer fields, then we could have some more baseball fields, right? Then we can have more facility space to do stuff. Our kids are going to miss opportunities. These parents have talked, right? I have an older kid. Like, they leave. They go to travel programs. They go over the hill where there's better facilities. Then they go to other schools. Our community is growing. We have such an influx right now of young families in the preschool, first graders, T-ball. Our T-balls, we had more kids in T-ball than any other league. But as they get older, they're leaving because they go to the YMCA or they go to these towns like Simi Valley or places where nobody here wants to live but has amazing facilities. They have barbecues and they have flat screen TVs at their snack shacks and stuff like that. I'm so tired of parents telling me, why can't we have facilities like this? But in the short term, what can we do right now so that we can take the immediate need off? We have one field space, which is Bluffs, that is shared between 2 soccer programs, baseball, and every city event for tots, Halloween candy, all that. And we need to get the skate park going, right? I don't want these kids to be turning into guys that are going to have to leave. Let's do it and see what we could do the fastest right now, which I think is soccer fields, so we could split it between baseball. Thank you guys for your time.
Could you stay there for a second, Doug? May I ask a quick question?
Oh, yes.
I understand the Chili Cook-Off lot could be used the way you're describing. What
What's the one across from that?
The one that's covered in gravel?
Yeah.
That's privately owned.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what I was.
Got it. But if there's something that could be soccer right away, that I would take an immediate relief.
So would you substitute the Aoki lot, the Chili Cook-Off, for everything you said?
It'd be hard because that's a public place to use for the Chili Cook-Off, but take some of that maybe and get some just field space there. Because we're down to 2 baseball fields, and if we had 4, we could host tournaments. We could take that, and then soccer could go somewhere. It'd be great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Josh Spiegel. Then it's Eric Ron.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. You're going to hear a lot of the why tonight. I'm not going to do that. The where has been provided to you by Parks and Recreation Commission. It's easy. You trust them or you don't. We'll see. I want to talk about some how, right? How can we get this done a little bit faster? Tonight was one of the first times since February we've gotten an update on where the skate park is. On this project, that needs to stop, all right? Every other meeting, let's say the first meeting of the month, city manager gives you an update, where it was before, where it is today, here's the progress, okay? This needs to be top of mind every other meeting, first meeting of every month. I also suggest in the RFP that we add a line in there asking for a local expediter to work on our behalf to move this thing through. With all due respect to like Kristen, she's not an expediter. She doesn't know how necessarily the planning department works. We need a local expediter. I mean, we could hire Norm over here. I mean, who's more knowledgeable than Norm? We could go Lester, or we could go nuclear and just hire Marissa. So one of the things that Dane was talking about is the library portion of the Heathercliff lot. I think that was in the resolution for the recommendation from Parks and Rec Commission. That would possibly satisfy some of the outstanding money that's just sitting there. Personally, I don't believe it should be there, right? I think you all know what happens at libraries. It attracts, what are we calling them? Unhoused. Maybe it should go to the Civic Center. Look, they're recommending a 500-seat auditorium. Let's use that money. Cool, right? We don't need any more delays. You have the locations. They're set out in front of you. Let's move forward. Let's learn from the lessons of the delays at Trancas and the skate park. There's no reason this needs to be 10 years. All right, let's make a decision, run with it, let the knowledgeable people, the Parks Commission, the Arts Commission, and go. Hire an expediter. I know it's never been done, but there's no reason why certain items just need to languish at City Hall, right? So thank you very much. Those are my comments, and I hope you'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. All right, Eric, you're up next, and then Alicia Peak.
Dear members of City Council, my name is Eric Ron. I'm the swim coach for the Malibu Marlins. I've been part of the meetings regarding the community needs and how to move forward with the projects on the city properties. All meetings indicated that everybody agreed on building a pool. Of course, I'm slightly biased, but it's absurd that a community like Malibu does not have a public swimming pool. Our Marlin Swim Club teaches all groups and skills of swimmers from 5 to 8 years old, 9 to 13, and up, as well as multiple master's programs and more. Due to the high school schedule, we can only access the pool from 6 to 8:30 at night during the week, which is very difficult. Most of our young swimmers are swimming in the cold, dark, and it's just too late. They need to do homework, they have dinner, so it's very hard. It's difficult to get the community in the pool. We like hours, we can all work, that we can all work with, and we need to continue teaching swimming to keep our kids safe in the ocean and providing swimmers and lifeguards a pool to train in. The property of Heathercliff has been brought up, and this would be the perfect spot, in our opinion, for a facility, swimming, gym, field space, etc. Can we please move forward and start the decision making once and for all? Lives depend on it, and the entire community has spoken over and over it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Alicia, you're up next, and then Andy Lyon. Or did Andy Lyon already speak? No.
Hi, good evening, Council. Alicia Peak. I'm speaking only as a mother and resident only. First of all, I'm excited. I'm so excited that you're all here, and I'm excited that we're finally doing this. I'm just excited for all of you to also make the right decision tonight. I am a mother of 3. I am a coach. I am an active person. I am a teacher. Let's see what else. And I'm here before you with all of these people and our children. You all have a big task tonight, and that is to actually do something. I am really exhausted of watching this council and past councils kick the can down the line. We have had so much drama over the past 2 years between AYSO and Views about field space. We've had so much drama with the Marlins and the Seawolves about a pool, right? You guys have spent how much time reading emails about all of this drama? Too much. So there's really one solution tonight, and that is to vote on field space and a pool and a gym and a sports court and a community center, so the lovely seniors don't have to come and dance. Did you guys know that? The seniors come here and this is their dancing room because this is the only place that we have. All of these are problems in which you all can provide solutions. If you are a child and you are still here, can you please stand up? Shh. Thank you, parents, for bringing your kids. I don't think that any parent wants to have their kids here right now, but they believe in this, and they actually believe in all of you. And they believe in the vote and what you're going to do tonight to make these kids be able to be professional athletes. I think it is important for all of you to understand that sports are not what they were used to be. Kids very frequently play year-round sports now. Okay? If you don't play club, you're out. It's just how it goes. Right? So we need to provide facilities so we don't lose Tom Shar. Right? I love that. It's so serendipitous to me that he was here tonight for this. It's also serendipitous that we got to see the drama of the skate park. You have to start this process because it takes forever. So start it. My biggest thing, yes, Josh, with the expediter, but I've said this over and over again, you guys need a project manager to manage projects that you are doing. We have to become more efficient. We have to learn from the skate park. It honestly breaks my heart when they were asking you guys earlier if you can do it faster and you're just sitting there telling them no. Be yes people. Say yes, because you got to say yes to all of these incredible faces that are in the room. Let's build something and let's do it quickly. Thank you.
Okay, Andy Lyon and then Rodney Wallace.
We'll just put the skate park right here.
Is that just because I did a power
You know,
slide?
everybody got to see the frustration of the skate park and what literally I rolled him in when he was 1.5 years old. And he's at a level now that he could be like a Tom Shar, but we don't have that facility. This night is reminding me of a night where Robert Gold came in. He got everybody in here when he was trying to get a subdevelopment. He had everybody from AYSO and Malibu Little League and trying to get a development done up on the bluffs where the skate park's supposed to go. And he divided this. Everybody thought we were going to get something then. We didn't get anything. We still haven't gotten a skate park. What I don't understand is why we did another survey. You know what's going on. You know, these people, like if this is your first survey, this is not the first survey. You know? And you can shake your head, but I just go, why is that we have a survey and why is it now that outside entities are able to vote on what we want on these properties? I heard something about low-income housing maybe and mixed, like whatever. The Heathercliff lot, you were able to put a tow yard in there like that. The triangle yard, you're able to use that as a staging area that we all have to look at, that ugly staging area like that. Yet you can't figure out how to do something for these guys. Every one of these kids are like moving on. Every one of the kids, he was the youngest one, and now they're all gone. Like Dakota was talking about. Dakota's going to high school. The one that figured out that Scott Gillen owed more money, she's in college. I don't know if he ever paid that. But to me, you know, I don't want to have to take him someplace else. I thought this was going to happen. I had access to a vert ramp that I said, hey, we can put it on that lot. And instead you gave it to Scott Gillen to use for his construction workers to park. We could have put a BMX bike track on that lot with all the dirt you pulled off PCH. You could have dumped it all there and let the kids make a track for bikes. and gotten them off the highway, but you didn't. You gave it to Scott Gillen to park his construction, and he owns that Bluffs Park. I think that it's beyond like, hey, do something, because now you're going to pat yourself on the back and say, we're going to do something tonight. But this is so far out from everybody now. And it's just sad to see that it's like it's taken this, like, you know, another night where you pack it in, where you're like, everybody, thanks for coming down. It's a school night. I know it's late. I've been to so many of these things, and it's so frustrating to see, you know, the inaction of this council that, I mean, why do we have people like developers maybe are voting what they want? I mean, I don't know, recent filing of yours, Paul, you got some outside commercial guys like doing some stuff on your stuff. So I don't know where these lots are going.
All right, next up is Rodney Wallace. You've got 4 minutes, and then Howard Rutsky.
Good evening, council members, community leaders, parents, and thank you, all of you, student athletes, children, for being here, supporting what we all want, which is field space. I saw a question up there that said, what does Malibu's future look like? And it's right here. It's really right here. If you look at their eyes, that's the future right here, right? We've heard a lot of things, such as we have kids moving on, kids going over the hill. This is the future right here, and we have to believe in them. The reason I'm standing here is because they've made me a better coach, they've made me a better mentor, okay? They've made me a better father, okay? And I'm here standing and pleading you guys to please do the right thing tonight and make the necessary votes, the necessary efforts to make sure that these kids are able to have a place where they can have the proper values of friendship, sportsmanship. They can learn. They can hold each other accountable. These are all very basic needs that frankly, in an area like this, it almost breaks my heart sometimes to have to see these kids wonder why they can't play a game. Why isn't their competition able to show up? Because the fields they're overbooked. We have a special group here of young, talented kids that are not only soccer players. Yes, I am a soccer coach, but from being a soccer coach, I've started to see that they're dancers. They play instruments. They're singers. They're little rock stars. They're skaters. And they deserve every single thing to be successful in the next coming years. Tonight is a really important night for all of us to really stand here together and make a change. There isn't 5 years. In 5 years from now, they're going to want to compete somewhere else because they don't have the opportunity to compete here. Their competition doesn't want to come here, so they're not able to express themselves. They work hard. They come to practice every week. They come to practice 4 times a week. And then when it comes to the weekend, they get to showcase their talents, and at times, it's just not enough for them. And now they're growing into really great individuals, really good on the field, and now I'm starting to see who they really are. Their personalities are blossoming, okay? These are kids that I'm able to spend my time with. I spend every single day with them, okay? And I urge you to support them, okay? This is not about me. This is not about anybody else but the kids. We have Little League, we have AYSO, we have 2 dance studios. We need space for these kids. We have the 2 swim programs. It's time for a place like Malibu to hold themselves to the highest standard possible. And I think it starts tonight with your help. And if we really look inside of these children's eyes right here, they're the ones that deserve this change. So thank you all for your time, and I hope that from this day on, we can really make change. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Howard Rutsky, please, and then Amara Magna.
Hey, guys.
what I'm about to tell you came together very quickly. And as my wife says, I do have a full-time job. So this isn't going to be as concise as I'd like, but it's going to get to the point, and we definitely need to do it. Look at these kids. Look at Tom Shar. Look at our city. We're frickin' Malibu. We're not somebody that can't get something done. We have staff, luckily, here that still have historic knowledge of how to get something done. We just don't have staff. That's the problem. But besides that, here's my proposal. I'd like to start to work with you guys and a number of local Malibu people that I've talked to. These are not developers. These are not outside money. These are people with families and kids here and people that live here, and develop a private-public partnership. We'll fund this whole thing. We want the assistance from you guys. A lot of us know how to get this done, and there's a lot more that will assist. So I'm not sure how we start the process, but I would like to start the process of a public-private partnership and get this done. Because to build staff here is going to take a while, and you guys have a whole plate of what to do. And a lot of us know the people that know Coastal. This doesn't need to take 5 years or 8 years. This doesn't need to take planning 5 years. This doesn't need to take an architectural firm that doesn't know our city, that doesn't know our codes, that doesn't know anything about us. 2 years just to learn, to be told, no, you can't do that. So let's do something tonight. Let's get something started, and let's make something happen, not for me, but for all these people. These are the people that vote for you guys. These are the people that make this town a town. It's a lot of fun to go to a Little League game or a soccer game and watch the local team win. Let's do it. Let's win. We know how. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Amora Magna, and then Jefferson Wagner.
Good evening. I'm Amora Magna. I'm here to represent AYSO as an executive board member. AYSO is the American Youth Soccer Organization here that's been with Malibu for almost 40 years. Thank you all, families that brought their children out tonight. If you notice, many of these children play soccer. They play Malibu Little League. They swim on the Marlins swim team. They all are in all of the sports. So we're all here together advocating for you to approve using Heather Cliff for a recreational center and sports fields. We're all in this together. So we come before you to advocate for our youth. I'm also here as a parent of 5 kids, and they're all committed to playing sports, and we're a resident of Malibu. I join in on John Alfano's statement of let's do something now. I think that we can do this project in phases, and we can implement different phases of this project as soon as possible. Sports fields is one of them. So I think that we could potentially get this done within the year and make something happen, because one of our biggest dilemmas, I've been here before the council, is trying to get space for our kids to play. So if we could make that happen, that would be enormous, and we would be very, very grateful. My youngest is 10 years old, and she probably won't benefit from the recreation center. However, she could benefit from the sports fields. And I do have hope that this can happen, because my oldest 3 kids, I was sitting on the committee trying to advocate for Malibu Middle School and a new Malibu High School. And despite the fact that we haven't had a separation from Santa Monica district, it's happening. And the Malibu Middle School is there, and my 12-year-old is there now, and the Malibu High School is going to be done soon. So while my 3 older kids didn't benefit from it, my 2 younger kids are and will, and it's amazing to see that happen. So I have hope, and I know that we can do this together, and I have hope in you, and I believe that you guys can do this for the benefit of our children and our community. I'm grateful for our Bluffs Park right now, but the immediate issues are things like we don't have night lights, so we can't offer night practices like other communities do. The fields are overused, so there are safety issues at the fields. We don't have enough space, so we are sending teams over the hill to play sports, and that goes for Malibu Little League and for AYSO. And I know Views is fighting for space and would like to have space as well for their teams and their sports. And we would like to be a community. We would like to offer our kids the ability to be together in one place. Part of joining sports is also getting to know people and mingling and being together. And my daughter, for example, is not here tonight because she's over the hill. And I've been spending evenings over the hill. So I would be grateful if you could please expedite this process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jefferson Wagner, and then Scholar Peak.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Stewart. Thank you very much for your time and effort on behalf of your community. I did pass out through Kelsey the library plan as it stands for an experienced library. We heard from Dane and we heard from Suzanne about the possibilities for the property at Heathercliff. Although all the acres are not developable, about 17 acres of it in my appraisal is. I've been to 4 of the scoping meetings, 4. And we did this 12 years ago, and here we are back again, once again, with a new council and old curmudgeons like me now helping you make decisions for our future and for these kids' future here. So what better way to get Gen Z, Gen X, and baby boomers together than an experienced library? These libraries already exist in other cities, and the funding for this is there waiting for you to spend it. There's $21 to $22 million ballpark, set aside funds from LA County. A zone text amendment could be arranged because it has to be on some kind of lease that the county identifies, which is a 100-year lease. The property would take about an acre to develop. That would include the parking. We're talking about a building of 28 to 30,000 square feet max. Everybody's asking for a senior center. Everybody's asking for an art center. All of this comes under the scope of an experienced library. The last time I spoke about it, I had an extra couple of minutes and we put on the 60 Minutes show about experienced libraries. Everybody loved it. So you have potential here. You have a council willing to move forward, it appeared. And you have all this wonderful energy as you saw tonight and the expressions from all these great people and the people that have been here for a long time, like Dane and like Marianne, also supporting these activities. So I hope that you can find it in your will and in your minds to help us get this experienced library planned up at Heathercliff. It's only an acre. You got 21 million. It's easy to do. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jefferson. All right, Skylar, you're up next, and then Carl Randall.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your service. Speaking not as a planning commissioner, sort of as a former city council person and mayor like you, Doug. I spoke with you guys last week about some of these things. Jefferson served with me on one of my terms up there, and we acquired some land during, I think, part of that. And again, you know, the reason why we bought that, it was unanimous when we bought that. We bought that, why? Because we wanted to do stuff. I thought that stuff would already be built. I thought we would already have a skate park. My frustration was very evident when I was on council with that. I don't need to bring that here today, but I just implore you guys to listen to your community. You haven't heard one person speak in opposition. Even Suzanne Gildeman was like, we need to build that, right? That's, I love her. She's awesome. It's great to have that voice in our community, you know? Not everybody has small children and not everybody wants to go run at the park, but those people aren't coming out here saying, don't do it, right? That's gonna make our community better. That's an amenity, you know, part of what's written in our, why am I losing an mission statement is that we're willing to forgo some of those things, right? Like to live in Malibu, like we're willing to forgo some of these amenities. Clearly those amenities are not the ones we're talking about tonight. We're not willing to forego those, right? The only municipal field space that was dealt with while I was a child and a youth, we lost a field at Bluffs. That's all that happened to us. We haven't gained anything, right? We used to have an extra baseball field up there. That's gone. It's partially now a little bit of a parking lot and maybe like a corner of a fake skateboard park. But, you know, I really implore you guys to give your staff the tools. Like, your staff can execute, but they will only execute at your direction, right? If you continue to make staff feel uncomfortable, some of you, that's not going to help this move forward. So people know that they can go to the ballot box, right? And they'll either vote you out or vote you in. And hopefully whoever's elected is going to be able to make this community a better place. And that's why I'm here tonight, to encourage you to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Scholar. Carl Randall next.
Go home and watch the game.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to be here in the curmudgeon department along with Schuyler and Jefferson. So what an opportunity you guys have. Pretty extraordinary. So I've been actually asked to come and talk a little bit about history of this, and I won't take you quite back to the 70s and the baseball fields on the lagoon, but I'll take you back to 1991. And the vision mission statement was just referenced here, but also the master plan that came along with that. And within that master plan in 1991 was a reference for the recreational facilities that the city desperately needed. And then we did another master plan for the parks in 2000. And then I did another one in 2010. And all of them say the same things. We need these facilities. And since 1991, we have gained 0 recreational amenities. We're about to have a skate park. That'll be the first one. So we're still in the same boat. And knowing that we're in the process right now of getting our own school district, I mean, you guys know me from all of the facilities at the schools, but before that I did 10 years in the Parks and Rec. We went through all this then. We went through this whole process. We needed the same elements then. So here we are. But you're driving forward with the school separation. We're building new facilities at our schools. We are planning. That's what this is. That's your job. You have 2 primary jobs, public safety and planning for the future. So here we are. So I recommend you move forward with this. I do have some personal recommendations on, having been through this quite a bit, where things should go. Primarily, you need a soccer complex, whatever it may be. You just need to have fields big enough for the kids that once they turn 13, have a place to play, and they don't have to go to the Valley to play. You have the AOSO people here, and they'll tell you what they need. But whether you choose to put that, my personal opinion, it probably belongs at the Aoki property. If you choose Heathercliff, great. I'm happy as heck with that. But wherever you get that, start with that piece. Make that your phase 1. Figure out where the soccer fields go. Once you identify those, the multi-purpose field at Bluffs becomes available. You can get a softball field on that, and you can probably put a pool there. One of the things we ran into 15 years ago when we were doing this was the pool can be loud. So put it somewhere maybe not quite in a community. Number 2 allowed is soccer, but you'll have to work around that because of the whistles in these 2 places. So I noticed as I put the shirt on tonight for this group, this is my 3rd one of these. And the first time I came to speak on this 15, 16, 17 years ago, I had my 4-year-old daughter with me. She's now a sophomore at Santa Cruz. But just get this done, work on phase 1, get the soccer fields done. You'll figure out the rest. You do have one extraordinary community resource in Jane Albrecht. When you guys start figuring out the pool, she did it in the Palisades very successfully. She knows the mistakes they made and the success they had, so utilize that asset we have. Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you, Carl. All right, time for the Zoom people. How many do we have?
There's 6 raised hands. First is Travis.
All right, Travis, you're on. Travis, can you hear us? All right, if we don't have Travis, we'll put him in hold, and let's move on to the next.
Melissa Solano.
Melissa. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, okay, great. I'm unmuted. Well, good evening, council members and my lovely community. As an 8-year proactive Malibu resident, today I want to speak about the vital importance of our community's land usage and the need for multi-purpose fields and a multi-use community center. As the community grows and thrives with young families, it's essential that we create spaces that nurture our children's talents and foster their relationships. I'm sorry, y'all. Enzo's right now admitted at UCLA, so it's a little tough, parents trying to juggle him and this, so bear with me. My son Enzo, who's just 5 years old, embodies the spirit of our youth. He loves playing baseball, soccer, basketball with Dad on Wednesday nights at high school, and swimming. His passion for sports reflects a common thread in our community. Our children, like Enzo and my daughter Izzy, are filled with vast potential and infectious enthusiasm. They need access to public fields where they can learn, play, and grow. Those fields are not just patches of grass, they are the heart of our community. They enable local organizations like Malibu Little League, in which I'm a proud board member of, Views FC, AYSO, and Coach Eric's Malibu Marlins, to provide vital sports programs that teach teamwork, discipline, and resilience. From retired professional athletes to sports enthusiasts and devoted parents like many in the room tonight, these kids are being mentored from everyone in every walk of life. It's truly a humble experience to witness. By investing in multi-purpose fields, we're investing in our children's future, giving them the opportunity to excel both on and off the field. Tonight, I hope we can ensure that our children have the resources they need to blossom into athletes and leaders and legends of tomorrow. Congratulations, Tom. Just like I said, our community embodies the leaders and legends of tomorrow. I hope one day that'll be little Enzo or Izzy. Glad we can celebrate you tonight, and thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you. Who's next?
Laura Rosenthal.
Laura, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Ready? Okay.
We're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. It's really heartening to hear so many different people tonight, both old timers like myself and new parents too. I have been doing this for a long time, advocating for more amenities for families. Over 25 years ago, I remember speaking in front of the Coastal Commission when they wanted to take away our bluffs, our fields at Bluffs, and then being on the Parks and Rec Commission, and then of 8 years on the Little League Board, and then on the Malibu City Council. I think what's important here is that we need amenities, not just for the kids, but for families. People have spoken about the senior center. You know, adults want to be able to play soccer too. They want to be able to throw around a football. My kids come here, they're grown, and there's no basketball court for them, no public basketball court for them and their friends to throw around a ball. So I'm not going to take much time. I just want to say we need a community center because we really need a center for our community. We need an arts center, we need fields, we need a pool. We need to make these happen on the Heathercliff and Ioki properties. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Who's next?
Bill Sampson.
Bill, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Andy and the rest of you guys probably ought to know, during the ball game, which I'm watching while trying to fit this in, a community built a skate park. There was a nice ad about the community built skate park. I'd say you should put that at the top of the list no matter what you do with these 5 pieces of land. As to the 5 pieces of land, the greener they are, I think they should be. I saw there was the community survey, which involved us, had almost no support for commercial development. The other stuff where outsiders were obviously invited, seemed to have a little more support for that, but there really isn't much here, at least not by the residents. I know that a bunch of investors and outside developers have sent out mailers for Mr. Grassati totaling a value of about $6,300+ they spend it on. These guys are investors. They expect something for their money. I don't know what they apparently have nothing to do with Paul because it's a PAC, and that's how that game is played. At least allegedly they have nothing to do with him. I would just say when it comes time to build this stuff out, eschew those guys. They're tossing money at us, and it's not from the community, it's from outsiders. They want a return on their buck. That would be a bad deal. As for the stuff itself, I'm a swimmer. If we can afford it in a place that doesn't generate traffic and fill us up with more tourists, I'd love to have a pool I can go to. I got one I can go to now. Actually, I got 2 I can go to now. But a convenient one that's owned by the community instead of by the school district or by the college would be very desirable to me if we can afford it. And if I can take a shower after I get out. That's a pretty simple want. the green spaces, the more the merrier, whether they're fields or not. We should have open space. Open space. I love fields. I love baseball. I'm watching it right now. My daughter played softball. She swam. She played soccer. All that stuff was available. If there's a little more for what the community that's actually smaller now, that would not trouble me in the least. Lots more concrete would bother me a lot. Commercial development on these things would frankly enrage me. And I would say that we should tell Ms. Rosenthal, who helped Airbnb get a foothold in here, we don't need amenities for Airbnb. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for not telling us the score. All right, who's next?
Daniela Arnold.
Danielle, go ahead, please.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us. I want to say, one, I will not take a lot of time because I agree with every parent there and everything they've said, with everything. But one point that I do think we need to focus on is the fact that bringing more sports and giving children the fields that they need to play on is, one, a low carbon imprint. It's not a lot of development to put another soccer field in. Two, having really developed sports programs enhances our schools. That makes our property values go up. This is a win-win. This is a no-brainer. I feel like we're new to Malibu, and I couldn't believe we had only one soccer field and a baseball field, where every other community we have indoor, outdoor, so many amenities. And I just think, let's just do right by our kids, because we don't inherit the world from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. So our children are the ones that are going to be the future creators, bring this community together, create and keep Malibu sustainable. And I trust all of them to do so.
Yeah, Mom.
There's my son. He says, yeah, Mom. So I'm trusting all of you to make the right decision, and I think that you will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, who's next?
Crystal Falls.
Crystal, go ahead, please.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I'm so happy to be here, and so happy that you guys are really there representing us, and thank you for that. Again, Heather Cliff is definitely, I think, the go here for the community. If it would be possible, I would love to ride my horse. You know, those summer days on the PCH, it's gridlock. If there would be a way for me to ride my horse completely around the soccer fields, as I will hopefully lead the future of the horse spirit leaders, the little horse cheerleaders there, that would be really nice if we kind of always remember to take that into consideration and get as many of these cars down. If there was, you know, if you guys could work also with Caltrans just to kind of even make that one stretch, if there was like a bike/horse trail made out of recycled rubber on the left side. And I think, you know, we're missing that that beach spirit that I lived in Manhattan Beach for 15 years, and there was that very much beach spirit. And, you know, we were able to always, the front was honored. You know, we have that long walk on the Strand, and that was always nice. So if there could be just like a long, nice walk towards Heather Cliff for the sporting events, that would be, you know, greatly appreciated, because I think we're missing the, you know, on the beach side, it should be like wooden rail post that's white, and another rail post, and like kind of everybody that's like walking, not harming the environment, moms, strollers, bikes, everything that's there should be honored on the beach side. And the future, I thought about my favorite place to read in the entire world. It was on the Paris Metro, just riding it back and forth. And I was like, oh, if we could use that $22 million library money to build like just maybe a very short rail system along the sidewalls of Malibu, where there were like 2 layers to where you could sit and, you know, you could have this like moving rail system library that had like 4 stops for the community. I just throwing out some random ideas that I hope that we would go for. But that's it. If we could just really honor Malibu, honor the horse trails, on a way to just get around and mitigate that. And I know there's kids and I know there's soccer, but I would love to, you know, visit and be a tourist and, you know, see the games as well from my horse. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Those are all the raised hands, and Travis put his hand down.
All right, so we're done with public comments. We have one more name that was lost in the shuffle. Georgia Goldfarb, please. We didn't forget you. We just had you in the wrong place.
That's fine. Thank you. Well, good evening, council members. Thank you for having all of this. It's quite a giant task, really, to do all of this, and I really appreciate it. And I do support, you know, some of this development, but my comment is something a little bit different tonight. I just wanted to address the issue of, to say that there is an abundance of wildland habitat is incorrect. There is an insect apocalypse. They have declined by 75% in just 50 years. Monarch butterflies are threatened, and most know that. And numbers are a small percentage of what they used to be. There used to be thousands of butterflies in overwintering sites in the Malibu area, in the Santa Monica Mountains. There's hundreds now, if that. Some of them are extirpated. They're gone. Yeah, Western monarchs have declined by 95% over 20 years. Encroachment of humans can poison. It divides wildland with roads, development, utilities. However, we can make a critical difference by planting and permitting natives to grow, not invasives. Even small gardens have been documented to make a difference. Gardens without pesticides. As residents, each of us can make a difference. The city on its lands can also give critical support to native flora and fauna. The city must be a model for how and why native plants are required to sustain the life of the wild we live in. On another matter, a critical element to support human life is microgrids. In essence, it generates and stores power locally. It may or may not be connected to one of the U.S. grids, in our case, the Western grid. The power source for us would be solar. There is funding, particularly for locations like ours, which are susceptible to high risk of losing power and in-power shutoffs. Through the Microgrid Incentive Program, utilities are offering $200 million in funding, competitive grants in funding to communities facing outage, power shutoffs, and other events driven by climate change. There are almost 700 microgrids in the U.S. Let us be another. I can easily see one centered at the Civic Center, and at Trancas, these would serve essential businesses: fire, police, grocery, pharmacies, medical care, gas stations, emergency services, traffic lights, as well as the surrounding homes. They will make a critical difference in survival and continuation of businesses, including those run from homes. We must include these in our community lands projects, just in terms of planning. It could be a matter of life and death. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on time.
All right. With that, we'll bring it back up here to the dais. I have one quick comment I'd like to make relative to some comments about the survey is being redone and the fact that we're doing this over again. If you look at the survey, it was last done in 2010. A lot of things have changed since then. We actually picked up the lands that make up a great part of these 5 parcels that we're talking about. We didn't have those before. And we also have a change in the demographics and the sports people play. We haven't talked about pickleball, not that I'm a pickleball player, but if you go back a few years ago, nobody played pickleball. So we have to be cognizant that things have changed in 14 years. And that's the reason for us having the survey, was to get your input to talk about what we're going to do with these properties and make sure they fit the needs and the wants of the city. So with that, who wants to go first? Paul, Steve, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for everybody who showed up tonight. This has been, it's a story we've heard before, but I appreciate you coming back and started giving us a new perspective of what we should be doing. if this were like a benevolent dictatorship, here's what I start to do. I would still, and I heard Alexis's comments on Pepperdine and the courthouse, but I still don't want to throw those out the door. I think we got to keep our eyes open for that. There may be opportunities, and I should like to take advantage of them. You know, Pepperdine has not only a pool, but they got movie theaters up there, so maybe we could use some. And we don't need long-term commitments from them. Just some of the stuff could be short until we get our own things built. So I think we just got to continue to pursue that. Melba High School, I think the residents should have an opportunity to maybe do something with the school. You know, they're building a 7,000 square foot library performing arts center that seems to meet some of the needs that we've got down here, we've heard over the last couple of days. And the Melba residents are spending close, if Measure MM passes, we'll have spent close to $600 million on that high school. And it seems to me that getting some return for that $600 million to the residents is not an unreasonable ask. I would also pursue opportunities to acquire or rent, require, or something, repurpose the courthouse. I understand they don't want to do anything there, but boy, just letting a piece of property sit and rot doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to me. And if whoever the group is that owns it wants to use it again, they do have the lead and asbestos problem. They're going to have to get cleaned out anyway. So maybe some kind of a longer-term lease that we could use it, clean it up, and use it for that, so they can retain ownership, but we get the benefit of that over years. Maybe something we should take a look at. Heather, I want to go back, and the one comment that I heard repeated over and over again, and I think Suzanne Kuhlman started it off this morning or this afternoon, was we need the sports fields. I look at Heathercliff and I say, they want a sports complex. I have a tough time envisioning what a sports complex is going to entail. I know what sports fields look like. And I think if I had my druthers, what I would do is have whoever the design team is take a look at what we can put on Heathercliff. I would design a couple of fields, see what we got left. I mean, I've dealt with that Heathercliff property before. There's a blue line stream. I know there's some ravines. There's ESHA up there that we've got to take a look at. There was a problem the last time we looked at it with ingress and egress coming in and out of the property because it opens up on PCH. And you've got, 200 parking spaces there for that? Okay. So we got to take, and I don't know if we build the 200 parking spaces, can that be used for people who are residents who come to the field to use it for ball fields? And okay, if they can't, we got to figure out what the heck, because you got to have some parking up there for the folks that are coming in. So I would chase that down. Ball fields. I mean, let's get the sports fields done. This is not going to be a short-term project. We're going to have to phase this thing if we're going to get anything done. And like I think it's been repeated a number of times tonight. Sports fields are something we can get built relatively quickly. They're relatively inexpensive compared to all the other stuff we're trying to do. And it will deal with some of this pressure the teams are feeling trying to find a place to play. So if I had my druthers, that's what I would go for. And then once we get those things done, we can start taking a look at how we scale out some of the other projects that we're presented with. So, and have we got a design team that's going to do this? Have we got somebody picked out already?
No, Councilmember Euring, that if we are to proceed with some of the development of any of these uses or prioritized, right, our next step would be to issue an RFP to contract for a design firm.
Yeah, because I was sitting home this afternoon think about this and saying, except for Tyler, who's got plenty of time on his hands, all the rest of the staff is pretty much flat out here. So we're going to have to get some help to get this done. Otherwise, it'll die just from lack of people to make it happen. So thank you very much. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, who wants to go next? Paul.
I'd love to. Howard Rudsky, will you approach the podium, please? I just want to tell you guys a short story. 4 years ago, when I was running for my first term in office, one of the things I did was make short videos about the problems that I was facing that I was interested in tackling if I got elected. One of them was about what do we do with the vacant lands? Do you know how many times I've brought up the vacant lands in the last 4 years? It's time to do something with at least some of them right now. Howard, you mentioned an idea earlier. Are you prepared to flesh it out at all, or is this something we need to work on? I think you were talking about a public-private partnership.
It's a new idea. So the basic premise would be to get this done as fast as possible for the people of Malibu. Similar to the lumber yard where the land's leased and the city gets the debt paid. And then after the debt's paid, in this case, the city would have to decide, do they want to profit? Because this thing's going to cost whatever the debt is monthly and then what it costs to build it. And then there'll be some things there like, you know, food service for the kids and things like that. But the kids pay for Little League, they pay for soccer, they pay for swimming. We don't want them to have to pay a lot of money. So we would like to keep the cost as low as possible. I don't know if nonprofit is available. This is, again, it's a brand new idea. I haven't talked to lawyers. I've talked to somebody that's built these type of fields before and does them here in California very successfully. And again, this is like so new, but the thing is to build something as quickly as possible because some of us know coastal, some of us know the system in the city. There's local, whoever we hire to do this master plan, if you want to call it that, just to get up to speed will take a year or more. But if we had somebody like Nick Barsicchini working with them and saying, guys, okay, this is what you've laid out, but you can't do it because the LCP says this, or the IP says this, or our code says this. To get something like what Rob knows about public works, what Tyler knows about building, you know, pay for somebody like Joyce Parker or Bolinsky that has a relationship with Coastal and the city, but not use the time she's already contracted with the city, pay for more time if she would accept it. And have like, and again, this is all just off the cuff, having Joyce and Tyler and Rob and, you know, people like that have some historic knowledge, working with Alexis, working with a private group that hires a company that's designed these, understands how to build them economically, and then working with the Parks Commission and the Cultural Arts Commission. I didn't realize how much damn work those people do until I went to their meeting a week or so ago, joint meeting. Those guys do a ton of work, and they know a ton of people and what they want. And bring this together, because under a private partnership, we don't have the constraints of a public partnership. And if we have to buy some of this debt back, we buy it back. You know, we're a very rich town with a lot of rich people that want stuff for their kids, luckily. And I've explained to a lot of people in town that are newer here that there are a whole group of people that don't have the income that we have, that came here and they were stunt people, or they were, you know, something in the movie industry and bought their house in the 50s and the 60s. So we want to keep the cost of building it down, which we can, a lot cheaper than a public thing could. And we want to keep it so that we hire a maintenance company and a management company that's business oriented, that's bottom line oriented. So we hire the security, we hire this stuff so that we watch it. We know who's higher, who's lower. We bargain with people. We get the best price for a good service. So you don't go with the highest one, you don't go with the lowest one. You go with the one in the middle. You know, and you make it so that the seniors and the people that aren't as wealthy, you know, can afford whatever the pass is, whatever it is. You know, if it's $100 or $50, or maybe if you're over a certain age, it's $0. I don't know, but I know that if Inglewood can get a stadium built on time and on budget, we can do it. You know, there's a lot of those people that live here. So that's kind of what we're thinking. It's what we're thinking today. It could change tomorrow. I'm not sure, but it's worth giving it a shot because there's a lot of good people that want this to happen, just like you guys all want it to happen.
Thank you very much, Howard.
You're welcome.
I'm very much in favor of going forward with some fields immediately at Heathercliff. And I think that I would be surprised if there aren't 4 other people who want to vote for that as well. I don't think we need to study that anymore. If you're going to put fields there, I think it's pretty much obvious that they're going to end up at the end of that field at Heathercliff, closest to where we're sitting right now. And I'd love for us to move forward with that. That's my main thought at the moment.
Bruce, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ramble because there were a lot of comments tonight, all great, and I kind of am going to take them in the order that they came up as I was listening, rather than some cohesive, organized thoughts, but it'll all come out eventually. First of all, everyone, this is great. I mean, you know, I always am concerned that we get anecdotal information because, you know, you're a very passionate group, and all the kids are here tonight, and it's a vocal minority. But you know what? It's vocal enough and it's large enough that I think you really have told us what the community wants. And if other people wanted something different, shame on them for not showing up. So I heard what everyone had to say, and I want to see what we can do to move forward with what everyone had to say tonight. The one thing that was crystal clear, it's been recommended by our commissions, and it was advocated by almost everyone that spoke, was a multi-generational community center at Heathercliff. And I think that we need to immediately start looking at how we can do that. And one thing I'd like to see, someone mentioned a project manager. I think the city should have a full-time staff member, not someone who's currently on staff, who's already overworked, but someone who's brought in, whose sole responsibility is to get these vacant lands built, developed, or cleaned up. Whatever we're going to do with them, it should be their responsibility to be in charge of that. And I think we need to bring somebody in. So I'm hoping that the city council will be together in directing the city manager to find somebody who can do that job. And I think that one of the first things they need to do is they need to explore the feasibility. You know, I don't know whether that's feasible, the community center there, but it sounds like that's what everyone wants. So the very first step is to very quickly, I mean, just a quick look, is it feasible? Because if it's not feasible, let's not waste time trying to do it. Let's figure out where else it can go. But if it's feasible, let's do it. So that's the first thing I'd like to see done, and that to me sounds like that's what the community wants. The chili cook-off lot or the Aoki property, I actually need to hear from council. No one spoke about this. Do we need to preserve that space for the chili cook-off? I don't think we do. I think that the community has more important all year round issues that they want resolved as opposed to something that happens for 3 days a year. Others might feel differently though, and I didn't hear really anybody talking about that. But I think that's a perfect place right now to start putting some ball fields. I think that we can do that. I mean, can't literally do it tomorrow, but we can do it as quickly after tomorrow as possible. So I would like to see us give direction, if there's agreement on it, to start doing the work that's needed to put fields there, ball fields, as quickly as can be done. I don't think Heathercliff's the right place for that, at least not unless we determine that's not feasible for a community center, because we need to leave that space alone so it can be built as promptly as possible. So I'd like to see the ball fields at the chili cook-off lot. And by the way, ball fields can always be changed to something else in the future if there's a greater use for that property. I would like to see us pay off the public parking obligation. I think it's ridiculous that so much of our space is earmarked for parking. It's also a blight. I just don't want to see a bunch of public parking lots. There's somebody mentioned, I think it was Danes, there's safety issues with public parking lots that we don't have if there are lots. So I'd like to see us pay off the lots. I'm assuming that if it's feasible to put a community center at Heathercliff, it would include a pool. I don't know whether, I didn't hear whether that's an indoor pool or an outdoor pool. That needs to be fleshed out, but it needs to include a pool. I love the idea, Jake, Howard just talked about a private-public partnership, but Jake mentioned the YMCA. For many years when I was younger, I used to spend 90 minutes a day, 6 days a week at various gyms. YMCA was my favorite. If I would travel around the country working, I would always find a gym. The high-end gyms were beautiful. They were comfortable. They were low energy. The YMCA is just high energy. It's a great place to go exercise. It's a great place to go meet people and talk to people. If we could form some kind of a partnership with the YMCA, I think that would be excellent. And that would provide perhaps some financing as well. Buyout parking. Senior center. We have a senior center, but it's been usurped by the staff. We need to, we can solve that problem tonight. Maybe not tonight because it's not on the agenda, but we could solve that problem by putting on the agenda that some space in this building, perhaps at least the the full multi-purpose room, is the senior center. It's a senior, it's part of the senior center, but it's a senior center from 9 to 5, 5 days a week. And if the city needs other space for staff, we'll find other place for staff. As far as I'm concerned, we could be even meeting somewhere else. So I'd like to see an immediate solution to the senior center, and that over time, if it's feasible to have a community center at Heathercliff, I assume that there will be senior center space that will be dedicated. Movie theater, performing arts. That's a grand long-term objective. It's expensive. This room could become a movie theater and performing arts center. I've already spoken to Malibu Film Society. I was surprised that Barry didn't mention that tonight, but this room for not a huge amount of money that the city can afford, could be converted into a state-of-the-art movie theater, which I understand it used to be something more akin to that. We could take out the second floor part there. We could have risers. And it will satisfy the studios. I think it's probably in the cost of $1 to $1.5 million, and it could probably be done within a year to 2 years at most. It could be done faster if there's urgency and we have somebody in charge of doing it. So I think that it's unrealistic with all the other things we need right away to be thinking about building a movie theater or a performing arts center as an independent standalone building, but we can make use of current space that we have to get that done. And I think we could rely on others to help us figure out how to get that done. Those are the highlights, and maybe if someone else says something, it'll trigger some other thoughts, but that's where I'm coming from.
Marianne?
Would you believe I have nothing to say? I don't agree with that. No, I'm kidding. As everyone knows, this is my passion. I am so happy that we're talking about this. We're moving this forward. We've got the survey results. And I want to thank staff. I want to thank Parks and Rec. I want to thank Arts Commission. I want to thank Planning Commission. I want to thank everybody who's taken their time to put input on this. It's great to have this type of community participation. So Heathercliff, I think that's a great place to have some field space, to have a community center, to have a community pool. I think those are all things that we need 30 years ago, but we're finally able to, we have the land now finally, so we can have them. I would like to know, I know there was a proposed development on that land for something similar back in the 2000s with Malibu Bay Company. So perhaps we can do some research and find out what it was that they studied, what they proposed back in that time, and see if those match the things that we've been talking about, and if what additional updates might be necessary for that. One lot that really wasn't talked about a lot was the La Paz lot, and the city's entitled to build up to 20,000 square feet there. Utilities are already in. The developer of the Cross Creek Ranch is a willing partner to try and do something, and I think that would be a great location to immediately start talking about an arts building. A multi-purpose theater, something that will serve the community with being able to have a theater, a performing arts center, and 20,000 should be more than enough square footage in order to facilitate that. So I think that's something we should be moving ahead with right away. The EIR has already been done, so there's minimal updates that might be necessary, and that might be our test for a design build with that developer there, or even a public-private partnership. With regards to phasing, I think that at the Heathercliff or the Ioki lot, start looking at putting in the fields initially so we can at least get those programs up and running. I'd also like to I know that Malibu Township Council has a deed restriction on Trancas Park that only allows for practice on the Trancas Park. I would like to see if there's somehow we can start having negotiations with them to possibly expand to look at allowing games to be played. They can be limited, but at least get some games to be played at a park that we already have developed. It's a beautiful field up there. It's already existing. It has the restrooms. It has the parking. It's up there. Let's get that utilized so our community can use it more than what's being utilized right now. Let's see. Had notes on the parking. I know in the past I have advocated for trying to buy back our parking. I have been thinking more and more about that, and I think it's time for the city to start exploring a shuttle system inside our city. I think it's ridiculous that we don't have enough transit available. We have one bus that goes up and down PCH, and it's very rarely used. When I was a kid, that's how we got around Malibu. That's how we got to Santa Monica. We rode the public bus. So I think it's really time that we start looking at these, the ability to start getting a shuttle system within our city, and even looking at the bus to connect over to the valley using Malibu Canyon. And if that's smaller buses, if that's something, but getting a shuttle system that actually benefits our community. And hopefully we can get some of these people that are coming to use our community for our public parks and our beaches to use public transportation to come in and out and get out of their cars and stop littering up our highway. Make it safer by not having them in their vehicles. So that is my one change on buying back our parking. And so I do think that the lots could be utilized for some of that parking and or creating some type of transit system. The Arts Commission came up with maybe a sculpture garden at Triangle. I think that has a lot of merit. I think it would be great if we have a place where we can have some displayed public art that's out. I also think we need to be looking at creating live spaces. You know, Legacy Park is a great example of a lot of different environments within our Santa Monica Mountains and surrounding. And I don't think enough people really understand how it was built and really go in and explore and learn about all the diversity that is designed within that park. But I would like to make sure that on any places that we do build, that we include a rich amount of native habitat and learning gardens, so our residents can learn how to better landscape their own properties so that we're more in tune with the native landscape, and then hopefully we can encourage the monarch butterflies and other creatures that we inhabit this planet with to flourish within our community. So, and I think for the Heathercliff, just phasing it, I would like to get some grass. It's probably going to need some parking. I'm guessing we're going to need a restroom facility there, so that's going to need a septic system out there. Not sure what the Ioki lot's going to need if we do put some field space there initially. Luckily, that's on the package treatment plan already, so what kind of restroom facilities. So that would be where I'm at. Okay. And I'll hold the rest of my comments.
All right, it's my turn. Let me start off by saying that when I ran for office, one of the digs that they got after me all the time was, "You're a developer." I never built really anything, and I really only own my house, so I'm hard to be a real estate developer. But what they missed was I am a developer when it comes to business development, operations centers, printing plants, and that sort of thing. I know how to put out a Gantt chart, flow chart, put things together. And it's time for us to go from opinions to action steps. And that's what I want us to leave with here tonight. And that's my job as mayor or council member, is to not just be a manager, but be a leader. And so I'm going to try and put some ideas forward and see if we can build a consensus. One of the problems that we have with the Brown Act is we can't have a chit-chat about this. If I was back in my business world, we'd all be in a conference room, or the board of directors would be meeting, and nobody leaves until the pizza's eaten up and we've got the thing solved. But we don't have that option here. And I thought about this, who could I bring as my Brown Act buddy so we could start seeing if there was a consensus? Well, the problem is this is long term. I get a Brown Act buddy with, say, Mary Ann or Bruce or Steve or Paul, and this may go on for several years. I don't know that everything we're going to bring up is going to be consistent for this Brown Act issue. So once made, you can't get a divorce. So we've got to talk about it here on the dais and see if we can't work something out. So here's my comments here. We need to phase this thing in, but not the way we've talked about it. We need to talk about phases as priorities. And you can't see what I've got on my sheet of paper here, but basically at the top, I've said we need to have a design specialist quickly lay out what we have based upon the lands we have. It's really easy, by the way. One of the comments I got from some people, he said, oh, a soccer field is X by X. Well, okay, that's right. That's a play field. But you got to have parking spaces. You got to have room for people to walk around. You got to have bleachers and stands and so forth. So suddenly that, oh, I can fit 4 soccer fields into this lot becomes, well, gosh, when I put all the space I need in it, I need 1.5 acres or 3 acres or 2 acres. It's not 3/4 of an acre, because you got to be able to fit them all together. This is beyond our expertise to do up here in public without even a sheet of paper to talk about it. So what we need to do is to quickly get somebody that can be designer, and I like the part about we need a local person who knows the codes, and maybe working with an outside consultant to help them to quickly get back and say, here's what you can put here, here's what you can put there, and so forth. This is no different than if you fast track a new printing plant, going back to my printing days. You want to put a printing plant in San Francisco. All right, what do we got to do? Get this, and here we go. And this sense of urgency needs to be here. I think we're all frustrated at how long it's taken for the skate park. Nobody to blame about it. Can't change history, only change the future. So let's get a sense of urgency here to start this process. So my flow chart is, item 1, get a designer to do a layout based upon the properties. And all properties are up for grabs. We've talked about the 5 parcels we own, and we've got to focus on Heathercliff and Ioki, but Bluffs Park needs to be put on the agenda. And we also need to decide what to do with the secondary spaces, especially La Paz. La Paz has potential. It's not very big, but it's kind of sitting over there like it's ready to use, but we don't know what to use it for. So with a design specialist that can lay out our options, and I'll try and describe here what I'm talking about. We've talked about a swimming pool. Well, a swimming pool, if you put it at Heathercliff, is almost down the street from the one at the high school. Something maybe at Bluffs Park. You might be able to fit 3 ball fields and a swimming pool there. All right? And swimming pools make noise. So you need to kind of put it someplace where it's not loud, unless you want to enclose it, and that costs more money. Which gets me into my phasing part. On one part is fast-tracked on the low, call it the quick parcels, fields. And if we want to have a designer that says I can put 3 soccer fields on Ioki, and we can reconfigure Bluffs Park to put ball fields there, and we'll reserve a space for the pool over here. Over at Heathercliff, same thing. Maybe we can put a location for a community center there. And by the way, the library funds at the moment say you have to use those to build a library in the western part of town. Well, western part of town would imply Heathercliff or Trancas. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that we don't want to have extra hurdles to accomplish the access to this $22 million. But it also talks, as we look at how we do this, what can we afford? And it's easy to say it's going to cost us X amount of dollars to build this, but you also got to operate it. So when we talk about having a swimming pool somewhere, now you're talking about lifeguards, staff, maintenance people, inside facilities. The cash register rings heavily. So yes, we're a wealthy town. We've got money in our reserve account. We probably can pay quickly out of pocket the field operations. But when you start talking about putting concrete roofs up or concrete buildings with roofs, the price goes up immensely. You've seen how much it costs to build the new high school phases. We're talking about raising almost $400 million. It doesn't take long to start having the expenses run faster than we can earn them back. We have a $60 million annual general fund. You start talking about, oh, we'll spend $30 million here and $20 million there. Well, we've already got debt on the books that we have to cover. So you got to be cognizant of living within our means or what we can afford. The public-private partnership that Howard talked about, I was hoping he was going to talk about trying to raise a foundation to raise the money. Put some names on some of these buildings and help pay for them, just like the college and universities do, maybe our ticket to building the larger facilities. But more than anything else, we want to do this right. It's easy to make a case of ready, shoot, aim, because we're going to be building things that will last 50 to 100 years. I mean, how long has Bluffs Park been there? It'll probably always be there. So let's make sure we do it right and spend just a short period of time to think about a little bit, make sure we've done the best we can and move forward. So I'd like to suggest tonight that we start a process that will have to be refined further. This isn't going to get done here tonight and finished, but I'd like to see the council empower the staff to put out an RFP for a quick turnaround for a design consultant to do the layouts and give us the options. And we're going to have look at several options about where we put the following projects. Projects would be soccer fields, baseball fields. These may be additions, it may be movings. By the way, the baseball people I've talked to said we need to have a girls softball field. We need to have maybe another baseball field. Are we going to get 3 fields, 4 fields? What can we fit in? This is beyond our expertise up here, beyond what we've talked about. How many can we pack in to make it work? And you look at the sports facility over at Westlake, some of these have common facilities in them that allow you to get more usage out of the same space. So this is where you need to have a design expert to give you the quick answers so we know what we're going for. Step 1, designer, quick return, tell us where we can put this stuff, and start the process right away for looking at how we're going to build these on the field side. The field side starts on a design path of its entire own. So we're not trying to build and design the swimming pool. We just know where it will go. We're not trying to design where the community center is. We just know the box it will fit in. The space is reserved here. It's like those signs you see sometimes that say, watch this space, future site to be restaurant to be built here or whatever. So we're going to have these spots laid out, but build the sports fields first, and don't try and build everything there. Get the fields built first. If we have to have porta potties, we have porta potties. But get the fields graded, planted, irrigated, and started up. And let's see if we can expedite this with the Coastal Commission and the other people out there. But one of the advantages of using Ioki and Bluffs is we've pretty well got the open space there. It's not like we're having to take Bluffs and cut them down. The other phase, and this is on your Gantt chart, you look at your next level up, you'd say, all right, these are the long-term projects. And we have to decide how do we fit in the swimming pool, which seems to be the highest priority. And that's one of the advantages of this survey. You've told us what you want the most, and that is a swimming pool. Great. And if we can fit maybe a community center somewhere else, or we can, as Bruce mentioned, turn this into a movie theater, or utilize maybe La Paz, this is where the layout artist can tell us this is what you can fit in. La Paz, by the way, we've talked about a 20,000 square foot site on it, and it's 2.5 acres. But this is one of the perfect examples of what I'm talking about. Of that 2.5 acres, probably 1.5 acres of it's a driveway. So, and you also have a hill sitting right in the middle of it. So unless you're going to cut the bluff out, which you're probably not going to be able to do, you got to be able to fit this stuff in. And that's where the design expert can help us on it. So designer first, fields on the high fast track, call it a 1-year fast track. And all we're doing is we're cutting the dirt, putting the field in. We'll worry about the snack shack coming up right after that. That's part 2 of the fields design. And we start phasing it in that way. On the more high density, high cost projects, long lead time, they're in another box and they're on another track, but pools are first. And as far as locations go, fields locations, Bluffs, Heathercliff, Ioki, other sites, La Paz, the Triangle lot, I don't know what we're going to do with that, and that may be something we come back and talk to about later. In Trancas, I think the consensus that I kept hearing over and over again is let's figure out some place to do open space there, at least for the time being. Maybe reserve it for future use somewhere, but it's not a priority at the moment. The priority are to utilize these spaces that we have today. That's what I would like to see if we could come forward with, and I don't see anybody leaning forward to hit their buttons except for Bruce. So Bruce, go ahead.
All right. Well, I don't mean to be disagreeable, but I don't agree with hiring a design consultant. It's just going to be more delay. We know the community wants a community center, and we know where they want it. And our commission says that makes sense too. And I think we should just find out really quickly whether that can be done. And if it can be done, we should do it.
Bruce, could I just say one thing? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm not talking about doing a designer. I'm talking about a layout.
No, I know, I understand
okay,
that,
okay.
but I think we're going to waste time hiring somebody to look at all of our lots and tell us what they think makes sense for all of them based on the surveys that we've done and the feedback that we've given. I think we know what we want at least to start, and I think we ought to get it done to start and not try to plan out what the next 10 to 15 or 20 years are going to be. We can plan out the other properties once we've got once we're starting to build something that the community wants ASAP. As far as the fields are concerned, you mentioned bleachers and restrooms and all that, and then later on you said, and I agree with this, let's just get some fields. Let's just get some fields graded and lined out and able to be used. I mean, I used to play a game called Sim City, and I know it's not exactly the real world, but you start off with one little nothing, and then over time, as you get more money and as you get more people, it grows and becomes something greater. And I think we start out with just some fields. We can get the fields there promptly. Then we worry about putting some, you don't need bleachers at first. People can stand on the sidelines and cheer on their kids. Then you get stands. Then you get the other stuff. But let's get something done. People have been clamoring to get something done. If we were 4 years ago now and we just got the properties and we were trying to figure out what to do, all of what you said to me makes perfect sense. But time has passed, and I think we need to start acting based on urgency, and hiring somebody to do again what we've already just gone through, in essence, is not acting urgently. Marianne, I love the idea of a transit system in lieu of parking, but I don't know that that's something we have the legal ability to substitute out for the parking that we're obliged to provide. So if we do have that legal ability to just substitute that out?
There's a lot of flexibility with those funds.
Okay,
it doesn't have to be parking. It has to be used for those transit
So if we could do
purposes.
something like that that's not parking lots, I like that idea. And you mentioned the sculpture garden, which I meant to say before sounds lovely, but that can't be done if we have to have a parking lot there, which is why I wanted to see the parking paid off. But if it can be done concurrent with some kind of a transit system, that's great. The La Paz property, I think, is super challenged. And as Doug said, there's a bluff that runs right through the middle of it, and Doug said, I don't know that we can get rid of the bluff. I don't know that we'd want to get rid of the bluff. So that property's challenged. That property is a long-term project. It's not something that we can get started on. That's something we can hire a design expert for, and we can get that done over time. But I think we need to be finding a solution now for getting, whether we can or can't get a community center at Heathercliff. That's what the community wants. I love the idea of a pool, by the way, at Bluffs. I've always thought that was a great place for it. And I hadn't thought about shifting some fields. But pool's not going to come right away. But again, I'm not supportive of hiring a design expert and having them lay out the city's lots for us. I think we know what we want to do on at least 2 of them, and I think we ought to get started trying to move forward.
Anybody else?
What I heard tonight was we want sports fields as quickly as possible. And I think, and I don't have a problem, my scaling of what we're going to do and how we're going to do it would be a little bit different than what you come up with. At some point in time, we do need to hire a design team to sort of take a look at all the properties and figure out what fits best where. But, you'd like to see, look, some ball fields before these kids start collecting Social Security. So I'm sticking with the ball fields as fast as we can get them on Bluffs. Let's get somebody to take a look. And if they build a couple fields, we can see what we got left. And I'll give you some idea of what room you have to build a sports complex or whatever the other complexes we want down there. But you know, people says get moving, so let's get moving.
Okay. Paul, Marianne?
May I ask Jake Lingo to come up for a moment? So Jake, if I remember right, you do this professionally.
In
and
some
you've
capacity.
worked with city and have built some facilities for other communities and
Yes.
such. What would your recommendation be for the first step that the city should do?
Well, I do like the idea of getting field space done quickly. Not to be disagreeable, you're going to have some type of planning expert take a look at what we have, get a survey, and lay the field out. I mean, whether that's at the Aoki lot, whether that's at Heathercliff. Long term, as I stated before, I think a design build process is a quicker process. I think it's something that you should at least have staff maybe educate you on. When you do a two-step process, you go out and have a designer design something. They don't always have a budget in mind. They don't understand what things cost. It's like an architect putting something together. You're all excited. You go meet with your builder and he says that's going to be $1,000 a square foot. So by finding the right type of group that's done these facilities from both a design perspective and a build perspective and doing that all together, what I have found is condenses that process and you get better budget numbers out of it. It's something that's more realistic. Public-private collaboration, I do think there's a way to raise money in this city. That's why I keep going back to at least the model of the YMCA. I am not an expert in the YMCA and how it works, but I do know that they help in the fundraising efforts. There's naming rights. I was just on the website just now looking at it. I mean, they start, some of those are at $1 million for some of the donations. And so if you're going to do more of what I would call like a legacy type project, if you're going to do something like a large sports complex type facility, I think you're going to have to do some fundraising. And so I agree, getting some field space in ASAP would relieve some of the pressure that the organizations are feeling, but make it be a Band-Aid that we never get fixed. Figuring out where these larger projects can go, I think would be critical. And again, getting a professional in here that has the ability, that has a proven track record of developing from soup to nuts would be very advantageous for the city.
Thank you.
Paul?
Okay. About 42 years ago, we started a Kiwanis Club in Malibu, and it was primarily everybody who was unmarried or was working in town here, had time on their hands. And one of the first things that we discovered, we had a lot of contractors. And when the deal was cut, that they told us we had to move the Little League fields from what became the Malibu Lagoon, and we're going to move up to the bluff. And the swap was worked out, and thank you very much to Jeff Jennings and the rest of that negotiating group. The next step was, what are we going to do? Well, a bunch of contractors got together, and they said, well, we're going to put in a couple of baseball fields for you. And volunteer labor, we went out there, the Kiwanis Club joined with them. We did everything, including putting in an irrigation system that was changed out later when the city had more money, and put in some fields. And then a few years later, there was another spot, which was owned by one of our Kiwanis members, which turned into a practice field because he decided people needed it. And once again, the volunteers just came out and built it. Now, it wasn't the best quality, but it was a hell of a lot better than nothing. And I think that we have the capability to do something fairly quick out at Heathercliff and maybe even in the front part of the Aoki property, because having grass to walk on when you're walking into a chili cook-off is not a bad idea. So for 3 days a year, there would be people walking around on the grass who aren't playing soccer or baseball or whatever is there, and then they get out of there and they get everything out of there and you go back to using it for what it is. And you're not going to use all of that acreage for a couple of fields. You're still going to have enough space in the back to have anything else you might want on that property. I think fields, and build them quick.
Marianne?
I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to compile an RFP for a design group and have that brought back to us ASAP, and with the eventual scope of work to be looking at Heathercliff, Ioki, and Bluffs of how to develop field space immediately and then go into a second phase for a pool and community center. First choice at Heathercliff, second choice at Ioki if possible.
I'll second that. I just want to get clarity. So you're saying a design firm that would be charged with designing a community center, fields, and a pool at those 3 sites?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about architecturally designing or just saying this is where it's going to be, a layout of where it's going to be?
I think going down a design build group, somebody who can both design it and provide us a budget for scaling would be what I was looking for.
Okay.
I assumed actually that you meant at least they would very quickly at first tell us whether that can be done, and then assuming it can be done, move forward with the design for the project.
Yes.
A phased approach. Yeah. Okay. Steve, do you have anything? Alexis.
I do. Just real quick, Mayor and Council, as you move forward in your action tonight, if I may offer to run things concurrently, allow us to look at the grass fields option with one of our on-call consultants that we have that could be reviewed quickly, turned around, that can be moving forward, but allow us also to bid out an RFP for a full design on the properties you speak of with those uses. So you're running 2 things concurrently and still have milestones, but you're planning short-term, long-term.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the motion makers?
Yes.
All right.
Sure. I mean, we're talking about doing something in addition, no problem.
All right. I'd like to put a friendly amendment in about how we track this. I would like to request that, and we'll leave it up to the city manager or to make the decision, but at least once a month, a progress report on this be presented to the council in a formal presentation. Now, it doesn't have to be War and Peace, but a formal presentation to keep us up to date on what's being accomplished. And I would encourage that we have a project manager for something as intense as this, whether it's an existing person or an add-on, but somebody is designated to be the project manager. That would be my friendly amendment to this, or at least an understanding. Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that'd be fine. No problem. Of course, giving a status report to council on a monthly basis. I don't think there's any problem with providing that. We can certainly look at developing something for a project manager and bring that back to the council as well.
Okay. When can we get our first report?
The strategic works plan is the next item.
No, I'm talking about.
Remember what we said about managing expectations, Mayor? Yes. No, I would say as far as a report could be, we would be looking at the second meeting in November.
Okay.
Accurately.
I would think that at least my recommendation, and I realize we haven't voted on this yet, but my recommendation would be, at least in the beginning, every time we have a council meeting, at least some kind of an update on where we are, because the criticality of us getting kicked off in order to have something in place as fast as we can says we have to move with some sense of urgency. Right. So if we could get an update every meeting, at least for the rest of this year, I think that would be helpful.
Before Mary Ann answers and I answer whether the friendly amendment would be accepted, I'd propose that we take the actual city council actions in stages. Let's vote on, rather than just keep building on a motion and making it convoluted and not knowing where we are. Let's vote on the motion that was made after we discuss it, obviously. Then if we want to have a motion about a project manager, a motion about how often reports are going to be made, we can do each of these things tonight in an orderly manner, but let's figure out each one separately. That way we're more likely to get something done.
All right, Bruce, I agree with you, by the way. Go ahead.
I'd like to call the question.
All right, let's call the question on the basic motion that is on the table. Can somebody give us what the motion is?
Alexis, do you want to clarify?
As I understand it, or the recommendation is to run the two items concurrently, prioritizing ball fields and grass sports fields at the properties of Ioki, Heathercliff, and consideration of Bluffs. That's the immediate. And also secondary is directing staff to issue an RFP for the architectural and engineering design of the multi-generational community center prioritized at one of those lots.
I think there was specificity about the first and second choice on those lots.
I'm sorry.
There was that first looking at Heathercliff and then the second at Ioki. Hopefully this doesn't lose my second, but.
No, they would look at Heathercliff, and only if they can't make it work at Heathercliff, move on to another site.
But what I was going to say was looking at La Paz for the arts and a multi.
I'd rather leave that off this one. Yeah. We can do that separately down the line.
Let's do it separately.
That's fine.
Yeah, let's get. I agree with Bruce. I think it's better to keep these.
I just don't want to lose ours.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, that's passed. Now the second part. You want to?
I'm going to make a motion for looking at the La Paz site for a multi-purpose arts theater facility.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I don't favor that only because I think it's a waste of initial time. It's going to distract us from the other things we need to do. But of equal importance, I think we have this facility right here, right now, that could be done, that could be transformed into exactly that at a much lesser price. It will be feasible, it can be done, and once we have that up and running, we can think about whether long term we want a separate building that's going to be far more expensive and far more complicated to do. But we should focus on what's achievable in the short run, and by short run it's years, right? As opposed to what's in the long run, which is generations.
And I would offer a disagreement to that. This building, the city is outgrowing this. Staff, I mean, right up here, they've already converted this to office space up above here. The reason why the senior center has been cut into is because of the additional staff that have been needed to projects and things like that. So there is no more room in this building. And to try and make modifications is that we're just going to be putting money into a very, limited, where instead we can put our focus to actually building a building that our community wants and desires and can fulfill the needs for our arts, our music, our kids programs, our adult programs, and actually have something that our community has been clamoring for decades. And I think it has a lot of support from a whole host of people who don't come to these meetings. They don't come to city council and say what those things that they are that they want. So I want us to move on that as quickly as possible and not just focus on sports.
What I neglected to say before, maybe this might change the way you're thinking about it, Scott already has some roughed out drawings. I'm not sure if they've been done by a professional or whether he did them, but I think it's beyond him. It doesn't remove space from City Hall. It actually eliminates the wings in this room. On the first and second floor, creates office space where there is no office space now, takes out the office space that's above this half of the auditorium and makes this whole auditorium more usable, something that major studios would approve of, and it does not net lose office space in City Hall. It might even be a net increase of some office space.
Well, maybe I can come up with a compromise here. If you remember on La Paz, when we first did the deal with them about 18 months ago, they offered us their design people to design and assist us in developing something there. I think maybe the thing to do is to ask them to come back with a quick rendering as part of that contribution they're supposed to be making, and let's see what they can come up with. But as far as this goes, I'm somewhat aligned with Mary Ann, because that wall right there that we're looking at is not that deep, and there's a hallway to all of our office space across. This is all occupied around us here.
Does the settlement agreement with La Paz include them spending money to figure that out, or do we have to pay for them to do that?
I believe the city is entitled up to $100,000 in planning services.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's ask them for $10,000 worth of work on this.
do you want to direct staff to work with the La Paz planners to come up with a potential design for a performing arts center? Is that what you're looking for? What do you want them to come back with? What's the product you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Would you like to make a motion for that?
I did.
All right.
I'll accept the second. I'll accept the modification.
Let me just, and I hear what everybody's saying, and I like to see the thing move as quickly as we can. My suggestion would be to get one of this design group, whoever this designer, builder is going to be, and let them come in. I mean, focus right now on getting the ball fields and places where we put those. Get the design person in, have them give us some estimate of how long or how quickly they can design some of the stuff and plan it for us. Because if we put too much stuff on our plate in the beginning, it's all going to die. I mean, it just is, we're going to, I don't want to see that happen.
We already handled that part. I'd like to call the question.
All right. We've got a motion to have the La Paz people give us a quick rendering of their vision of what a performing arts center would be.
To have staff work with La Paz team to come up with a potential design for a performing arts center.
I wouldn't have the staff work with them. I think that's going to bog down our staff unnecessarily. Just send them, just give them the direction that they should provide
They
us
have to have
with a proposal.
That is the staff working with them. Yeah. You just tell them to go do it.
Let's see what comes back with it, all right? So we got a motion and a second. You want to take it to a vote?
Could you articulate it one more time?
I believe the motion is to direct staff to work with the La Paz team to come up with a design for a performing arts center.
A draft.
A draft of a performing center on parcel C.
I don't want to parse words, although that's as a lawyer, that's what I do. I don't think we want to direct our staff to work with them. I think we want to direct our staff to request that they do the work to come back to us with a design. Because saying amorphously direct the staff to work with them, I don't know what that's going to result in the staff doing. That will take up their time unnecessarily. We want to put this on La Paz's plate, have them come back to us with something. No involvement beyond telling them, come back to us.
Is that okay?
I think staff would need to have some kind of feedback or management. I don't think you're looking to have staff design it, but have staff be able to work with them. Isn't that what the motion is, or what is the vision?
I think that
Alexis has a.
Okay.
No, if you have something, please.
No, just to give an idea, we're talking about project management in the same way that we are talking about the grass sports fields. In this case, they obviously have more resources at their disposal, so it's less of a hands-on, but we would want to make sure that whatever they are working on or about to provide the council is meeting the vision that the council is setting at the dais. To that end, we would be involved, and we would be making sure that they're going to check all of those boxes before we presented something. So identifying the general use and directing the development team there with the La Paz property to put together a conceptual rendering of what this would look like. That would be, and then we would ask for their response as far as a project timeline for that deliverable, and we'd give that to the council.
May I ask our chair of the Arts Commission to come to the podium, please? Just before we send this off, is there any particular items that we should be considering in this facility that would be of particular need?
I don't know about a need, but I know that the most successful thing that we've done in the Arts Commission in the last 4 years has been this gallery. and success by the feedback we've gotten from the community. The community loves what we have. Not everybody enjoys art, but the people here, and what you said earlier, the people that are not here, the Malibu Art Association, they don't come here, but there's hundreds of people that would all enjoy this and believe that this is important. So as far as a need goes, I think that a place for them to be able to have that experience, whether there are galleries and whether they can perform in some way, I think that's crucial as ball fields, but I think that we heard more about the ball fields today, and certainly the kids don't really care so much about the art as much as they do about the experience of sports.
So if we were to have an art gallery and some type of performing, because I think it's important that we do have a movie theater component and also a live performance component, are there specific amounts of seating or things that should be considered in that staff should be looking for when the project comes to them before they present it to us?
Well, when I went up to Libby Bowl in Ojai, it seemed very small and very compact. It was designed extremely well, and I would consider finding out who that was. But around 400 for performance makes sense. I think it's kind of all one and the same. In the same way that a community center up north or west has a variety of different components, this art facility would have the same type of thing. It would have a place where it could be performance, it could be music, it could be acting, a playhouse, it could be a theater, and it can be galleries. It's all one and the same. I don't think we want to look at it as separate facilities and necessarily a phase. It's one facility that can encompass all of these things, and you've seen what we've done here. This gallery is very small. It's just simply the entrance into this place here. So it would be fairly simple to be able to achieve that.
Okay. Mayor, Aaron, would you accept a friendly amendment to have the La Paz folks work with an ad hoc committee of the Arts Commission?
I think that's a great idea.
I like that. That's where I was going. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's fine with me.
I mean, that's my job in the film industry as it is anyway.
And that'll keep the staff not.
Well, I think staff will have ultimate working with it, but yes, I think having the Arts Committee be maybe the more direct. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, we're happy to work with them, but staff needs to be involved. We do.
Agreed.
I don't know how we can facilitate things if we're not involved.
I could just be there to help. I mean.
Yeah, and I think in our discussions on this, we don't need to have them go too far. Let's have it come back relatively quickly. Originally, there was planned to be a 20,000 square foot city hall. So can we turn this into a 20,000 square foot art center? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second.
Can I ask a question of you, Doug, on that? Because or of anyone that can answer, is a 20,000 square foot city hall, if it's feasible enough to open this building up to become other things that it might be able to be converted into more easily?
I don't know how many square feet is this building?
I mean, is that enough space for the staff? Would it be in place of this building, or it would be supplemental to this building if it were City Hall?
I think it'd have to be supplemental. This is 20,000 square feet. I don't know. This is what, 40,000 square feet, 45,000?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So we got a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Mayor, was the friendly amendment accepted by the seconder?
Yes, of course. I'm an agreeable guy.
All right. So we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, motion passes. I think we've taken care of what we can probably digest on this. Or we got anything else?
I'd like to put on an agenda of a meeting not too far from now the question of paying off the parking, because that changes the question of what can and can't be done on the properties.
Before we do that, can I ask a question? You made a comment that Measure M funds are fungible in terms of the parking spaces. They don't have to all be on the triangle lot. They can be somewhere else. So that may be part of the consideration as well.
What is this designer we're going to have come in and do a quick look, tell us whether it's feasible to put various things, like community center at Heathercliff, what are they going to be told about what our obligation for parking is in making that decision? Are they going to be told we're subject to the requirement to have parking in these different places? Or are they going to be told that we can get rid of it? I mean, they need to know what the parameters are to start with.
Just a comment on that. I talked about it on Thursday. The Westlake Center was built on approximately 16 acres, and they have nearly 500 parking spaces, 3 baseball diamonds, multi-purpose fields, a skate park, and a 48,000 square foot building. Even if we're only able to use 12 or 14 acres out there at Heathercliff, there should be more than enough land to have the parking requirement, the parking for the facilities, and any facilities that we may have out there on the land that's available. So
you think the parking question can be put aside for now?
In my opinion, it can, but.
I have one other motion, which is that we should direct the city manager to start a process promptly to hire a project manager who's going to work for the next few years on this project.
I will second that.
Yeah. Steve, how do you?
Yeah, I'd like to, we need to do a little bit of work on that, but we could definitely bring something back. Might be ideal to do it as part of the mid-year budget. We might be able to do it sooner than that. But we can take a look at that and bring it forward.
I would encourage maybe coming back sooner. If Bruce would be okay postponing the motion to allow you time to come back with maybe a proposal for it so we could approve it. Would that work better?
I just don't know that I could conceivably get anything to the council. The earliest I'd be able to get something to council would be January, and we're not far off from mid-year budget at that point. So I'd be happy to discuss it offline.
Do you want A&F to look at it?
We can add A&F to it.
I don't know if that helps at all. It's just a suggestion.
I don't think it speeds it up. Okay. But we may need to go. I don't think we'll need to go through A&F necessarily. Well, we might if we're creating a new position. So.
Well, we only have 3 more meetings before the end of the year anyway.
What? Correct. We've got two regular meeting in November, and then the meeting in December is largely ceremonial when we seat the new council members. So we usually don't have much in terms of weighty discussion business at the December meeting. So.
All right.
Can we? This is a question for the city attorney. Can we authorize the creation of that position and direct the city manager in what time he feels he needs to get it done to flesh it out and hire somebody?
I mean, he's going to need to bring an item back. We couldn't do that tonight.
We can't do that tonight. Okay. Well, can we put that on the agenda, which is just to create the position so that Steve can start working on filling it at his leisure?
Okay, can we just put it on the agenda so you've got the option, Steve?
Sure, we can put it on the agenda. Just bring it back. Yeah.
All right.
I have a clarifying question.
All right. So we need to make a motion to put it on the agenda.
I think we just need a consensus for that.
Consensus?
I just need consensus to bring an item back on the agenda.
All right.
Well, my question's clarifying that before we vote on it.
Go ahead.
So do we want to look at this being a permanent staff position or a long-term consultant? And would that make a difference on the hiring process of that?
Well,
I don't know yet. I'd have to look into that. I think you raise a good point, Councilmember. It might be better served as a consultant, might be better served as an employee. We could do an employee that has a limited term, so it's understood that it's not going to be a permanent position. So we can take a look at those options and bring that back to council.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, my thoughts for what they're worth is that when we get to that, a permanent position would be great because this isn't going to be the only project that the city's going to be doing over the next 5 to 10 years. And if it works out well for the first project, might as well have a good person that's guiding us through that who can do all the projects.
Okay. All right. Anything else? We need to take a vote. It's just a consensus at the moment.
Do we have a consensus?
I think the city manager has direction to bring this back. Yeah. If you can make a motion if you want.
Yeah, I think we just have a consensus.
Okay.
All right. Do we have anything else on this item? If
Does
not,
staff need any direction?
Right?
Does staff need any more direction?
We've told you enough to do, right? Okay.
I have my marching orders. Thank you.
It's 9:20. Let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 9:30, and we'll take a few moments and get back on the agenda. Thank you all very much. Oh, guys, Steve.
No more fun.
Bring them back.
We're back.
Please take your seats.
Kelsey, we're probably gonna make a motion to move things out of order as soon as people out.
There he is. Do you want me to move anything for you?
Tell you what, I'm gonna get rid of these.
Everyone will take their seats, please.
You're going to miss your train if you don't sit down, and this train ain't going to move till you sit down.
Okay, let's return back to business. I think there's a motion that somebody wants to make.
I'd like to make a motion to move items 7A, B, and C to the next item and before 6B.
That's to accommodate all the people we seem to have here. Anybody want to make a second on that? I'll make the second.
Moving the fee waivers and the road race to now, and then moving.
We still
hear
have
that?
public comment, don't we? No.
Oh, we have.
Yeah.
We haven't had public comment.
We haven't had public comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins, if you could clarify the motion. Is it to move items number 7A, 7B, and 7C to heard before item 4A, public comment, or after?
No, well, we probably need to do the public comments.
Do you guys want to hear us speak, or do you want your items first?
7A, B, and C.
7A, B, and C prior to 4A.
So
how many speakers do we have for public comment? Yeah.
All right, public comment, then item 7A, B, and C, then item 6B.
Okay. So
We're
going to take care of 4A first. All right, 4. So it's time to go to written and oral communications from the public, definitely to be heard after 6:30. All right. So got public comment speakers here. First one we have up is Barbara Adler, please.
She left.
She left? All right. Eric Ron.
He left.
I got
general comments.
Let's see. Sherman.
Sherman Balin.
Is Balin?
There she is.
Her second person.
And Sherman, you've got 4 minutes.
And who's following her?
And following her is Josh Torres.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows, who doesn't know me, I am a childless dog, cat, horse, chicken, ferret, pig, goat, dove, rabbit, guinea pig parent. And I do support the sports field and, of course, the skateboard park. But it is a shame, under the Sharon Borowski hold on the past city council, that we did more for tourism and for retail malls than we did for our own residents. And I think that should be a compromise before we just destroy more open space, that we should look at more open spaces for our residents and less for commercial buildings. And with that said, I want to remind some of the people who are new to Malibu that there's a mission statement, and I'd like to read a couple of paragraphs. Malibu is a unique land, oh, Christ almighty. Malibu is a unique land and marine environment and residential community whose citizens have a historically evidenced a commitment to sacrifice urban let me start this over. Malibu is a unique land and marine environment and residential community whose citizens have historically evidenced a commitment to sacrifice urban and suburban conveniences in order to protect that environment and lifestyle, and to preserve unaltered natural resources and rural characteristics. The people of Malibu are a responsible custodian of the area's natural resources for present and, most important, future generations. Malibu will plan to preserve its natural and cultural resources which include the ocean, marine life, tide pools, beaches, creeks, canyons, hills, mountains, ridges, views, wildlife and plant life, and open spaces, archaeological and paleontological historic sites, as well as other resources that contribute to Malibu's special natural and rural setting. Malibu will maintain its rural character by establishing programs and policies that avoid suburbanization and commercialization of its natural and cultural resources. Malibu will also gradually recycle areas of deteriorated commercial development that detracts from the public benefits or deteriorate the public values of its natural and cultural and rural resources. Malibu will provide passive coastal dependent and resource dependent and visitor serving recreational opportunities at proper times and places and manners that will remain subordinate to their natural, cultural, and rural setting, which are consistent with the fragility of the natural resources of the area, the proximity of the access to residential uses, the need to protect the privacy and property values, aesthetic values of the area, and the capacity of areas to sustain particular levels. How many of you guys have forgotten about our mission statement? How many people who are running for city council, it's all about I, on this code of ethics. Our code should be to protect Malibu, as well as have amenities for our residents. Less commercial development, less traffic. Let's try to bring back some of the environmental reasons why we came here in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Josh Torres, Southern California Edison.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Joshua Torres, and I'm with Southern California Edison. I'm the new Principal Manager of Government Relations for our local public affairs team in Southern Los Angeles County. We currently have a vacancy for our Government Relations Manager position in this area. While I work to backfill this position, I will be personally covering the City of Malibu, and I look forward to working with you during the interim and beyond. Several members of the council have already reached out to me to express some concerns related to the most recent PSPS event. I thank you for your patience during this event. We experienced strong wind conditions that pose a significant public safety concern. PSPS events are only used in extreme conditions to help mitigate the risk of wildfire for our customers and our communities, and are used as a measure of last resort to help keep communities safe. Our decision to de-energize are made on the basis of real-time conditions that we monitor from weather stations in the field. When possible, we only de-energize the segment of circuits where extreme conditions are occurring, or move customers to adjacent circuits that are not in scope. However, this isn't always possible. Unfortunately, in the case of this most recent event, due to the scale of the event, we were not able to switch or move customers to adjacent circuits, given that all the circuits in Malibu were in scope for the event. Over the past several years, we have worked to improve public safety and reduce the impact of PSPS events. Our grid hardening efforts have reduced the risk of utility-caused ignition by almost 90% since 2018. We've also seen similar reductions in the size and scope and frequency of PSPS events. Over time, as we complete more grid hardening, we will continue to see a decline in the use of PSPS, but the possibility of PSPS events will never reach zero. They will still always remain as a tool of last resort for conditions that we can't mitigate. So I thank you for your understanding and partnership as we work together to ensure the safety and well-being of the community. I've been in contact with your city manager, and I look forward to providing the council with more detailed information at an upcoming council meeting and working with the city to help educate customers so they can better prepare for future wind events. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor?
You want to go ahead?
I'd like to ask him a couple questions, if
Yes.
I may. First, okay. I live on Malibu Knolls. Power went out at around 12:15 on a Friday afternoon. There was no wind. There was no wind Friday afternoon. There was no wind Friday evening. There was no wind Saturday. Saturday around 10 o'clock, one of your guys in a truck pulls up in front of my house. So I go up and talk to him. I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm checking for the wind." I said, "What wind?" There was no wind, all right? He was saying, up in the hills there's wind. So if I look up above me on Malibu Crest where there's trees that are 100 feet high, there wasn't a leaf blowing anywhere. So I don't know who the hell is telling you that there was a wind event and you got to cut it off, because here we didn't see anything. Second question is, you guys keep talking about this hardening. You've been hardening stuff now for 3 years or 4 years. You're running around cutting down trees, okay? How do we benefit from all that? When does it, I mean, how is that impacting us so we don't have these power cutoffs?
So for your first question, the average circuit's several miles long. So while it might not be windy at your neighborhood, that doesn't mean that other parts of the circuit aren't experiencing significant wind conditions. Particularly in Malibu, most of these circuits go deep into the canyons, way into unincorporated LA County. So even though it might not be windy down here near the coast, we did see significantly high winds up in the canyons.
Okay, just when you file your report with the Public Utilities Commission, do you identify the locations that the wind speeds were at and all those things, so I can get a copy of that?
Correct. They'll be posted on our website. I'll be sure to send you a link.
Please do that, okay? I'm sorry, keep going.
Regarding to the mitigations, so we have some of the most sophisticated supercomputers in North America. And we've taken weather data from previous years and overlaid that on top of the grid hardening efforts that we have implemented. And those models have shown that given like-for-like weather conditions, there would be less PSPS. Now, less PSPS doesn't mean there's zero PSPS. It could mean that less customers are in scope. It could mean that the customers who are in scope are without power for a shorter period of time. And the data has been verified by third parties. It's shown that the total number of customers that are impacted and the duration, so how long they're out, is going down over time as we are implementing all of these different mitigation measures.
How much hardening have you done in Malibu? Can you identify what areas of Malibu you guys have actually, and what does hardening mean, first of all?
It's a variety of things. So I have my team pulling that data. That is something that we intend on presenting at a future council meeting. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you specifically how many miles. Grid hardening involves things like moving circuits underground. It involves installing cover conductor, where we replace the bare metal wire with wire that's been coated in protective plastic coating. It includes sectionalization. So oftentimes we have situations where the entire circuit isn't necessarily in a high fire risk area. Maybe it's just a portion, maybe even just a few hundred feet. And so if we can sectionalize that, we can install a relay that isolates just that branch. That allows us to keep the rest of the customers energized. We also have a lot of operational practices that we've implemented. We have some of the most sophisticated weather models in the country. We've also aggressively stepped up our vegetation management practices because the number one cause of utility-caused ignitions is not equipment failure, it's things blowing into our lines, tree branches, palm fronds, other debris, a lot of dried vegetation that gets kicked up during wind events. That's what causes the ignitions. Okay,
when you come back, I would like to know where in Malibu you've hardened the lines, okay, and what that has entailed. I'd like to get some idea of if I have an unhardened line and a hardened line, what is the difference in wind speed that you guys can tolerate before you start cutting stuff off? Okay? The third thing I'd like you to take a look at, when you turn the power off, street lights go out, okay? And we're going to kill somebody because people are driving straight through them, nobody wants to stop, they just keep going. So my suggestion is I'm going to ask Southern California Edison, we've got a company, we have generators, and we have burns that will put those generators up. I'm going to ask Southern California Edison, if you turn off the power, you pay to put those generators out and make sure our stoplights are running so we don't lose any residents. So think about that.
We can't commit to that.
I'm not asking you to commit to it tonight. I want you to think about it because if somebody gets killed, we're going to blame you, all right? And it may be cheaper to save it, to pay for the generators than to pay for a life. So think about that.
I'm letting you know our policy. We don't provide backup generation during PSPS events.
Policies change.
That can happen.
I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Marianne?
Not going to get much better with me. Sorry. So you talk about using community computer modeling for these things. I think we all understand fires, and we want to be part of the solution to make sure fires don't start on power lines. So we're your partners in that. Let's just say that. But you're using computer modeling. Are you actually deploying crews out to sites to give you feedback on what the wind conditions are? So that's, I'm going to disagree with you on that, because last PSPS that we had, much of Malibu did not have wind. There was wind maybe a little bit earlier in the day, but the wind event had stopped shortly after any of the power had been turned off, and it stayed off for over 24 hours, which leads to, you know, something that Steve was talking about with regards to working with Caltrans, working with the internet providers. You know, I've had nothing but problems with my internet since then, and I think it's because they don't even know that the power was shut off. But Caltrans, they're not getting enough information to make sure that those lights are, they went flashing within the first 12 hours. And then from there, they just went dead. We had 4 signals in a row that didn't have any power on them whatsoever. And you guys need to be reaching out to Caltrans and working with them and making sure that those are functioning. It is life and death. I witnessed, I don't know how many people blowing through the lights because they don't know that you're supposed to stop at them. I know it seems crazy and it doesn't seem to be Edison's responsibility, but you guys are going to have a lawsuit because of this. So we need you to be more proactive, to work with the partners in the community that are responsible for providing other safety features in our community.
So I'm happy to work with staff to check to see who is on the city's notification list. I would assume since Caltrans controls PCH at one point in time, staff elected to have some type of official at Caltrans included our notification list. But we do send notifications out 72 hours in advance when our weather models predict that there is high fire conditions. We send notifications at 72 hours, 48 hours, and then we send them 4 hours in advance of when we think that we have to do de-energization. So there's a series of communications that go out. It's the city's decision who they want us to notify on their behalf. So if you have third-party, contract agency that you work with, let us know. We can add them to the notification list.
This is a state highway. This isn't the city's responsibility. We've been told that over and over and over again. That's the state of California's. So they should be the #1 on your list. It should be City of Malibu and Caltrans, because that's a state highway. It's not a city road. We did have a city light that went out also, but
and again,
regardless.
we're relying on the city to let us know that, because we don't know that, right? We're not in the road safety business, but happy to work with staff. If there's additional third-party agencies that you want us to add to the notification list, we're happy to do that. We can always add more
If you're going to shut off the power, you need to notify every agency that's within a jurisdiction, and I'm sorry, that's your responsibility. That's not our responsibility. You're turning off their power. So you need to notify them that that's going on. And I would encourage you to work with Caltrans to come up with a plan of how you're going to implement these in the future, because you're partner agencies and it's your responsibility to keep the residents of California safe.
If Caltrans is the customer, then they get notified. So all customers get notified in addition to public safety partners.
Okay. And then the other thing is, how quickly do you send, you said you have crews out there monitoring the wind to give feedback to the computers that are doing this. How long does it take for the teams to deploy in order to get re-energized?
So re-energization does take longer because we have to inspect the entire line to make sure that there's no damage done due to the wind. So in this particular area, it does take a lot longer. A lot of times we have to wait for daylight conditions because of the remoteness of certain parts of the circuits going up into the canyons. On average, it takes us about 8 hours after the period of concern has ended.
So if you had crews in Malibu saying that there was no wind in the daylight at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you wouldn't have been able to deploy crews to get that power turned back on Friday evening?
They'd be the same crews. So the crews are pre-deployed. So we forecast the events, right? So our meteorology team looks at the conditions and says, hey, we have high fire winds that are coming in. we're expecting in the next 72 hours. And so that gives us time to pre-deploy crews, our troublemen, out to the areas so they can provide real-time monitoring. We deploy them based on where we have gaps, because we do have permanent weather stations that are installed throughout the service territory. So we deploy the crews in areas where there are gaps, so we have more granular visibility onto actual conditions on the ground. We utilize the incident command system, the same command system that the Sheriff's Department uses to monitor or to organize our response. And so as soon as our meteorologists give us the green light saying that we think that the high fire risk conditions have passed, then those crews have the green light to go ahead and start inspecting. But it does depend on whether or not they can finish it, because in some situations there's segments that can only be patrolled by aircraft. There's also, they need daylight. We can't do patrols at night because we're not going to be able to see if there was damage done to the equipment. So if the weather conditions clear at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we're probably going to have to wait until sunrise in order to patrol the line.
Anybody acceptable with that answer? You don't need, okay. I'm going to let my other council members talk.
Go ahead. Who wants to be first?
I'm sorry. That's okay. All right. So I understand that the winds in the canyons and the mountains are really the problem. And we may not be experiencing those winds here. You're experiencing them there. We're in the same circuit. Why are we in the same circuit? Why can't the circuits be gerrymandered or reconfigured so that the city where the people live, where there's concrete roads and where the fires don't actually begin, even if the wires come down, don't have a danger of a wildfire, and you just shut out the circuit where there is a danger of a wildfire, which is not here. I mean, Woodland Hills also gets shut down every now and then. That's just concrete jungle. There's no reason why they need to lose their power. There's no reason why people living off PCH need to lose their power. For the most part, Malibu is, although we're rural, we're not wildfire ready. We're not where it's going to start. So why can't you just have your circuit so that where the wildfires do start, you shut it down and you leave us alone?
Off the top of my head, I can't explain that to you right now. Again, like I told the city manager, I was just coming here to introduce myself. We'll be prepared to have a more detailed conversation at a later time, but we're going to have to ask our engineers to look at this. Circuits are not straight lines. They look like spider webs. It's going to depend on where the power is being fed and whether or not we're able to sectionalize. And again, this last event, all the circuits that serve the city of Malibu were in scope, so that we didn't have an option to transfer you to adjacent circuits because all the circuits were in scope.
Yeah, I'm not talking about transferring us to different circuits. I'm saying reconfigure the circuits as part of your hardening activity.
Those are measures. So
that areas that don't need to be shut down over and over again never need to be shut down because they're not part of the circuit. That's the problem.
Those are measures that we look at, and everything's on the table. We looked at sectionalization. We've looked at covered conductor. We're starting to look at undergrounding. We've deployed a number of strategies to reduce the size and scope of public safety power shutoffs. But at the end of the day, this is a high fire risk area, and so we're never going to be able to get to a point where there's zero PSPS.
Understood, but I would think we could have a lot less if our circuit was isolated from the hills. And I would encourage you guys to look at that. And said,
we are.
I think the valley, same problem. I mean, there are areas that are clearly not going to burn when a wire comes down and they have to lose their power because they're in the same circuit as an area where it is a problem. You got to just isolate those problems.
And we're looking at all of those solutions.
Okay.
Paul?
Let me start by welcoming you to Malibu.
Thank you.
I had the pleasure earlier today to spend an hour and a half as part of a Malibu Microsoft Teams conference call with Steve Powell, who, as you know, is the president of your organization. And he was interested when I told him that we have a gentleman who runs a radio station here named Hans Letz. And Hans sued Southern California Edison after the fire of 2007 that started in Malibu Canyon because of overloaded poles and all the rest of that. Hans is very much a fan of your website, which includes every single weather station that you guys have available. And he reported that your own weather stations were reporting that the wind had already peaked and were decreasing by the time they started the PSPS. They never went back up. So I think that President Powell was not happy when he heard that. And he said, well, we may have other stations that aren't available on the website. If there are some that aren't on the website, we'd love them to be on the website. I understand about the fact that there's mountains between us and where the power is coming from, and we're going through the hills, and I know there's been a ton of covered conductor put in, but it seems unfortunate to me that when we've had a wind peak and then it's going down, going down, going down, maybe your projection was it was going to go back up, but it didn't. And a lot of people were severely inconvenienced. Fortunately, nobody crashed into each other.
I would just say, we do not take the decision to de-energize lightly. Our job is to keep the power on. I am personally in the EOC for events. In fact, I'm on duty starting tomorrow morning. So if there's another PSPS event, I will be in Irwindale at the EOC. These are not decisions we take lightly. I think my employees' comments, my employee Bob Steens piped in to provide a little bit more detail. Mr. Hans does not have all of the information. Again, we will be providing our post-event report here. I believe it's due on Friday. So by the end of the week, it'll be available on our website.
Great.
One last question. When will you come? You're talking about coming back to us with answers for some of this stuff. When will that take place?
I will work with the city manager to schedule that.
Give me a target date.
We'll need at least a couple weeks.
Okay, a couple of weeks, you got it. I want you to come. I want to answer some of those questions. This is serious stuff.
Yeah, and I'm happy to discuss it.
I got people calling me up and saying they almost got killed on the highway because the lights are out. We got to figure out how to fix that.
Appreciate it.
I have a question for the city manager, actually, and this to follow up on what Marion was saying. Clearly, Caltrans is responsible for PCH. It's not our road, but notwithstanding that, we're getting the power shut off and the lights are out and Caltrans isn't doing anything about it. I drove up Malibu Canyon the other day during the power shut off, and they had stop signs set up, temporary stop signs and roadblocks all over the intersection where the light was out. Do we have the authority when the lights go out to set up stop signs so that people will actually follow the law, which is when the lights are out, it's a stop sign?
The short answer is no, because it's a Caltrans road, and any change to the function or operation of the road needs to be approved by Caltrans or with the authorization of Caltrans. So if the city were to put stop signs out there at the intersections, we would be potentially taking on the liability for that.
Can we reach out to them and get a blanket authorization to do that when the lights are out?
I'm happy to have some further conversations with Caltrans staff on that. I know I did have some conversations in the middle of the event with them on regarding that, and their indication was that's not something that they typically do, but we'll have further conversations with them on that. I also note that we are going to have further conversations with Edison to see if there is some way that we could perhaps, or they could isolate some of those segments so that would not impact some of the traffic signals. But that's something we're going to be exploring with them.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, it's my turn, and Mr. Torres, thank you for coming. It's like you're going to the whipping post. We understand that. You're not even the full-time guy here, so appreciate you taking the abuse. But understand that we're very concerned. If you look back a year ago, Thanksgiving, it was a disaster. PSPS got turned off. People had their turkeys in the ovens. It was just everything could go wrong was wrong. And then we had a replication of that about a week ago. And I want to pass along to you some things that when you're in the EOC, you might take a look at this. You're right. Councilmember Urian's house and Councilmember Silverstein's house is on the Sarah circuit. The Sarah circuit does go up the canyon. And I appreciate the fact that farther up the canyon, it might have been different wind conditions. The Cuthbert circuit, however, is the one where most of the people in Malibu felt the damage from the power being turned off. And you know what? It runs along the coast. And I happen to live at the top of the Cuthbert Circuit as it comes off the substation just above my house. And we had a little bit of wind, but it wasn't anything near what would have justified turning it off. So the Cuthbert Circuit set, as sailors would call it, in the lee of the wind. And the power went off. So why would you turn off their power? I can understand Sarah, but Cuthbert was isolated. And granted, there's maybe spots in there where you've got wind that I didn't see. But here's the other part. You've got sophisticated weather stations all over the place. So you know where the wind didn't blow. So why would you wait 8 hours to go check that circuit when it didn't have any wind? The only place you need to go check is where the wind blew. So I'd like to find out what you can do about getting the power back on quicker. I understand in the dark you can't do it, although I've seen linemen, troublemen, go out there with their lights, if they know where it is, and they shine it on the poles, and they look to see what the damage is. You guys got to do a better job. And this part about PCH and traffic safety, we've had people killed on this highway that has compounded our concern about safety. And to have the traffic lights out, and a city manager and I have talked about this as to what we can and can't do. This is a disaster waiting to happen. When somebody gets T-boned because they didn't see the traffic light was out and it's pitch black, there are no street lights. This is a dangerous situation. Edison's got to step up, or you talk about risk management, you're going to get your pantsuit off. So we need more conversation on this. We can't wait for you to get back. Bring some other people with you because we got some questions, okay?
Sounds good.
I know you can't wait. All right. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. You have a good evening.
You too. Now you get to go to the EOC Rosemead tomorrow.
Well, hopefully not.
All right. Jefferson Wagner, next up. And then after that, Joe Drummond with 4 minutes. And John Murray's here too, correct? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members, once again for your time and efforts on behalf of your community. Just going to remind you, Doug, that the circuit behind you is called the McGuire Circuit. And the way the circuits break down are Cuthbert, McGuire, Sarah. They call Sarah Central. Mm-hmm. So that's our 3 circuits in our area. So the one right behind you is called McGuire.
Yeah, I thought it was Merlin.
No, McGuire.
Okay.
That's the street it runs up to. Anyway,
okay.
What about battery backup for some of these signals, especially in strategic? Yeah, ran out. Mm-hmm. One last thing then, since now it's off and we've already spoken about it and it's no longer on the agenda, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours old. I'm back to the library once again. The library can also include other aspects. And I was on the library commission for my couple of years when I was on council, and Sky was the person that was running it, and she said, no, you can include an art center. She said, you can include another part of a structure in this building. So let's not just think myopically that it's just a simple library. And if you look back once again on this sheet, there are so many options for the young people to be using these facilities, because it's not just a bunch of books in a room anymore. Those days are over. So wanted to throw that comment in there and remind you that you can use those funds on a property up there at Heathercliff, about an acre, acre and a half, just like the one over near Westlake, and those funds can be used for that building. And it would still leave you with 15 acres for ballparks and parking. Thank you, councilors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joe Drummond, please.
I've got something on the screen, I think. So this is what we're here to talk about. The unprecedented, in over 30 years that we've been a city, that there are outside interests trying to invest in a Malibu City Council election. This is the late independent expenditure report, California 496, listing Paul Grisanti's supporters through Moving California Forward Political Action Committee, which is a general purpose committee registered with the Secretary of State. And according to the Fair Political Practices Commission's call center that we spoke to today, a group of real estate and contracting companies have contributed $95,000 available for use to finance political campaigns here in Malibu. The filing deadline for the period of time leading up to this election has not passed yet, as they have until Election Day. But what we know at this time is that at least $6,300 has been donated and spent on City Council member candidate Paul Grisanti. There have so far been 2 mailers and at least 2 text messages from this PAC supporting Grisanti, which would be more than $6,300, as that so far is shown to be spent. On the Form 496 here, you can see the names of the donors and their business affiliates. They are Diversified Pacific Development Group, which is Jeff Burham, who acquired and developed over 1,100,000 square feet of retail and commercial space, more than 700 detached homes, along with another 400 plus apartments and condos being built or planned in the Inland Empire. They donated $10,000. Brixton Real Estate Investments of Solano Beach, where their website touts their over 10 million square feet of commercial real estate owned and managed, donated $24,000. Building Industry Association of Southern California, Irvine, their 1,300 members include the smallest to largest home builders, developers, contractors, suppliers, and skilled labor, donated $36,000. Lewis Pacific Partners of Upland, California have over 13,000 apartment homes in their portfolio, state they are a leader in development, ownership, and management of luxury and market rate communities, donated $15,000. Orange County Families supports affordable housing for Orange County families, donated $5,000. And Golden State Voter Participation Project appears to be a Republican voter registration site, donated $5,000. So what is telling is that in the city's more than 30-year history, you've never seen this flood of outside big real estate developer monies pouring in to influence a Malibu City Council election, which raises the question, why are they interested in Malibu? And why are they giving Paul Grisanti and Paul Grisanti only this money? We heard for over 2 hours about all the land we have up for grabs. In the interest of transparency, the voters of Malibu ask who in Malibu or who familiar with the development process in Malibu made this funding happen? Who begged this out-of-town Inland Empire-based real estate developer and investor group calling itself Moving California Forward to step forward to support Paul Grisanti? Also, I'm just here basically also to support Bruce and Steve. They have been ones who've been called for PCH safety from the beginning and don't promote car clubs and more development along PCH. That increases cars, accidents, and speeding. They voted against the multi-code violating traffic accident inducing Malibu Inn Hotel, while Grisanti was the sole vote in favor of it. Bruce and Steve are the champions for the environment, and they are feared by those who want to destroy Malibu and who will try to stop them at whatever cost. So if you care about Malibu's future, please support Bruce Silverstein and Steve Uring and ignore these constant smear campaigns full of divisive and deceitful energy emboldened by the big money supporting Paul Grisanti's campaign. This is also why Paul Grisanti should recuse himself on any future bids for construction or development. Anyway, I would love for that individual who has been responsible for this PAC to stand up or come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Please. Okay. You can wave. All right, Colin Drummond, please. And after that, Tiffany Murray.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Doug Stewart, and Mayor Pro Tem Marianne Riggins, and City Council. I just wanted to add a couple of things to what Joe said. I'm a serial volunteer in Malibu. I'm involved in swimming, community brigade, fire prevention, a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just a big believer in people being able to work together, work across the aisle, and it bothers me when people go out of their way to say terrible things about Steve and Bruce, particularly in this environment. So I just wanted to be one to say I appreciate them, and I like very much what they have to say and what they have to contribute to City Council. And I think we have a beautiful place here, and I just like to see us take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. All right, Tiffany Murray, and then after that, Howard Rudsky.
Good evening, City Council members, neighbors, and friends. Tonight, I want to first acknowledge those of you who have stayed true to Malibu's mission, the mission set by our founders, Lucille and Walt Keller. They believed the city should serve its residents and protect its beauty, not chase profit. But now more than ever, we are being tested. Each of us is a protagonist in a story that feels as timeless as a Star Wars saga. We're being tested to face a choice to align with either the true force that cherishes Malibu's unique beauty or risk slipping further into the grip of the dark side. Bruce Silverstein, Steve Uring, and Andy Lyon stand before us as guardians, as Jedi, as I'd like to say, committed to defending the core of Malibu against the forces of greed and unchecked development. They understand that preserving Malibu's resources and unrivaled natural beauty isn't just an option, it's a responsibility that transcends personal gain. Bruce, Steve, and Andy honor the mission embedded in our city's founding, a mission to protect Malibu's unique spirit and to resist those who see it as merely another commercial opportunity. For over 25 years, I've called this beautiful place home. I've seen friends visiting from around the world stand in awe of Malibu, not because of any mall, hotel, brand name store, but because of its wild coastlines, serene sunsets, and pristine landscapes. These aren't resources to exploit. They're the living spirit of our community. Yet certain council members have drifted from this vision, giving power to developers who treat Malibu like a monopoly board, risking perhaps unknowingly pulling the go-to-jail card for their transgressions. We're left battling at the 11th hour to reverse decisions that betray our mission. Case in point, our community recently showed up to block the horrific hotel development across from the iconic Malibu Pier, a meeting that ran from 6 p.m. to after 1:30 in the morning. We succeeded, and all the city council members agreed, except for Grisanti. This type of intervention shouldn't be necessary if we're staying true to Malibu's founding mission. Clearly, we need leadership that upholds the guidelines of our founders' established guidelines intended to shield us from this exact threat. Is there not a pledge to adhere to Malibu's mission to honor our founders' vision? Because if there is, let us hold each council member to it. We don't need last-minute fixes and costly cleanup efforts. We need integrity in every decision, honoring Malibu's spirit from the start. To my fellow residents, we are at a crossroads. I urge you to vote for the true guardians of Malibu, Bruce, Steve, and Andy. They are here to lead us back to a path that respects the land, protects the wildlife, and ensures that Malibu's beauty endures.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay. Howard Rutsky, please. Then Kevin Shankman.
Hello again. I just wanted to make one thing clear because some people didn't think I did. We want to help the cultural arts people as well. Thank you.
I thank you for being brief, Howard. All right. Kevin is up next.
So I'll be brief as well, and I feel a little bit bad about doing this because I know Mr. Torres belted out of here as soon as he could. But you know, he's really just comes here and pisses on all of our heads and tells us it's raining. We all know there was no wind when they shut off the power. Okay, there was no wind here. There was no wind in the canyons. I went up to my parents' place in Thousand Oaks. There was no wind anywhere in between. You know, LADWP doesn't shut off the power. They don't shut off the power when it gets windy or rainy or, you know, whatever other weather events happen in Southern California every single year. I think back 25 years ago, I spent a couple months traveling through Mexico. Not once do I remember anywhere they shut off the power. We are really a third world country here with our electricity. And I say this as one of the attorneys who represented a couple dozen families in the Woolsey Fire lawsuit against Southern California Edison. As long as the Public Utilities Commission allows them to shut off our power, perhaps in retaliation, if I had to guess, and also allows them to hike up rates in order to pay wildfire claims, they're not going to solve the problem. It's been 6 years since the Woolsey fire, and they're still, what was it, hardening? You know, at some point, this city ought to look into perhaps contracting with LADWP. They seem to be able to run electrical lines. Southern California Edison has just proven they're incapable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please. All right. Do we have anybody that has survived on the Zoom long enough to get here?
There's 2 hands. First is Crystal Falls.
All right. Crystal, go ahead, please. Crystal, can you hear us? Okay, let's move on to the second.
Andy Lyon.
Andy, you're up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I would just like to, well, first of all, yes, this is why I'm running with Bruce and Steve. You know, that filing that Joe Drummond brought up, that is crazy. I'm running a campaign. I think I'm up to $60 now. And I'm not bringing in anything. And the last time I spent 150 and I got 2,092 votes. And I think people understand that. You know, I want to comment on this, the land thing tonight too, because Doug, you said there wasn't another, you know, there was a different survey before, or there wasn't the land. This was the same lands. There's nothing been added to that. The only thing that's been added to this is that outside interests are able to vote and put their voice into it. And this sort of runs parallel to or along with this influx of this influence coming in through Paul Grisani. You know, my reason of getting in this is you see that, you know, the bowing down to Scott Gillen and his demands on a baseless lawsuit to slow down the skate park, voting for a hotel, goes on and on. You know, and where the smear tactics are going against Bruce, it's just unbelievable where we're at with this. You know, these land deal, this is crazy. I'm just like watching this whole thing, and it's going on so long tonight, and I just think all these kids, oh, it's crazy. Anyways, you know what's funny is that City Hall I'll go back onto the other stuff too, because City Hall was a performing arts center, and they tore everything out, and then they sold the seats at, you know, for surplus. There's something you could do, you know, talking about this, you know, you're running out of room. Instead of like taking that 2 acres that's never going to get done with anything, why not? They've got all that space over there at La Paz, maybe trading them for some office space for extra planners to work off site so there's not in there. That might be something that you could look at. The Triangle property, if it's going to be an art installation, it should be also maybe like a plaza skate park and a gathering area for concerts and stuff. I remember because Norm Haney said, well, because it had to have some kind of you know, transportation feature, and skateboards are transportation. Love that idea of Norm Haney's. And the other thing, what about the old Malibu Playhouse that's just sitting there? Why doesn't the city look into that? There's that they could do. There's so many things, but we're so trapped behind inaction. And I think the inaction is on purpose so that we can say,
Andy, thank you very much. Your time is up. All right. Anybody else?
Crystal?
Yes. Hi. Sorry. Apologize. I do like the someone had mentioned in one of our meetings having that maybe be the Arc de Triomphe. Like, is there any option to maybe make that whole entire thing a roundabout, and in that circle, you could put that giant sculpture with a horse and dolphins, like flowing water, and then maybe there's like an underground passage for people to like walk under. You know, I'm big on like less cars, and again, the library, if that could just be like this magical like thing that rides along the side of the mountain, and then in front maybe the two-lane highway, a median two-lane highway, and then the horse path, bike path, walking path. Anyways, I was just, you know, I came from Manhattan Beach, and it was just such a welcoming and lovely like community, and there were no black tarp fences and chain link fences, and I know everybody like super values their privacy here in Malibu, but I think like some of these, as we're, you know, understanding the community lands, let's take a lot of the people that are coming from even the outside of Malibu and kind of really encourage that push of like, hey, just public transportation, ride this like, you know, 10-mile monorail system that we have, or some kind of sitting system that slash the book thing so that the library park could help us fund that. But I think as our city is moving forward in that direction, you know, the ability for the infrastructure to have a beach town with this much highway and us incorporating the community lands, it'd be so nice to have like a bus, you know, a metro stop that was safe for the kids to be like, okay, you got to get to Bluffs, and then all of a sudden you got to ride the tram, and within 10 minutes you'd be at Heather Cliff. So if that was a possibility that we are, you know, understanding like this infrastructure of like, please make it feasible for us to have these lands and community lands and work with the community in establishing just like an ease of environmental sustainability with trees, and like, again, environmental sustainability is like horses, less cars, and I know that's my main initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Crystal. That's it on the public speakers?
Yeah, those are the raised hands.
Very good. All right, that closes public comments. Time to come up here. Anybody got anything you want to say? We haven't already said. Paul, go ahead.
Okay. I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that by law, candidates are forbidden from communicating or coordinating with any political action committee. I have not communicated or coordinated with any political action committee. I have no idea why those people decided to spend money on me, or what else they're planning on spending the other $89,000 on. But I would imagine that they have filed 496s in many communities for many different races, because this is that time of year.
Okay, anybody else? Marianne?
One of the things that's come up repeatedly, people have been talking about the outside voices on the surveys. And I just want to remind that Malibu, the city of Malibu proper, is a very small area. It barely goes 1 mile off of the ocean up into the mountains. So if you're living in Corral, if you're living in Montanito, if you are living in Sunset Mesa, you're not technically in the city of Malibu, but you are a part of our community. You go to our schools, you have businesses, you are locally here, and your voices should be contained into what we do on the community lands. You are a part of the community. So when we hear about outside voices, I would hazard to guess that 100% of those voices that we heard from are those outside voices. Just wanted to put that out there. Other than that, did the Pie Festival, had a great pie. Really enjoyed that. There's certain things that are just a fun part. And other than that, it's been a pretty quiet time just trying to get ready for this agenda. So thank you.
Bruce or Steve?
Go out and vote.
Yeah, that was what I wrote down here too. Doesn't matter who you vote for, doesn't matter what you believe in, just make sure you exercise your right to vote.
And I'll add a comment to that. I think there's about almost 8,000 voters registered in Malibu, and we have an unusually high percentage of votes, almost 80%. So keep doing the good work. I'll make a couple quick comments. Marianne talked about the pie contest. That's probably one of the biggest perks that comes with being on the city council. You get to be a judge, and not only that, you end up buying a pie and bringing it home and eating it. It's terrible for your waistline. But to work that off, on Sunday, Mary Ann and I, along with Assembly Member Irwin, were at the Run Malibu, Malibu Moves, Malibu Moves event on Zuma, the half marathon and 5K. The three of us, Assemblywoman Irwin and Mary Ann and I, ran because you get credit for running even a short distance, and we ran that race and finished with reasonably good times. But it was a fun event, and I want to compliment the organizers. They put on a very good program. It was very professionally done. I think everybody had a good time, and I know they were back this morning and finished up last night to clean up and make sure everything was as good as it could be. So hats off to them for a good job. And with that, I don't have anything else. Anybody got any other comments? Paul.
I want to apologize for failing to mention that I, too, was at the Pie Festival. And I want to compliment them for having 5 apple pies for me to taste this year, as opposed to last year when there were only 3. So I was like, that's got to be 67% better than last year. It was terrific. I won't miss an invitation ever.
They ran out of chess pie, too. That was the problem. All right. With that, you want to try and move the agenda around a little bit?
Did we move the agenda already?
We have.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move items 7A, B, and C before 6B.
All right, before 5A, I guess it is. Do we have we're just trying to take care of the people in the crowd.
I thought we already made that motion. Did we not approve it?
There was discussion, but no vote was taken.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second then.
All right. Any discussion? If not, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of moving items 7A and B and C to next?
Could we also include D?
Yes.
Let's do D too. All right, D as well. A, B, C, and D. Is that right, Mary Ann?
Yes.
All right.
Those are to be heard next.
All right.
Yes.
So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Being none. Next item up is item 7A, Malibu Film Society updated fee waiver request. Is there a staff report? Yes, Kristen, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and honorable members of council. The item before you is an update on the outcome of the Malibu Film Society's movie series, in addition to a request from the organization to conduct 5 film screenings at City Hall from January to June 2025. So in this June, council waived fees for the Film Society to host 3 screening events from July to September, and requested the organization to provide 50 free tickets to Malibu residents. The screenings included a pre-show reception with concessions and alcohol service, the actual screening, and then a Q&A. The total number of attendees for this series was 235, of which 120 attendees claimed the city's tickets. The Film Society is requesting that council consider 5 additional screenings here at City Hall with the same event format. Due to limited staffing, the request includes hiring an audiovisual contractor to provide technical assistance for each event. The Community Services Department will continue to provide on-site staffing with 3 employees, and additional staffing is required for the removal and installation of the dais before and after these events. Council is being asked to consider waiving $5,555 in facility use fees and paying $3,400 for contract staff. That concludes my report. Happy to answer questions.
The total amount is $8,955, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I make a motion to approve item 7A.
I'll second.
Any other comments?
I think you need to designate that you want to approve the request.
Public comment?
Mayor, there is public comment as well.
Public comment.
Public comments, yes. Any public, I got Barry Haldeman. Oh,
Barry's not here.
Barry already leave? All right. With that,
Mayor, did you want to check if there were any Zoom comments?
oh, yeah.
There's no raised hands.
Good recheck. All right.
You were prescient.
All right. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
The motion was to approve the request, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Wait.
opposed?
So we're voting to receive the report, that's easy. We're voting to consider. What does that mean?
I was clarifying that it said to approve the request.
Oh, okay, not consider well. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so any objection? Being none, the motion passes. Let's move on to item 7B.
Thank you very much. The item before you is a $4,258 fee waiver request for facility rental and staffing costs, in addition to a request to pay $2,872 for an audiovisual consultant associated with the Veterans Day recognition ceremony coordinated by the Navy League. The event will take place November 11th, beginning at 11 a.m. here at City Hall. The Navy League has coordinated the event for several years. This event, this year, they're expecting 250 attendance at the 3-hour event. That concludes my report.
Very good. Any questions or comments? All right, we've got one speaker slip. Ani Dermagian, please. I've been patiently waiting. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Ani Dermanjian. We are here tonight on behalf of the Malibu Veterans Committee to express our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for being a co-sponsor alongside with the Malibu Navy League, the Pepperdine University, and the Malibu Association of Realtors. This year marks a milestone. It's our 25th anniversary of our community coming together to honor our veterans. You are all warmly invited to join us on November 11th at 11 a.m. right here at this City Hall location. We are planning a wonderful program just for you. Our mission is to bring local businesses, schools, and organizations to commemorate Veterans Day with a public ceremony in honor of those who have served and continue to serve our country. Over the past 25 years, we have had privilege of celebrating more than 150 veterans, along with countless veteran attendees. In recognition of this journey, our theme this year is a quarter century of honor. We are thrilled to announce that our keynote speaker this year will be Pat Boone, whose presence will make this event even more special. A special shout out to our main sponsors this year, the IPS International Protection Services and the Oaks Group for their generous support. Thank you, and God bless our veterans and all who serve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody online?
No, there's no raised hands.
Okay. Back to the dais. Anybody have any questions or comments?
Make a motion to approve item 7B.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion is approved.
For the record, we need to vote on each item going forward as to whether we're going to hear it. We're probably going to do so, but we have to do it.
Hear what?
It's after 10:30, so we have to vote to
Oh, it
hear
is 10:30.
items.
Oh, you're correct.
I'd like to make a motion that we hear item 7C.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. One at a time. I didn't realize it was that late. Thank you, Bruce. All right, road race agreement, item 7C. Kirsten, back to you.
My last one. Good evening again. The item before you is the Road Race Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation to select Zuma Foundation as the second allowable road race within city limits. The council awarded the agreement in August 2023 to Zuma Foundation and Malibu Moves. Following a discussion regarding the Zuma Foundation's decision to postpone the triathlon event in 2024, council directed staff to reopen the RFP and not to enter into an agreement with the organization. The road race RFP was issued in June 2024, and the city received 5 proposals to conduct this event. 3 organizations were invited to interview with the ad hoc, and following the evaluation of the proposals and interviews, the ad hoc selected Zuma Foundation as their recommended race organizer. Zuma Foundation adjusted a few items in its proposal compared to the original RFP, including an annual donation increase of 10%, working with the Boys and Girls Club in Malibu to share production responsibilities, and creating a triathlon safety committee with key stakeholders, including Captain C2. The organization also designed an alternate race course that could be utilized if Zuma Beach Tunnel were closed. Additionally, Zuma Foundation is committed to working with the community to reduce race impacts and develop programming that focuses on health and wellness benefits. This concludes my report.
Okay, any questions or comments, Kirsten? If not, we'll go to the public speakers. We've got a number of them. Anybody that can double up and say, I agree, that would be great. First speaker is Brennan Linder for 4 minutes. And is Veronica Human here, please? Okay. Okay.
Good to walk up here. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the time and as well as the endurance.
Shut it off.
Mike.
The red.
There you go.
There you go. My apologies on that. But thank you. And again, I've said this many times, you guys have an endurance athlete here. 6 hours up here with sitting, we could be in Hawaii by now on it. But as the agenda shows, you know, the ad hoc road race committee has selected another promoter to produce a triathlon for the next 4 years. And while sad, and I'm not surprised, because I know it would be politically challenging to select a non-Malibu resident to produce an event here in Malibu. What is surprising, however, is that the committee chose to overlook, or it seems to overlook, the past 3 years of Super Tri successfully producing the Malibu Triathlon, raising $3 million for Children's Hospital Los Angeles, working with many local businesses, and laying the groundwork for youth initiatives and local nonprofit involvement. And instead selected a promoter who sold their interest in the Malibu Triathlon years ago. Made millions, I'm not sure the exact number, and ultimately was, shall we say, let go from the event. And they are now being granted a permit for a right they sold away years ago. This is a promoter who promised many things, yet couldn't produce an event this year. Lost support of a large charity here in Los Angeles, and had to reevaluate his production team from the initial proposal because they left. I could also talk about how one of the board members of the Zuma Foundation sent multiple salacious emails over to Councilmember Grisanti about the owners of Super Tri. Or how national nonprofits turned down the opportunity to be the secondary beneficiary of this Zuma Tri. I wonder why. I also don't believe the secondary nonprofit identified in the agenda documents is actually finalized, so I would think that you might want to strike that. And while this full council could vote to not award the contract to Zuma Foundation or back to Super Tri, I do understand that this would be tough to do. I'm not a Malibu resident. But I do expect that we may be speaking in a few years. I found that municipalities, companies, and nonprofits eventually realize they want an event producer that is a pleasure to work with, is honest, wants what's best for fundraising, the community, the participants, and does not operate on ego. And in the meantime, I am excited to announce that the Malibu Triathlon will return in September 2025, albeit on a much smaller scale. But again, raising funds for Los Angeles and Malibu nonprofits and providing an experience that celebrates the best of Malibu and the sport of triathlon. I do thank you for your time. Kristen, thank you for going through the process on it. And thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, next up is John Alfano. After him is Scott Nielsen.
Second time up here tonight, so I'll make it quick. John Alfano coming up as a resident, somebody who enjoys the million things there are to enjoy about this community, not just for the kids, but the outdoor activities we have. The Malibu Foundation that Mike is putting on. Mike introduced me to bike riding. It was how I got involved in triathlons. They changed my life. They keep me healthy. They keep my head on straight with all the stress there is in life that we have to deal with, from Edison to parks and closures and everything that this community offers us. In support of Mike and what they're doing there, and the give back that they're talking about doing too, to support Little League and things like that, that the thousands of people that come into this city to experience during the triathlon that are from out of resident too, because of this beautiful place we live in too, can contribute back to the community too, I think is a great thing. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Scott Nielsen, and then Terry Mark.
Dear City Council members, Mayor, my name is Scott Nielsen with the Malibu Triathlon. We are extremely disappointed that the ad hoc committee has again made a recommendation to award the road race permit to the Zuma Foundation. We are asking that the full City Council not vote for this recommendation and award the permit to the Malibu Triathlon, which has a storied history with Malibu, the triathlon community, and is operated by a strong and trustworthy operator. Unlike other bidders, we have been transparent and collaborative since acquiring the event through the 2023 event challenges and the entire RFP process. We have proven ourselves to collaborate with the City of Malibu, CHLA, local charities, the triathlon community, and the Malibu community, including residents, local suppliers, and partners. Our company has a proven track record producing world-class events in Malibu, Long Beach, Chicago, and around the world. It's not easy to build a sustainable triathlon. We have done that, have strong funding, and we are committed to the Malibu triathlon and community. Zuma Beach, who submitted an RFP response in 2023, committed significant funding for their event from the PTO organization. Those funds didn't come through. When presented with significant operational challenges in 2023, we were able to work with the city, local officials, alter a course, and hold a successful event, unlike Zuma Foundation in 2024. Through our investment in the Malibu Triathlon, we took over operations of the corporate challenge to support CHLA. The 2023 event here in Malibu raised $1.2 million, and CHLA has stayed with us as we move the challenge to Long Beach. On top of that, we have agreed to bring our community engagement and fundraising capabilities to local Malibu organizations. As we have stated numerous times, we started this in 2023, and we are committed to growing this substantially as demonstrated in our RFP response. Since we last met, Super League has been busy. USA Triathlon has awarded Super League the rights to operate the legacy Long Beach Triathlon down the road at the venue for the LA 2028 Olympic Games. USA Triathlon has also partnered with Super League to field a team of athletes to participate in our pro events to train these athletes for success in the 2028 Olympic Games. We're also extremely proud that working with CHLA, they have helped us partner with other hospitals around the country to develop similar programs to the program that we had here in Malibu. The Malibu Triathlon is a great event and in a unique community, and we would like to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Terry Mark is next, and after that, Michael Epstein.
Good evening. My name's Tony Mark, but I think you were referring to me. I want to thank you all for staying late tonight so we could talk about the triathlon. I am on the board of the Zuma Foundation and just wanted to ask for your support in supporting our taking on the event. Really don't have much else to say than just ask for your consideration and to allow us to move forward with the event. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the good things you did for the city tonight and the kids. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Epstein's next, and then Maria Londano.
Good evening. As you know, I'm Michael Epstein, and I'm a Malibu resident and the executive director of the Zuma Foundation.
Push the button.
Nope.
I think
Press
you just
it again.
suggested that.
Red button.
In the center of the red. I talk pretty loud, so.
They got to record it.
Check 1, 2, check. Hey, we're back. All right, I'm a Malibu resident and the executive director of the Zuma Foundation, an IRS 501c3 public benefit corporation. I want to thank the ad hoc committee, Kristen Riesco, for all your hard work in reviewing our plan for the future of triathlon in Malibu. I also want to thank City Council and City staff for the progress on PCH safety, whether the addition of CHP officers, increased enforcement, or the soon-to-be-installed speed cameras. As a local resident and a cyclist on PCH, I can tell you we already see an impact. Thank you very much. The highway is already getting safer. Kristen kind of mentioned in her review that our board of Malibu residents and important Malibu and triathlon individuals has had a strong hand in ensuring a safer triathlon experience for all involved. As part of this process, we uncovered some outstanding lawsuits from previous events, and we're kind of incorporating some of those issues into our safety plans. Taking into account the needs of both athletes and our residents, we've been working closely with Caltrans, the County of Los Angeles, on resolving course issues, including tunnel repairs, regular monitoring of construction progress, and designing alternative courses. We also created a triathlon safety committee, as Kristen mentioned, with representatives from LA County Sheriffs, our own public safety department, and Caltrans to help ensure long-term success. We're extremely excited about triathlon in Malibu in 2025 and beyond. We appreciate your support and encourage you to vote yes on the item. Thank you again, and look forward to producing an incredible event for the community. And obviously, I'll be around later for questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. All right, Maria Londano, and then Cassidy Case, please.
Good evening, council members and city staff. Thank you for everything you do for the wonderful city of Malibu. I'm a longtime resident, and I fully support the Zuma Foundation in its bid for the triathlon in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cassidy Case, and then Kevin Steele, I think it is.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Cassidy. Most of you guys probably know that. I'm the director of the original Malibu Half Marathon and 5K, founded in 2009 by my husband, Blue Benedum. I am also a local, a business owner, a runner, and a Webster Elementary parent. From 2009 until earlier this year, our event has held the road race permit with the city of Malibu. We've welcomed locals in our community and people from all over the world, all joining for an experience that we've come to call the good life, a feeling that those of us who live here know very well. Today, we are backed by 16 years of successful events, 16 years of navigating various challenges, 16 years of unwavering commitment to the community. Because of this legacy and our local leadership, we were selected by the ad hoc committee earlier this year as one of the 2 road race vendors in the city of Malibu. However, we lost this bid after unfounded claims were made against our organization, with no opportunity to appeal the decision. It was not the start to the year I had envisioned, but we chose to persist and we pivoted. 2 weeks ago, we hosted our 16th annual Malibu Half Marathon and 5K. It was a perfect day. It was no small effort to redesign an event from scratch, and we are proud of what we built this year. I worked really, really hard. It was awesome. Marianne knows. However, I would be remiss to not bring attention to the stark difference in funds raised for our community partner, the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. For the first time in 16 years, we raised less than the previous year, with the 2024 event raising just 1/3 of what was raised in 2023. This is a direct result of the loss of our permit, which triggered a cascade of unavoidable changes to this year's event. The Boys and Girls Club of Malibu provides numerous essential services to our community that would not be accessible otherwise. Funding from our event is critical to their programs that support everyone from our children to our seniors. From the time the RFP opened last year till now, we have participated actively in the process and in good faith. We are confident that we are and have always been excellent partners for the city, operating with integrity, local commitment, and unwavering vision for the last 16 years. We are not going anywhere. We are here to stay. The Malibu Half was founded locally, and today I lead it. supported by the same world-class team that's backed the event for the last 8 years, as well as the original founders. Should the opportunity arise, we would hope to partner with the city to continue building the future and our legacy together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin Steele, and then Terry Bat. I've butchered your name, I'm sure.
Good evening, City Council. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm Kevin Steele. I've been in Malibu since 1979. I used to teach and coach at Pepperdine. And back in 1982, I started a little thing out here called Team Malibu for our local athletes because we didn't have a master swim team or program. We didn't have a cycling club or we didn't have a run club. And I'm proud to say that I stood beside Michael when we put the first Malibu Triathlon together, and we cooked the pasta in my kitchen for the first 3 years. And my Team Malibu members, I didn't allow them to race and compete. We were the volunteers for the race. So I've been involved all the way along as far as the triathlon history in the city. And so I can tell you unequivocally that Michael has done an outstanding job, and regardless of what these newcomers say, his record speaks for itself, and he's raised more money from children's than these guys have. So, you know, I'm going to defend him all the way, and I'm also a board member of the Zuma Foundation, and also very proud to say that we're going to raise money for this city and the Boys and Girls Club, and we do have an agreement with the other charity. So, you know, a lot of the things that were stated earlier are just flat out not true. And, you know, we don't appreciate that. And again, I've been here a long time. I started the triathlon movement here in Malibu. And so I can unequivocally say I've been involved in triathlon since 1980. And that's the way we roll here in Malibu. And we do a good job, and we do it for our community first and foremost. And we're also very proud of the fact that we had people from all over the world come for many, many years, 35 to be exact. And we built it up from a couple hundred people to many thousands of people that have been able to experience the wonderful event of triathlon all through these many decades. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your support of our local race and our local team that will put on a great event. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Terry Spath.
She's not here, she left.
Okay. All right. All right. Next one is Julia Lete dos Reis. After her will be Ed Heinrich.
Good evening. I'm a longtime Malibu resident, and I fully support Zuma Foundation for the Malibu for the triathlon in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ed Heinrich, please, and then Merlin Clark.
I'm glad I'm not representing Edison, and it's and it's almost good morning. But I'm Ed Heinrich. I'm a triathlete. I'm also a Vietnam veteran, and Ani, I wanted to thank her for setting up the things for the veterans. But my primarily is I retired a year ago as a lifeguard at Zuma Beach, starting in 1965. And I have worked the triathlon with Michael as a lifeguard, assisting him, and it's always been very professional. I like what the community does, and I think it supports the community very well.
Thank you. Okay, Merlin Clark, then Shari Lata.
Hello. I'm Merlin Clark, resident of 22 years in Malibu. I'm on the Zuma Foundation board and am asking for your support. As a director of a nonprofit, I've got plenty to do, but when Michael Epstein asked me to be part of this board and bring this community serving event to Malibu, I jumped at the opportunity. We talked tonight 3+ hours about community. Here we have a foundation, the Zuma Foundation, that's comprised of local residents that are committed to bringing and doing good in the community that we live and play in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sherry Lotta, and then Chuck McCain.
I'm afraid to touch this. Council, thank you for what you guys do. I don't know how you do it, but thank you for what you do. I became a triathlete in the 80s and found a way to start swimming at Pepperdine and met Kevin Steele, who really kind of changed my life. I got very, very into running and swimming. I didn't have the healthiest life before that, and really, really helped me. Kevin was amazing. Team Malibu was one of the greatest groups that I've ever been a part of. We were all out there to be healthy and have fun and take care of each other, and I learned so much from it. The triathlon life was really wonderful. Michael Epstein was always been great and a good friend, and I just want to say that I do want to support them. I'm stoked that they've set up a 501c3. It's a lot of work. I've done one, and I'm really glad for what they're doing and helping the community, and I just want to support them in the triathlon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chuck McCain, and then Alicia Peak.
Hi, I'm Chuck McCann. I'm Malibu local. Been here 65 years on Point Doom, and I participated in this triathlon. It's been an incredible experience. I know Michael and Kevin for over 35 years, and I think they're the only ones that can really pull this off. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I mispronounced your last name. All right, Alicia.
Alicia Peak, I'm here to say please support Zuma Foundation, their proposal. I'm just speaking for a few of my friends that could not stay as long. I am not a triathlete. God bless you all. Amazing. Maybe one day I will join you. But I feel strongly about keeping it local. It seems like the Zuma Foundation really knows what they're doing, and they have a strong board. And yeah, go triathletes.
Thank you, Alicia. All right, hands. All right, do we have anybody on Zoom?
There's no raised hands.
All right, takes care of public comments. Those are closed. Any questions or comments from up here?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement. We'll make a comment, which is that there are some people in the community who would prefer there be no race. There are some that would prefer Zuma Foundation. There are some that would prefer Malibu Triathlon, but there can only be one if there's going to be one, and this is the one that was selected already, so it seems to me that we should be just reaffirming that. For Marathon Triathlon Constellation, it is a 4-year contract, but it also is year-to-year cancellation capacity, and if it doesn't work out, there's always the ability to reconsider, so hopefully it'll work out.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any other comments?
I just want to say, happy to support Zuma Foundation on this. Since it is just a one-day event, maybe in the future you can incorporate a 5K and a half marathon in that, and maybe have a partnership with another local that has provided some great activities for our community. So.
Anybody else? All right, we've got a motion and a second. We'll put it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion approves. All right, moving on to item 7D. Do we have approval to vote for that?
I'll make a motion to hear item 7D.
Second.
Third.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion to hear item 7D is approved. Item 7D, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This item is brought before you at the council's request back during the September 23rd, 2024 meeting, the City Council directed staff to bring back an item on the Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization Commission and the Mobile Home Park Rent Control Regulations. That is what you have before you. Just a bit of background. The Rent Stabilization Commission last met March 13th, 2008. And it's charged under the city's ordinance with hearing applications for rent increases and rent decreases within that ordinance. And so just real quick, as far as some of the things that they hear, the rent stabilization ordinance is outlined in Chapter 5.16 of the Municipal Code.
Can you go outside, please?
A copy of which is included in the staff report. The commission is responsible for processing applications for both rent increases and decreases, as I mentioned, and under the ordinance, the rent for spaces governed by the regulation may be automatically adjusted annually. We've been monitoring that. And in addition to the CPI adjustments, the ordinance allows for an increase in space rent by up to 15% upon the sale of a mobile home known as a vacancy increase. I'll stand for any questions that you may have, and included in the staff report, again, is the municipal code that sets forth the commission's duties as well as the control regulations.
Okay. Any questions, staff? If not, we've got, Marion, do you have a question?
I just wanted a clarification on that 50%. That's on the sale of the actual mobile home, not the mobile home park?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we've got public comments. First one up is Joffrey Ortiz.
Thank you for seeing me. Council members, I don't envy your position tonight. My name is Jeffrey Ortiz. I've been a resident of Malibu for over 40 years and been in the Point Dume Club for 39. One thing that's bothered me is no one bothered to ask the SCE representative about whether or not, the representative, whether or not Caltrans was on the notification list. You might want to ask him if they're notified. But let me get to what I'm here to discuss. As you may or may not know, the Point Dume Mobile Home Park was sold recently after being owned and run by a legacy family for over 50 years that lived on the property and was active in managing the property. The new owners are an organization known as Hometown America. They're headquartered in Chicago, Illinois. They currently own over 80 mobile home communities, 35 of which are in California. On September 5th, they notified us that, September 25th, they notified the residents at a meeting with a representative from Denver, Colorado, who came to conduct that meeting, that they had people from Ontario, California, that they introduced us to, that were the resident managers currently managing the park. There's been a big change. And we now are owned by a corporate organization that buys and sells mobile home communities. Obviously, this has been very, very concerning to the many residents there, many of which are elderly people on fixed incomes that were hoping to live out their lives in that community. We've recently reconstituted the Residents Association at the Point Dume Club. Candace, I believe, has spoken to you in previous meetings about that. We've upped our membership considerably because of the alarming situation that we're involved in. We intend to further strengthen that organization. And this is where the city comes in. We've reinvigorated that organization, and we're now in a position to work with the new owners going forward. But we don't have a mechanism to work with the city in the event there are any grievances or issues to be discussed regarding the rent stabilization ordinance. So we're asking you to reconstitute the Rent Stabilization Commission as soon as possible without delay, because this deal was done without us knowing, and it was announced and everything's happened very quickly. And we're certain things are going to continue to happen very quickly. So we ask for your cooperation in getting the Rent Stabilization Commission reconstituted as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Drew Ann Jacobson's next, and then after her is Kevin Shankman.
Good evening. I'm time to go to bed. Bye. I really just can't say much more than what Jeffrey just said. I live in the Point Dume Club. We're all very concerned. I grew up in Malibu Park, but in later years we moved to the Point Dume Club. This commission is so important that you reestablish, and Candace has gone to a great lengths to recommend 5 people to be on this commission, and I commend her for doing that and back everyone she's selected who's agreed, if you agree, to accept them. And it's just very important to all of us because we're kind of the low rent district and we need to keep our homes. And there's a lot of elderly people, there's a lot of young families, it runs the gamut, but we're all kind of running a little bit scared. So please reinstate this commission and consider the people that we have selected to maybe have volunteered that would like to be on that commission. And also, I just want to say 2 seconds, as a long-time slow growth person in Malibu, raised and born and raised, and I just want to say I'm supporting Bruce, Steve, and Andy for new city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Kevin Shankman, and then Candace Ferguson.
Thank you, and I'd echo the sentiments of the speakers before me, and I won't repeat what they had to say, but I think, I trust that you've all heard from the mobile home park residents, and they're concerned. They're anxious, they're scared. Malibu is an expensive place. The Point Dume Club and Paradise Cove, to one extent or another, is probably the closest thing that we have to affordable housing, as ridiculous as that might be. Many of them are seniors, and they don't want to be kicked out of their homes with no ability to live in this great community anymore. And one thing that this council can do to alleviate that anxiety, that fear, is to set up this commission, which frankly should have been in place for the last 15 years as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, Kevin, I believe your name was recommended as one of the people who may join that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would be honored to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Candace, you're up next, and then Alicia Peak, although I don't see Alicia.
Hopefully I don't cut it off. I've already spoke to you, Council, I guess a couple of weeks ago, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I just want to thank you so much for your support.
Who were the names you had, if you could, please?
Okay.
It was Bill Sampson, I think, Kevin?
Yes. Dr. Rob Blackman, Zuman J., Bill Sampson, and Kevin Shankman. And also, I've got Bill and Kevin's application that's already into the city. I picked up the application and had it filled out and then took it back. So Rob Blackman, he's coming back into town tomorrow, and Zuma was here.
Cool, thank you.
But I thank you so much for your support, and
okay.
And I apologize for falling asleep in the front row.
Stay there a minute, Candace.
Candace, I think there's some questions here.
One other question for you. Your list, I know you live in the Point Dume Club.
Yes.
Have you conferred with people in Paradise Cove, or is that just from the Point Dume Club?
Well, you know what? There are our neighbors, but our park was the only ones that was sold. And I'm actually on the board. I'm vice president of the Point Dume Club Residents Association. So, and then my husband would have been here tonight, but he just can't take the long hours.
Okay, but your list was developed from the people within the Point Dume Club. Is that right?
From me personally.
Okay.
Yeah, myself, residents, and
None of the people that were asking to be on the board live in the
Of course
No,
not.
they don't live in the club at all. Absolutely. They have never lived in the club. As a matter of fact, they live, the residents of Malibu. They just support us.
Okay. Paul?
Before you leave, earlier I was told that Pete Tompkins, who served on the Rent Control Board before, who was the last member before, and Karen Fair had both volunteered as well. Have you talked to either of them?
Well, I spoke with Karen, and Karen was saying she just didn't know what it all, detailed, and so she wasn't really sure. So I didn't want to put her name out there until she was sure if she could really serve.
Okay. Anybody else have a question? If not, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
Or any of the owners. One of the things I was concerned about as soon as I heard about the sale was that you might be subject to the property tax increase. Does your rent have adjustments in it for property taxes, or is it?
Yes, we get a property tax bill. Yes, we do.
But I'm talking about for your land lease.
Yeah, instead of.
We can talk about this later.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Every year.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, every year we do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Paul and I both have looked at this. We can answer it.
All right. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There's no raised hands.
All right. And Alicia is not here. All right. Thank you, Candace.
And thank you so much.
All right. Public comments are closed. Back up here to the dais.
Sure, I'll go first, if that's okay.
Good.
So we definitely need to fill the vacancies. I had proposed also that we should set up an ad hoc committee to review the code itself, the Malibu code, because I think there are some holes in it that could be filled to make it more protective for the residents. Steve and I spoke to the Point Dume Club residents about a month ago now, maybe, and all of us attended a candidate forum at Paradise Cove. And the one message that was clear, and I'll repeat it again tonight, and this comes from all of us, is we have your back, and we obviously can't prevent the owners from doing anything that they have the lawful right to do. We will make sure they don't do anything that they don't have the lawful right to do. That we won't make sure that they don't do anything that's improper, that they're not permitted to do. And I can speak for myself that where there's discretion, I'm going to be favoring the residents, but I'll have to listen, obviously, to what the owners have to say. But I suspect that we'll all be of like mind when it comes to that. We'll have to keep an open mind, but we have your back. I don't know whether filling the vacancies can wait until the first meeting in January when we fill all vacancies on all commissions, or whether it's something that has to be done immediately. I suspect nothing untoward is going to happen within the next 30, 45 days, but I'm happy to vote to fill them at the next meeting if we have to do that.
The biggest concern is the tax.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that. So from what I can tell on Doug, your question, from what I can tell on the question of property tax is listed among the things that's not listed as what they can raise the rates for. So, I mean, it's expressly defined as part of one of the, I think it's an operating expense under the code, and operating expenses are covered by the cost of living index increases and are not covered as independent expenses for which the rent can be raised. So unless they're able to raise the rent pursuant to an argument that it's required to get them a fair and reasonable return, which I think is a hard argument to make, but I'd have to hear their argument before I could definitively say so. I think the answer is they can't raise your rent based on their increased taxes. But it's a question that will have to be resolved if and when it comes up. And that's one of the things that we could button down by looking at the code through an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
So I'd like to take a motion that we schedule, somebody might argue otherwise, but I think we ought to schedule filling those vacancies along with all the other vacancies at the organizational meeting in January. And we ought to, at that time also, well, maybe we could vote tonight to form an ad hoc committee. It makes sense to wait till the election's over. We'll find out who's sitting up here, but that we ought to form an ad hoc committee as well to review the code.
Okay. Paul, do you want to talk?
Yeah, I just want to say that that formula rent increases are limited to no more than 5% per year. So that would seem to indicate that, you know, it doesn't matter how much the property taxes go up, they can only increase your rent 5% per year. Now, if there is a more novel theory allowing them to do something else, then I guess we'll find out what their theory is. But it seems that on page 57, on page 7 of chapter 5, it very clearly says that the CPI increase can be as little as 2% or as much as 5%. So I don't see anything to get too crazed about yet.
Can I just say something?
Please.
Okay, please.
I think our concern is the reason why we wanted the support tonight, because we were nervous because of the election is coming, and we feel that there will be a change of officers, and that was our concern. So, you know, because we're going to lose, what is it, 2 of you or 1 of you, I think.
Or maybe not, or maybe none of us.
Hopefully not.
None, 1 or 2.
Hopefully
A little
not.
more positive attitude back there.
I am as confident as Candace, I'm as confident as can be that whoever's sitting up here is going to be looking
Good.
to appoint people that have your back.
Okay. Well, I tell you, can I say something? If I was going to vote today, right now, everybody would stay the same.
Thank you,
And I would
Candace.
ask for you guys to get along, please, get along.
All right.
Well, that's it.
Steve, thank you, Candace. Steve, you had a...
And I agree with Bruce. I mean, I do think an ad hoc committee to go through the document is a good idea. The question is, should we talk to people up at the Paradise Cove and just give them an option to name somebody they might want to have on the committee? Or maybe you want to do that. You know the people who point to Paradise Cove?
Yes.
Just tell them, you know, our plan is to reconstitute this committee in January, and if they happen to have somebody they think would be a good representative, I mean, just they may like to have somebody that they're more familiar with on the commission. So let's just try and make as many people happy as we can.
Right.
Is that okay?
May I ask staff a question?
Marianne?
Could staff answer, in addition to any names that are given to us, are there other ways that people can put their name forward, or how will the city be advertising that this commission will be reconstituted and request names?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some clarity there. So in addition to any names that are recommended to serve on the Rent Stabilization Commission, we will need to have an open solicitation that will be on our website. I'll defer to the city clerk to add additional detail. We'll post that on our social media, and we'll push that out within a designated time frame. We can definitely make sure that the solicitation of those applications aligns with the desired appointment date that was referenced, should that motion move forward, as far as appointing in January to fill those vacancies.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to...
Well, I think Bruce already made it.
Did you?
I made a motion that we fill the vacancies at the organizational meeting in January, and that we also, at a future meeting, after we know who's sitting on the council going forward, create an ad hoc committee to review the code.
Well, I mean, do we need to wait that long? I mean, because regardless of who's successful in the election, this is still going to be an issue. And I think, as it was said previously, regardless of who's sitting up here, I can't imagine anybody is going to be opposed to reforming the commission. So I'd rather see that done sooner rather than later. So if we can get that advertisement up and we can get those names put forward, then that's going to be one step ahead for anybody who is sitting up here.
That would happen anyway, but the point is each council member on the first meeting in January is going to be selecting their commissioners and their representatives, and it doesn't make sense to select them 2 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now, and then only again to select possibly different people, because there might be different people up here 2 weeks later.
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are we directing staff to go ahead and start the initiation of...
Yeah, so that we can actually assign people the first meeting in January, and also form an ad hoc committee immediately after the election when we know who's going to be on on the council to review the code.
If you want to expedite too, our office can look at the code. The rent stabilization provisions were put in 1991 and 92, so those could probably be updated. There are pretty strong protections in there compared to other codes in terms of the change of use provision, but it looks like they're not looking to do that. So we can start on that as well if the council wants.
Among other things, I have an idea of having the city council have some more authority over some things that are left to the staff alone in the code.
Yeah, go ahead, Marianne.
Well, I was just going to, can we add the direction of having the city attorney look at the current code and make recommendations for updates that have occurred in the law since it was originally written?
Good idea.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and we
So
also may
second
be
for the
faced
motion?
with proposition, is it 33, the rent code, or 5, whichever one it is, it's the rent change. So we need to have a full review to make sure. It's been 16 years since this was activated. A lot of things have happened since then. Okay. All right. So the motion is reconstitute the.
Fill the vacancies, the first meeting in January.
Well, we need to don't we need to turn it back on?
It exists.
It was never, the commission was never terminated, the seats were just left vacant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Direct staff to start advertising and soliciting.
And at the next, at the December meeting, that's when we'll have the new council members.
Create the ad hoc.
We'll have a appointment of the ad hoc committee at that time. That should be on the agenda. All right, so that's the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
And we have a second? All right.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There's none. Motion passes.
Before we finish, so I just want to make a comment for the record for the public. Those who went to the meeting with the new ownership at the Point Doom Club heard the representative there say they had no intention of raising the rent with respect to the taxes. It's not a binding commitment on their part, but they did say that was their intention. It was not to raise the rent.
Well,
for
that's
that
true.
purpose.
Bruce, that's true, but we, the board, we had a meeting before that meeting. So all we're doing is doing our due diligence.
Right.
All right. Okay.
That's all we can do. But I thank you all for your support.
Thank you very much, Candace. All right, let's get back to the agenda. I know somebody has been waiting for so long. You're going to get breakfast chits this morning. Item 5A, amendments to parking fine schedules.
I'll make a motion to hear item 5A.
Second.
Sorry. Any opposition? Let's move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
I'm happy to end the meeting. Right? Are there 4 votes for this? Because I'm happy to end the meeting at this point.
Well, he's waited all this long. It won't take long to get it.
Oh, are there 4 votes?
Do we have 4 votes? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Steve?
Who's here for 5A?
Luis?
Luis.
Do we have any speakers?
Let's do it and get it over with.
Yeah.
Are there any speakers?
We don't have any speaker slips.
There's one raised hand on Zoom.
Raised hand on Zoom.
All right, well, let's get Luis's.
I'm sorry, we do have one speaker slip.
All right, Luis, please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for listening in. So we'll be brief. We'll be talking about just a quick amendment to the parking fine schedule in accordance with AB 413, otherwise known as the daylighting bill. So essentially, the daylighting bill, which was signed by Governor Newsom in 2023, went into effect this year. So we've been initiating a public information campaign, just informing folks of the new bill. But we can't collect fines until January 1st of 2025. So essentially, daylighting is aimed at improving public safety by improving the visibility of pedestrians and cyclists for drivers. So essentially, any vehicle, parking or stopping within 20 feet of a marked or unmarked crosswalk, or within 15 feet of a crosswalk with a curbed extension, is subject to a citation per one of the new California vehicle codes that was created under Section 22500. And so this is kind of what it looks like, per the bill. Curbs don't necessarily have to be marked, but the goal is essentially to start issuing citations and notifying drivers that they're, in violation of the daylighting bill if they park too close within that 20 feet mark of a marked or unmarked crosswalk. And so we're currently issuing warnings through our parking enforcement staff. These are obviously, there's no fine associated with these. This is just to begin informing folks of the violation. But as of January 1st of next year, we can start collecting fines for this violation, but hence why we're here tonight to amend our parking fine schedule. So the recommendation is obviously to adopt resolution number 2455 to include violations for 22-500N with a corresponding fine of $73.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any quick questions here before we go to the public? We have one speaker slip, that's Andy Lyon, but I don't see Andy. All right, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yeah, Andy Lyon's on Zoom.
That's where Andy Lyon is. Andy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wasn't staying around for that. Hey, yeah, somebody, actually a friend of mine got a ticket already for this down at the Carbon Canyon light because her house is actually in front of the stoplight. So they're already giving tickets for that, and I think she tried to reach the city and to no avail. Was nothing happened, but she did get this, and she did get fined. So, and I thought this had to do more with the parking guys, because I do have a bone to pick with the parking enforcement guys. I came there, I don't know, a month or two ago, because they came out and they gave everybody that came to the Malibu Surfing Association surf contest overnight parking tickets, $73 on that. And they've been going crazy on the front license plate tickets, like so out of control. Everybody's just walking up and down, giving everybody a $58 non-fixable ticket. And I gave the guy, I've been getting into it with the guy and the supervisor, and now they're giving out warnings. So they could have been doing this all along, but they've been dinging everybody $58 tickets when they could have just been giving these warning tickets. So I don't know what needs to happen with this. I mean, they go up into, the Bluff Park, they go everywhere. They're just, and I don't see what this is with parking enforcement, front license plate tickets. It just seems like a big money grab, and it comes, they're just going after people for that reason. They're not parked in the red, they're not blocking entrances, nothing like that. To me, that just, I think that's something, it's just out of control, and we really need to look into curbing these guys and directing them into something else. I know the vehicle on patrol guys used to do it. I don't know. That's why I stayed up for this. One thing I do want to say, though, is that bringing up the vehicle on patrol guys, during that power outage last week, there was nobody on, as the mayor, these things are happening, and nobody's manning the lights. We've got vehicle on patrol, we've got sheriff's vehicle, we can defer the blame to whoever, but at the end of the day, we know that's happening. Somebody from the city should be going down there. The mayor should be calling the sheriff to have these lights manned so that nobody does get killed, regardless of who's at fault or who's to blame or who's responsible. If we know it's happening, I know I saw you Friday night, Doug, at Olo having dinner, and you went home, and when I went home, the lights were all dark. Something's got to change with that. That's it. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Andy. A little bit off topic, but we let you go ahead. All right. That's the end of public comments. Any questions?
I have a question.
Marianne.
So I can see on the east end of Malibu that there are places where there could be some conflict between the crosswalks and driveways. So how are those identified? How are those taken care of to ensure that those residents aren't getting tickets for parking in a location proximity to their house?
So where that's been happening, and even in relation to the public comment, so there have been warnings issued already. These are, again, $0. So a lot of the folks have been informed of the particular vehicle code violation, the violation itself. Whenever a community member happens to be within the vicinity of receiving the warning, they've been notified. So, for some of these community members where this does directly impact them because they're the most accessible parking location is within an area that is, within that 200 feet of a crosswalk. Again, it's just kind of to state code that we have to comply with. So a lot of the, it is a lot of community education that we're going to be taking part of. As mentioned, there's no fines associated at the moment, so a lot of it is just making sure that folks are aware that citations, will be coming if there is a violation of that. And I know a lot of folks are concerned whether there's going to be a red curb marking or not. Per the bill, there doesn't necessarily need to be a marking or not. So a lot of it is just going to be continuous community education, both through warnings themselves from now to the end of the year and social media posting and other efforts that we'll be partnering with our community, our media team as well.
Well, I'm sorry, that didn't really answer the question, though. There are several driveways that are going to have conflict with this. So how are we protecting our residents that don't have any choice? That's where they park, because that's the proximity to their house. I understand there's just going to be some areas, I'm sure, that we have a conflict close to a crosswalk and a driveway, especially on the east end of town.
Yeah, we don't really have an answer to that. I mean, they have garages, so I don't know how we're going to address that issue to help them, but I think the pedestrian safety is very important. So there's a reason why this bill was put into place. And we can't say it's okay for these people, but not these people. We have to apply the laws evenly throughout the community. We always do. But I do understand, we've spoken with a couple people who are in this situation. I'm not sure why their garage is not available for them. I mean, that's a question.
Well, some homes don't have garages, but I
well, the one in
understand.
question that we're aware of, there's a garage right there.
Okay.
Okay. Paul or Bruce? Bruce, go ahead.
Some of the older homes only have a garage that fits one car for starters, and if that one car garage in the driveway happens to be right next door to where a crosswalk is, that person has got a pretty tough challenge ahead of them. The other thing that I'm curious about is, in the past we talked about removing some parking places to create better safety around Paradise Cove, where people were parking right up to the light, and other places, and Coastal Commission had a fit. So when they figure out that this law is now going to reduce the total number of parking spaces available, are they going to go discipline the governor?
I don't know, and I know for a lot of communities that was part of their whole implementation plan was having to go and remove parking places.
Yeah.
I doubt they'll have much say on that because it just is what it is.
Okay. Bruce?
I'm confused about this issue of how it affects somebody that lives near an intersection or a corner. So if you have a garage, obviously you can park in your garage. You can still park in a driveway, right? I mean, this law that you can't park within X feet of an intersection or a corner doesn't mean you can't park in your driveway if it's that distance. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah, but there are some properties where the driveway itself leading into the garage would cause an obstruction to the sidewalk.
Well, are you right now, are you lawfully allowed to park halfway on the sidewalk irrespective of where it is?
No.
So this isn't changing that at all?
No.
Yeah, in some of these parking, there's actually technically parking in an intersection, so they have received that ticket before.
Right, but so if you have a home with a driveway that's not long enough to accommodate your car and you have to cover part of the sidewalk, this law is irrelevant. You're not allowed to do that. We may or may not be enforcing it, but you're not allowed to do that. Isn't that right?
That's correct, yeah. Not per this law. You would be cited for obstruction of the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So this law doesn't have any impact on people doing that. They either are allowed to do that or they're not, but it's not because of this law. This law is just going to make less parking along the sidewalk lawful than currently exists.
Essentially, yeah. So in the areas directly adjacent to the incoming traffic. Yeah.
So it's just like you can't park within X feet of a stop sign or a fire hydrant. This is now extending that to corners and crosswalks, and that's the law that's applied anyway. All we're doing is agreeing, if we approve this, to have an ordinance that says whether or not there's a red curb, you're not allowed to do that, and you'll get fined at some point in the future.
That's correct. Yeah, we're essentially complying with the law.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to, if we're to be able to enforce this, we have to have a fine assigned to it, and it has to be part of our structure.
And we're creating a period of time during which people will simply be given a notice that the law has become such that you can't park within
That's
this
what's
many feet
happening
of it.
right now.
Okay.
Great.
The fine will come into place on January 1st, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I got, Bruce, you done?
I'll move that we adopt this.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I've got two quick questions for you. First off, are we going to paint red curbs where there's curbs available so people don't have to guess?
Yeah, I've spoken with Public Works about this, and so they were going to look at the places for, I mean, there's not a lot of areas where we'll need it, because just in a real brief review of most locations, they already have red curbs. But there are some places in the city, notably there's one by the Point Dume Elementary School. There's some areas there that probably could benefit from a red curb, but that will have to be something that Public Works will have to put on their work plan for their maintenance crews.
Okay. And the other question I had is, any idea how many warning tickets you've given out?
Not off the top of my head, but there's been a few dozen. But I can pull up that number.
Just curious how many there were. And by the way, just a side comment, I think the parking enforcement has been very, very productive. You see a whole change in overnight parking and compliance with parking laws. It's been a real game changer. So thanks for managing that. Mary Ann, do you have a point?
I did. So the city's going to take care of our city streets, but what about Caltrans? Are they going to go out and update PCH to implement this, or?
I don't have an answer for that. That's a question for Caltrans.
City manager, would you follow up with Caltrans?
Happy to check, yes. We'll report back to council.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, let's put it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion passes. I don't believe we have support for going forward, and I think the meeting is adjourned.
Hey.
Go home.
Consider the grant item on the list has a deadline.
Do we have, we got to put it to a motion to continue.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue the meeting and hear this last item, item number 7E.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. It
Anybody
sounded
opposed?
like 2.
You can still.
Yeah, aye.
All right, we got 4 votes. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and, I'm sorry about that. We got 4 votes. Let's go ahead and staff report, please.
Okay.
Wait.
Mayor, if there are recusals for this item, those should take place before the staff report.
Right.
Okay. Sorry.
So just so there's an explanation and people understand for posterity, for the record, the part of this item includes a contract with an entity with respect to which Colin Drummond has a relationship, and I received a campaign contribution from Colin. It does not exceed the statutory limit. Technically, the law does not mandate a recusal under this circumstance. I raised this when the Finance Committee met to recommend this to the full City Council. I was told at that time a recusal was not required, but upon further reflection, I think out of an excess of caution and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I am going to recuse myself.
Let me just add, I just heard from Trevor, who said a recusal was required. I mean, I also got a donation from Colin, so.
It's not a requirement under the Levine Act, but it seems to be a conflict under the city's elections code. So this was just brought to our attention this afternoon. So the recommendation would be in an abundance of caution to recuse. It is not specifically required.
Any chance you want to make a contribution to Paul and then we can all go home?
You know, it's a good thing you guys hate my guts because otherwise you'd be screwed.
All right. With that, staff report for the remaining 3 people.
On that happy note, and I will be as brief as possible, I really appreciate us hearing this. We do have a performance period with this grant, and before you, remaining council, we are asking to appropriate $460,000. The city has been awarded a grant through the Office of Traffic Safety. This is a reimbursement grant, which, just to clarify the recommended action, because we will have to pay upfront costs out of our general fund and then submit those for reimbursement to the state. It does identify where those upfront monies, for example, will be coming from. So the $460,000 is divided into 2 categories: enforcement operations and the education and outreach in regards to public safety education on PCH. Enforcement operations totals in the amount of $90,959. The way that is split is the monies come out of 2 pots from the state. One is for general traffic enforcement, one is for DUI enforcement. What will be part of that is the city will have, apologies, let me just grab my notes here. The city will facilitate, and that means that we will host in collaboration with our law enforcement partners, the LA County Sheriff's Department, Lost Hills Station, 4 DUI checkpoints and 8 saturation patrols. I want to highlight that these are all on overtime, while we have other patrols and whatnot happening and saturation operations that Sergeant Sutherland has highlighted here, some of the outcomes of those. Yeah, well, when he was here, he has talked about that during his report to council. And so these are in addition to that. Again, we have a performance period in which we do have to host a DUI every quarter. So that DUI checkpoint, so we would have one for the upcoming, before the end of the calendar year, for example. So we need time to be able to put that together. In other, the education and outreach also broken down, the Malibu Surf Sand Slow campaign that you may be familiar with. It was previously branded the Cruise Malibu. It is since reconceptualized into the Malibu Surf Sand Slow. That total contract amount that you have in front of you is for $325,000. It's also broken down as to general traffic enforcement education, and drinking and driving education. There is an additional amount of $44,000, the remaining funds that we plan to expend for enforcement operations, and that's contingent on available staff and resources. So a total of $135,000 towards enforcement. That is the gist of what is in front of you. I do have a quick typographical error that I wanted to bring to your attention, that should the council award the contract this evening, you will see that section 5AA is out of its spot. The correct spot is identified section 2B1A. So going forward, I would just want to make sure that that's clear for the record so we can reissue the final agreement and have signatures accordingly. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you have. We also have the consultant from That's the Sound Productions available for additional questions that I can't answer.
Okay. Do we have any speakers?
Don't have any speaker slips or any raised hands on Zoom.
All right. It's up to us. Any questions or comments? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. I haven't done it all night. My turn to make a motion.
Second.
Got a second? All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Seeing none. Passes 3-0.
Wait a minute, I might decide to abstain.
So we're going
Mayor, we do have two actions, the allocation of funds and the award.
And we do need a unanimous decision here. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
It was a joke.
So do we need to have two votes, two motions?
To clarify, your motion was your motion for staff recommended action?
Yes.
That's sufficient. That includes both actions.
Okay. I was not experienced at doing those type of things. With that.
And that was a unanimous vote, all three?
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
All right. We have nothing left on the agenda. I think we got through the whole thing.
So we're adjourning in the memory of Felicia Hudson and Robert Hart.
And Mayor, item number 6B, strategic work plan, will appear on your next agenda.
Right. So do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we can go.
I didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.